This showed that on the 27th of November, General Burnside was in Knoxville, closely besieged by the rebel General Longstreet, that his provisions were short, and that, unless relieved by December 3D, he might have to surrender. General Grant further wrote that General Granger, instead of moving with great rapidity as ordered, seemed to move slowly and with reluctance. And, although he, General Grant, hated to call on me and on my tired troops, there was no alternative. He wanted me to take command of everything within reach, and to hurry forward to Knoxville. All the details of our march to Knoxville are also given in my official report. By extraordinary efforts, Long's small brigade of cavalry reached Knoxville during the night of the 3D, purposely to let Burnside know that I was rapidly approaching with an adequate force to raise the siege. With the head of my infantry column, I reached Marysville, about 15 miles short of Knoxville, on the 5th of December. When I received official notice from Burnside that Longstreet had raised the siege and had started in retreat up the valley toward Virginia, halting all the army, except Granger's 2 divisions, on the morning of the 6th, with General Granger and some of my staff, I rode into Knoxville. Approaching from the south and west, we crossed the Halston on a pontoon bridge, and in a large pen on the Knoxville side, I saw a fine lot of cattle, which did not look much like starvation. I found General Burnside and staff domiciled in a large, fine mansion, looking very comfortable, and in a few words he described to me the leading events of the previous few days and said he had already given orders looking to the pursuit of Longstreet. I offered to join in the pursuit, though in fact my men were worn out and suffering in that cold season and climate. Indeed, on our way up I, personally, was almost frozen and had to beg leave to sleep in the house of a family at Athens. Burnside explained to me that, reinforced by Granger's 2 divisions of 10,000 men, he would be able to push Longstreet out of East Tennessee, and he hoped to capture much of his artillery and trains. Granger was present at our conversation, and most unreasonably, I thought, remonstrated against being left, complaining bitterly of what he thought was hard treatment to his men and himself. I know that his language and manner at that time produced on my mind a bad impression, and it was one of the causes which led me to relieve him as a corps commander in the campaign of the next spring. I asked General Burnside to reduce his wishes to writing, which he did in the letter of December 7th, embodied in my official report. General Burnside and I then walked along his lines and examined the salient, known as Fort Sanders, where some days before Longstreet had made his assault and had sustained a bloody repulse. Returning to Burnside's quarters, we all sat down to a good dinner, embracing roast turkey. There was a regular dining table, with clean tablecloth, dishes, knives, forks, spoons, etc., etc. I had seen nothing of this kind in my field experience, and could not help exclaiming that I thought they were starving, etc. But Burnside explained that Longstreet had at no time completely invested the place, and that he had kept open communication with the country on the south side of the River Halston, more especially with the French Broad settlements, from whose Union inhabitants he had received a good supply of beef, bacon, and cornmeal. Had I known of this, I should not have hurried my men so fast, but until I reached Knoxville I thought his troops there were actually in danger of starvation. Having supplied General Burnside all the help he wanted, we began our leisurely return to Chattanooga, which we reached on the 16th. When General Grant in person ordered me to restore to General Thomas the divisions of Howard and Davis, which belonged to his army, and to conduct my own corps, the 15th to North Alabama, for winter quarters. Headquarters Department of the Army of Tennessee, Bridgeport, Alabama, December 19, 1863. Brigadier General John A. Rawlins, Chief of Staff to General Grant, Chattanooga. General, for the first time, I am now at leisure to make an official record of events with which the troops under my command have been connected during the eventful campaign which has just closed. Dating the month of September last, the 15th Army Corps, which I had the honor to command, lay in camps along the Big Black, about 20 miles east of Vicksburg, Mississippi. It consisted of 4 divisions. The first, commanded by Brigadier General P.J. Osterhaus, was composed of 2 brigades, led by Brigadier General C.R. Woods and Colonel J.A. Williamson, of the 4th Iowa. The second, commanded by Brigadier General Morgan L. Smith, was composed of 2 brigades, led by Brigadier Generals Giles A. Smith and J. A. J. Lightburn. The third, commanded by Brigadier General J. M. Tuttle, was composed of 3 brigades, led by Brigadier Generals J. A. Mower and R. P. Buckland, and Colonel J. J. Wood of the 12th Iowa. The fourth, commanded by Brigadier General Hugh Ewing, was composed of 3 brigades, led by Brigadier General J. M. Corse, Colonel Loomis, 26th Illinois, and Colonel J. R. Cockerill of the 70th Ohio. On the 22d day of September, I received a telegraphic dispatch from General Grant, then at Vicksburg, commanding the Department of the Tennessee, requiring me to detach one of my divisions to march to Vicksburg, there to embark for Memphis, where it was to form a part of an army to be sent to Chattanooga to reinforce General Rosecrans. I designated the 1st Division, and at 4 a.m. the same day it marched for Vicksburg and embarked the neat day. On the 23d of September, I was summoned to Vicksburg by the General Commanding, who showed me several dispatches from the General-in-Chief, which led him to suppose he would have to send me and my whole corps to Memphis and eastward, and I was instructed to prepare for such orders. It was explained to me that, in consequence of the low stage of water in the Mississippi, boats had arrived irregularly and had brought dispatches that seemed to conflict in their meaning, and that General John E. Smith's division of General McPherson's corps had been ordered up to Memphis, and that I should take that division and leave one of my own in its stead to hold the line of the Big Black. I detailed my 3rd Division, General Tuttle, to remain and report to Major General McPherson, commanding the 17th Corps at Vicksburg, and that of General John E. Smith, already started for Memphis, was styled the 3rd Division, 15th Corps, though it still belongs to the 17th Army Corps. This division is also composed of 3 brigades, commanded by General Matthias, Colonel J. B. Raum of the 56th Illinois, and Colonel J. I. Alexander of the 59th Indiana. The 2nd and 4th Divisions were started for Vicksburg the moment I was notified that boats were in readiness, and on the 27th of September I embarked in person in the steamer Atlantic for Memphis, followed by a fleet of boats conveying these 2 divisions. Our progress was slow, on account of the unprecedentedly low water in the Mississippi and the scarcity of coal and wood. We were compelled at places to gather fence rails and to land wagons and haul wood from the interior to the boats, but I reached Memphis during the night of the 2d of October, and the other boats came in on the 3d and 4th. On arrival at Memphis, I saw General Hurlbut and read all the dispatches and letters of instruction of General Halleck, and therein derived my instructions, which I construed to be as follows: to conduct the 15th Army Corps and all other troops which could be spared from the line of the Memphis and Charleston Railroad to Athens, Alabama, and thence report by letter for orders to General Rosecrans, commanding the Army of the Cumberland, at Chattanooga, to follow substantially the railroad eastward, repairing it as I moved, to look to my own line for supplies, and in no event to depend on General Rosecrans for supplies, as the roads to his rear were already overtaxed to supply his present army. I learned from General Hurlbut that General Osterhaus's division was already out in front of Corinth, and that General John E. Smith was still at Memphis, moving his troops and material by railroad as fast as its limited stock would carry them. General J. D. Webster was superintendent of the railroad and was enjoined to work night and day, and to expedite the movement as rapidly as possible. But the capacity of the road was so small that I soon saw that I could move horses, mules, and wagons faster by land, and therefore I dispatched the artillery and wagons by the road under escort, and finally moved the entire 4th Division by land. The enemy seems to have had early notice of this movement, and he endeavored to thwart us from the start. A considerable force assembled in a threatening attitude at Salem, south of Salisbury Station, and General Carr, who commanded at Corinth, felt compelled to turn back and use a part of my troops that had already reached Corinth to resist the threatened attack. On Sunday, October 11th, having put in motion my whole force, I started myself for Corinth in a special train, with the battalion of the 13th United States Regulars as escort. We reached Collierville Station about noon, just in time to take part in the defense made of that station by Colonel D.C. Anthony of the 66th Indiana against an attack made by General Chalmers with a force of about 3,000 cavalry, with 8 pieces of artillery. He was beaten off, the damage to the road repaired, and we resumed our journey the next day, reaching Corinth at night. I immediately ordered General Blair forward to Iuka with the 1st Division and, as fast as I got troops up, pushed them forward of Bear Creek, the bridge of which was completely destroyed, and an engineer regiment under command of Colonel Flagg was engaged in its repairs. Quite a considerable force of the enemy was assembled in our front near Tuscumbia to resist our advance. It was commanded by General Stephen D. Lee and composed of Roddy's and Ferguson's brigades with irregular cavalry, amounting in the aggregate to about 5,000. In person, I moved from Corinth to Burnsville on the 18th and to Iuka on the 19th of October. Osterhaus's division was in the advance, constantly skirmishing with the enemy. He was supported by General Morgan L. Smith's, both divisions under the general command of Major General Blair. General John E. Smith's division covered the working party engaged in rebuilding the railroad. Foreseeing difficulty in crossing the Tennessee River, I had written to Admiral Porter at Cairo, asking him to watch the Tennessee and send up some gunboats the moment the stage of water admitted, and had also requested General Allen, quartermaster at St. Louis, to dispatch to Eastport a steam ferry boat. The Admiral, ever prompt and ready to assist us, had 2 fine gunboats at Eastport, under Captain Phelps, the very day after my arrival at Iuka, and Captain Phelps had a coal barge decked over, with which to cross our horses and wagons before the arrival of the ferry boat. Still following literally the instructions of General Halleck, I pushed forward the repairs of the railroad and ordered General Blair, with the 2 leading divisions, to drive the enemy beyond Tuscumbia. This he did successfully, after a pretty severe fight at Cane Creek, occupying Tuscumbia on the 27th of October. In the meantime, many important changes in command had occurred, which I must note here, to a proper understanding of the case. General Grant had been called from Vicksburg and sent to Chattanooga to command the military division of the Mississippi, composed of the 3 departments of the Ohio, Cumberland, and Tennessee. And the Department of the Tennessee had been devolved on me, with instructions, however, to retain command of the army in the field. At Iuka, I made what appeared to me the best disposition of matters relating to the department, giving General McPherson full powers in Mississippi and General Hurlbut in West Tennessee, and assigned General Blair to the command of the 15th Army Corps, and summoned General Hurlbut from Memphis and General Dodge from Corinth, and selected out of the 16th Corps a force of about 8,000 men, which I directed General Dodge to organize with all expedition, and with it to follow me eastward. On the 27th of October, when General Blair with 2 divisions was at Tuscumbia, I ordered General Ewing with the 4th Division to cross the Tennessee, by means of the gunboats and scow as rapidly as possible at Eastport, and push forward to Florence, which he did. And the same day a messenger from General Grant floated down the Tennessee over Muscle Shoals, landed at Tuscumbia, and was sent to me at Iuka. He bore a short message from the general to this effect: drop all work on the railroad east of Bear Creek, push your command toward Bridgeport till you meet orders, etc. Instantly the order was executed, the order of march was reversed, and all the columns were directed to Eastport, the only place where we could cross the Tennessee. At first we only had the gunboats and coal barge, but the ferry boat and 2 transports arrived on the 31st of October, and the work of crossing was pushed with all the vigor possible. In person, I crossed and passed to the head of the column at Florence on the 1st of November, leaving the rear divisions to be conducted by General Blair, and marched to Rogersville and Elk River. This was found impassable. To ferry would have consumed too much time, and to build a bridge still more, so there was no alternative but to turn up Elk River by way of Gilbertsboro, Elkton, etc., to the stone bridge at Fayetteville, where we crossed the Elk and proceeded to Winchester and Deckard. At Fayetteville, I received orders from General Grant to come to Bridgeport with the 15th Army Corps, and to leave General Dodge's command at Pulaski and along the railroad from Columbia to Decatur. I instructed General Blair to follow with the 2nd and 1st Divisions by way of New Market, Larkinsville, and Bellefonte, while I conducted the other 2 divisions by way of Deckard, the 4th Division crossing the mountain to Stevenson, and the 3rd by University Place and Sweden's Cove. In person, I proceeded by Sweden's Cove and Battle Creek, reaching Bridgeport on the night of November 13th. I immediately telegraphed to the commanding general my arrival and the positions of my several divisions, and was summoned to Chattanooga. I took the first steamboat daring the night of the 14th for Belly's Ferry and rode into Chattanooga on the 16th. I then learned the part assigned me in the coming drama, was supplied with the necessary maps and information, and rode during the 18th in company with Generals Grant, Thomas, W.F. Smith, Brannan, and others, to the positions occupied on the west bank of the Tennessee, from which could be seen the camps of the enemy, compassing Chattanooga and the line of Missionary Hills, with its terminus on Chickamauga Creek, the point that I was expected to take, hold, and fortify. Pontoons, with a full supply of balks and chesses, had been prepared for the bridge over the Tennessee, and all things had been prearranged with a foresight that elicited my admiration. From the hills, we looked down on the amphitheater of Chattanooga as on a map, and nothing remained but for me to put my troops in the desired position. The plan contemplated that, in addition to crossing the Tennessee River and making a lodgment on the terminus of Missionary Ridge, I should demonstrate against Lookout Mountain near Trenton with a part of my command. All in Chattanooga were impatient for action, rendered almost acute by the natural apprehensions felt for the safety of General Burnside in East Tennessee. My command had marched from Memphis 330 miles, and I had pushed them as fast as the roads and distance would admit. But I saw enough of the condition of men and animals in Chattanooga to inspire me with renewed energy. I immediately ordered my leading division, General Ewing's, to march via Shellmound to Trenton, demonstrating against Lookout Ridge, but to be prepared to turn quickly and follow me to Chattanooga, and in person I returned to Bridgeport, rowing a boat down the Tennessee from Belly's Ferry, and immediately on arrival put in motion my divisions in the order in which they had arrived. The bridge of boats at Bridgeport was frail, and though used day and night, our passage was slow, and the road thence to Chattanooga was dreadfully cut up and encumbered with the wagons of the other troops stationed along the road. I reached General Hooker's headquarters during a rain in the afternoon of the 20th and met General Grant's orders for the general attack on the next day. It was simply impossible for me to fulfill my part in time. Only one division, General John E. Smith's, was in position. General Ewing was still at Trenton, and the other two were toiling along the terrible road from Shellmound to Chattanooga. No troops ever were or could be in better condition than mine, or who labored harder to fulfill their part. On a proper representation, General Grant postponed the attack. On the 21st I got the 2nd Division over Brown's Ferry Bridge, and General Ewing got up, but the bridge broke repeatedly, and delays occurred which no human sagacity could prevent. All labored night and day, and General Ewing got over on the 23D, but my rear division was cut off by the broken bridge at Brown's Ferry and could not join me. I offered to go into action with my 3 divisions, supported by General Jeff C. Davis, leaving one of my best divisions, Osterhaus's, to act with General Hooker against Lookout Mountain. That division has not joined me yet, but I know and feel that it has served the country well, and that it has reflected honor on the 15th Army Corps and the Army of the Tennessee. I leave the record of its history to General Hooker, or whomsoever has had its services during the late memorable events, confident that all will do it merited honor. At last, on the 28th of November, my 3 divisions lay behind the hills opposite the mouth of the Chickamauga. I dispatched the brigade of the 2nd Division, commanded by General Giles A. Smith, under cover of the hills to North Chickamauga Creek, to man the boats designed for the pontoon bridge, with orders at midnight to drop down silently to a point above the mouth of the South Chickamauga, there land 2 regiments, who were to move along the riverbank quietly and capture the enemy's river pickets. General Giles A. Smith then was to drop rapidly below the mouth of the Chickamauga, disembark the rest of his brigade, and dispatch the boats across for fresh loads. These orders were skillfully executed, and every rebel picket but one was captured. The balance of General Morgan L. Smith's division was then rapidly ferried across. That of General John E. Smith followed, and by daylight of November 24th, 2 divisions of about 8,000 men were on the east bank of the Tennessee and had thrown up a very respectable rifle trench as a Tete DuPont. As soon as the day dawned, some of the boats were taken from the use of ferrying, and a pontoon bridge was begun, under the immediate direction of Captain Dresser, the whole planned and supervised by General William F. Smith in person. A pontoon bridge was also built at the same time over Chickamauga Creek, near its mouth, giving communication with the two regiments which had been left on the north side, and fulfilling a most important purpose at a later stage of the drama. I will here bear my willing testimony to the completeness of this whole business. All the officers charged with the work were present, and manifested a skill which I cannot praise too highly. I have never beheld any work done so quietly, so well, and I doubt if the history of war can show a bridge of that extent, viz., 1,350 feet, laid so noiselessly and well, in so short a time. I attribute it to the genius and intelligence of General William F. Smith. The steamer Dunbar arrived up in the course of the morning, and relieved Ewing's division of the labor of rowing across. But by noon the pontoon bridge was done, and my 3 divisions were across, with men, horses, artillery, and everything. General Jeff C. Davis's division was ready to take the bridge, and I ordered the columns to form in order to carry the Missionary Hills. The movement had been carefully explained to all division commanders, and at 1 p.m. we marched from the river in 3 columns in echelon. The left, General Morgan L. Smith, the column of direction, following substantially Chickamauga Creek. The center, General John E. Smith, in columns, doubled on the center, at 1 brigade interval to the right and rear. The right, General Ewing, in column at the same distance to the right rear, prepared to deploy to the right, on the supposition that we would meet an enemy in that direction. Each head of column was covered by a good line of skirmishers, with supports. A light drizzling rain prevailed, and the clouds hung low, cloaking our movement from the enemy's tower of observation on Lookout Mountain. We soon gained the foothills. Our skirmishers crept up the face of the hills, followed by their supports, and at 3:03 p.m. we had gained, with no loss, the desired point. A brigade of each division was pushed rapidly to the top of the hill, and the enemy for the first time seemed to realize the movement, but too late, for we were in possession. He opened with artillery, but General Ewing soon got some of Captain Richardson's guns up that steep hill and gave back artillery, and the enemy's skirmishers made 1 or 2 ineffectual dashes at General Lightburn, who had swept round and got a farther hill, which was the real continuation of the ridge. From studying all the maps, I had inferred that Missionary Ridge was a continuous hill, but we found ourselves on 2 high points, with a deep depression between us and the one immediately over the tunnel, which was my chief objective point. The ground we had gained, however, was so important that I could leave nothing to chance, and ordered it to be fortified during the night. 1 brigade of each division was left on the hill, one of General Morgan L. Smith's closed the gap to Chickamauga Creek, 2 of General John E. Smith's were drawn back to the base in reserve, and General Ewing's right was extended down into the plain, thus crossing the ridge in a general line, facing southeast. The enemy felt our left flank about 4 p.m., and a pretty smart engagement with artillery and muskets ensued when he drew off. But it cost us dear, for General Giles A. Smith was severely wounded and had to go to the rear. And the command of the brigade devolved on Colonel Topper, 116th Illinois, who managed it with skill during the rest of the operations. At the moment of my crossing the bridge, General Howard appeared, having come with 3 regiments from Chattanooga, along the east bank of the Tennessee, connecting my new position with that of the main army in Chattanooga. He left the 3 regiments attached temporarily to Gen. Ewing's right and returned to his own corps at Chattanooga. As night closed in, I ordered General Jeff C. Davis to keep one of his brigades at the bridge, 1 close up to my position, and 1 intermediate. Thus we passed the night, heavy details being kept busy at work on the entrenchments on the hill. During the night the sky cleared away bright, a cold frost filled the air, and our campfires revealed to the enemy and to our friends in Chattanooga our position on Missionary Ridge. About midnight I received, at the hands of Major Rowley of General Grant's staff, orders to attack the enemy at dawn of day, with notice that General Thomas would attack in force early in the day. Accordingly, before day I was in the saddle, attended by all my staff, rode to the extreme left of our position near Chickamauga Creek, thence up the hill held by General Lightburn, and round to the extreme right of General Ewing. Catching as accurate an idea of the ground as possible by the dim light of morning, I saw that our line of attack was in the direction of Missionary Ridge, with wings supporting on either flank. Quite a valley lay between us and the next hill of the series, and this hill presented steep sides, the one to the west partially cleared, but the other covered with the native forest. The crest of the ridge was narrow and wooded. The farther point of this hill was held by the enemy with a breastwork of logs and fresh earth, filled with men and 2 guns. The enemy was also seen in great force on a still higher hill beyond the tunnel, from which he had a fine plunging fire on the hill in dispute. The gorge between, through which several roads and the railroad tunnel pass, could not be seen from our position, but formed the natural placed arms, where the enemy covered his masses to resist our contemplated movement of turning his right flank and endangering his communications with his depot at Chickamauga Station. As soon as possible, the following dispositions were made. The brigades of Colonels Cockrell and Alexander and General Lightburn were to hold our hill as the key point. General Corse, with as much of his brigade as could operate along the narrow ridge, was to attack from our right center. General Lightburn was to dispatch a good regiment from his position to cooperate with General Corse, and General Morgan L. Smith was to move along the east base of Missionary Ridge, connecting with General Corse, and Colonel Loomis, in like manner, to move along the west bank, supported by the 2 reserve brigades of General John E. Smith. The sun had hardly risen before General Corse had completed his preparations, and his bugle sounded the forward. The 40th Illinois, supported by the 46th Ohio on our right center, with the 30th Ohio, Colonel Jones, moved down the face of our hill and up that held by the enemy. The line advanced to within about 80 yards of the entrenched position, where General Corse found a secondary crest, which he gained and held. To this point he called his reserves and asked for reinforcements, which were sent, but the space was narrow, and it was not well to crowd the men, as the enemy's artillery and musketry fire swept the approach to his position, giving him great advantage. As soon as General Corse had made his preparations, he assaulted, and a close, severe contest ensued, which lasted more than an hour, gaining and losing ground, but never the position first obtained, from which the enemy in vain attempted to drive him. General Morgan L. Smith kept gaining ground on the left spurs of Missionary Ridge, and Colonel Loomis got abreast of the tunnel and railroad embankment on his aid, drawing the enemy's fire, and to that extent relieving the assaulting party on the hill crest. Captain Callender had 4 of his guns on General Ewing's hill, and Captain Woods his Napoleon battery on General Lightburn's. Also, 2 guns of Dillon's battery were with Colonel Alexander's brigade. All directed their fire as carefully as possible to clear the hill to our front without endangering our own men. The fight raged furiously about 10 a.m. when General Corse received a severe wound, was brought off the field, and the command of the brigade and of the assault at that key point devolved on that fine young, gallant officer, Colonel Walcott, of the 46th Ohio, who fulfilled his part manfully. He continued the contest, pressing forward at all points. Colonel Loomis had made good progress to the right, and about 2 p.m., General John E. Smith, judging the battle to be most severe on the hill, and being required to support General Ewing, ordered up Colonel Rounds and General Matthias's brigades across the field to the summit that was being fought for. They moved up under a heavy fire of cannon and musketry and joined Colonel Walcott, but the crest was so narrow that they necessarily occupied the west face of the hill. The enemy, at the time being massed in great strength in the tunnel gorge, moved a large force under cover of the ground and the thick bushes, and suddenly appeared on the right rear of this command. The suddenness of the attack disconcerted the men. Exposed as they were in the open field, they fell back in some disorder to the lower edge of the field and reformed. These 2 brigades were in the nature of supports and did not constitute a part of the real attack. The movement, seen from Chattanooga, 5 miles off with spyglasses, gave rise to the report, which even General Mega has repeated, that we were repulsed on the left. It was not so. The real attacking columns of General Corse, Colonel Loomis, and General Smith were not repulsed. They engaged in a close struggle all day persistently, stubbornly, and well. When the 2 reserve brigades of General John E. Smith fell back as described, the enemy made a show of pursuit, but were in their turn caught in flank by the well-directed fire of our brigade on the wooded crest, and hastily sought cover behind the hill. Thus matters stood about 3 p.m. The day was bright and clear, and the amphitheater of Chattanooga sat in beauty at our feet. I had watched for the attack of General Thomas early in the day. Column after column of the enemy was streaming toward me. Gun after gun poured its concentric shot on us, from every hill and spur that gave a view of any part of the ground held by us. An occasional shot from Fort Wood and Orchard Knob, and some musketry fire and artillery over about Lookout Mountain, was all that I could detect on our side. But about 3 p.m. I noticed the white line of musketry fire in front of Orchard Knoll, extending farther and farther right and left and on. We could only hear a faint echo of sound, but enough was seen to satisfy me that General Thomas was at last moving on the center. I knew that our attack had drawn vast masses of the enemy to our flank and felt sure of the result. Some guns which had been firing on us all day were silent or were turned in a different direction. The advancing line of musketry fire from Orchard Knoll disappeared to us behind a spar of the hill and could no longer be seen. And it was not until night closed in that I knew that the troops in Chattanooga had swept across Missionary Ridge and broken the enemy's center. Of course, the victory was won, and pursuit was the next step. I ordered General Morgan L. Smith to field to the tunnel, and it was found vacant, save by the dead and wounded of our own and the enemy commingled. The reserve of General Jeff. C. Davis was ordered to march at once by the pontoon bridge across Chickamauga Creek at its mouth and push forward for the depot. General Howard had reported to me in the early part of the day with the remainder of his Army Corps, the 11th, and had been posted to connect my left with Chickamauga Creek. He was ordered to repair an old broken bridge about 2 miles up the Chickamauga and to follow General Davis at 4 a.m., and the 15th Army Corps was ordered to follow at daylight. But General Howard found that to repair the bridge was more of a task than was at first supposed, and we were all compelled to cross the Chickamauga on the new pontoon bridge at its mouth. By about 11 a.m., General Jeff C. Davis's division reached the depot just in time to see it in flames. He found the enemy occupying 2 hills, partially entrenched, just beyond the depot. These he soon drove away. The depot presented a scene of desolation that war alone exhibits cornmeal and corn in huge burning piles, broken wagons, abandoned caissons, 2 32-pounder rifled guns with carriages burned, pieces of pontoons, balks and chesses, etc., destined doubtless for the famous invasion of Kentucky, and all manner of things burning and broken. Still, the enemy kindly left us a good supply of forage for our horses, and meal, beans, etc. for our men. Pausing but a short while, we passed on, the road filled with broken wagons and abandoned caissons, till night. Just as the head of the column emerged from a dark, miry swamp, we encountered the rear guard of the retreating enemy. The fight was sharp, but the night closed in so dark that we could not move. General Grant came up to us there. At daylight, we resumed the march, and at Graysville, where a good bridge spanned the Chickamauga, we found the corps of General Palmer on the south bank, who informed us that General Hooker was on a road still farther south, and we could hear his guns near Ringgold. As the roads were filled with all the troops they could possibly accommodate, I turned to the east to fulfill another part of the general plan, viz., to break up all communication between Bragg and Longstreet. We had all sorts of rumors as to the latter, but it was manifest that we should interpose a proper force between these two armies. I therefore directed General Howard to move to Parker's Gap and then send rapidly a competent force to Red Clay or the Council Ground, there to destroy a large section of the railroad which connects Dalton and Cleveland. This work was most successfully and fully accomplished that day. The division of General Jeff C. Davis was moved close up to Ringgold to assist General Hooker if needed, and the 15th Corps was held at Grayville for anything that might turn up. About noon, I had a message from General Hooker saying he had had a pretty hard fight at the mountain pass just beyond Ringgold, and he wanted me to come forward to turn the position. He was not aware at the time that Howard, by moving through Parker's Gap toward Red Clay, had already turned it. So I rode forward to Ringgold in person and found the enemy had already fallen back to Tunnel Hill. He was already out of the valley of the Chickamauga and on ground whence the waters flow to the Coosa. He was out of Tennessee. I found General Grant at Ringgold, and, after some explanations as to breaking up the railroad from Ringgold back to the state line, as soon as some cars loaded with wounded men could be pushed back to Chickamauga Depot, I was ordered to move slowly and leisurely back to Chattanooga. On the following day, the 15th Corps destroyed absolutely and effectually the railroad from a point halfway between Ringgold and Graysville, back to the state line. And General Grant, coming to Graysville, consented that, instead of returning direct to Chattanooga, I might send back all my artillery wagons and impediments and make a circuit by the north as far as the Hiawassee River. Accordingly, on the morning of November 29th, General Howard moved from Parker's Gap to Cleveland, General Davis by way of McDaniel's Gap, and General Blair with 2 divisions of the 15th Corps by way of Julian's Gap, all meeting at Cleveland that night. Here another good break was made in the Dalton and Cleveland Road. On the 30th, the Army moved to Charleston, General Howard approaching so rapidly that the enemy evacuated with haste, leaving the bridge but partially damaged, and 5 carloads of flour and provisions on the north bank of the Hiawassee. This was to have been the limit of our operations. Officers and men had brought no baggage or provisions, and the weather was bitter cold. I had already reached the town of Charleston when General Wilson arrived with a letter from General Grant at Chattanooga, informing me that the latest authentic accounts from Knoxville were to the 27th, at which time General Burnside was completely invested and had provisions only to include the 3D of December. That General Granger had left Chattanooga for Knoxville, by the river road, with a steamboat following him in the river. But he feared that General Granger could not reach Knoxville in time, and ordered me to take command of all troops moving for the relief of Knoxville and hasten to General Burnside. 7 days before, we had left our camps on the other side of the Tennessee with 2 days' rations, without a change of clothing stripped for the fight, with but a single blanket or coat per man, from myself to the private included. Of course, we then had no provisions save what we gathered by the road, and were ill supplied for such a march. But we learned that 12,000 of our fellow soldiers were beleaguered in the mountain town of Knoxville, 84 miles distant, that they needed relief and must have it in 3 days. This was enough, and it had to be done. General Howard that night repaired and planked the railroad bridge, and at daylight the army passed over the Hiawassee and marched to Athens, 15 miles. I had supposed rightly that General Granger was about the mouth of the Hiawassee, and had sent him notice of my orders. That General Grant had sent me a copy of his written instructions, which were full and complete, and that he must push for Kingston, near which we would make a junction. But by the time I reached Athens, I had better studied the geography, and sent him orders which found him at Decatur that Kingston was out of our way, that he should send his boat to Kingston, but with his command strike across to Philadelphia and report to me there. I had but a small force of cavalry, which was, at the time of my receipt of General Grant's orders, scouting over about Benton and Columbus. I left my aide, Major McCoy, at Charleston to communicate with this cavalry and hurry it forward. It overtook me in the night at Athens. On the 2D of December, the army moved rapidly north toward Loudon, 26 miles distant. About 11 a.m., the cavalry passed to the head of the column, was ordered to push to London, and, if possible, to save a pontoon bridge across the Tennessee, held by a brigade of the enemy commanded by General Vaughan. The cavalry moved with such rapidity as to capture every picket, but the brigade of Vaughan had artillery in position, covered by earthworks, and displayed a force too respectable to be carried by a cavalry dash, so that darkness closed in before General Howard's infantry got up. The enemy abandoned the place in the night, destroying the pontoons, running 3 locomotives and 48 cars into the Tennessee River, and abandoned much provision, 4 guns, and other material, which General Howard took at daylight. But the bridge was gone, and we were forced to turn east and trust to General Burnside's bridge at Knoxville. It was all important that General Burnside should have notice of our coming, and but 1 day of the time remained. Accordingly, at Philadelphia, during the night of the 2D of December, I sent my aide, Major Audenried, forward to Colonel Long, commanding the brigade of cavalry at London, to explain to him how all-important it was that notice of our approach should reach General Burnside within 24 hours, ordering him to select the best materials of his command, to start at once, ford the Little Tennessee, and push into Knoxville at whatever cost of life and horseflesh. Major Audenried was ordered to go along. The distance to be traveled was about 40 miles and the roads villainous. Before day they were off, and at daylight the 15th Corps was turned from Philadelphia for the Little Tennessee at Morgantown, where my maps represented the river as being very shallow. But it was found too deep for fording, and the water was freezing cold with 240 yards, depth from 2 to 5 feet. Horses could ford, but artillery and men could not. A bridge was indispensable. General Wilson, who accompanied me, undertook to superintend the bridge, and I am under many obligations to him, as I was without an engineer, having sent Captain Jenny back from Graysville to survey our field of battle. We had our pioneers, but only such tools as axes, picks, and spades. General Wilson, working partly with cut wood and partly with square trestles, made of the houses of the late town of Morgantown, progressed apace, and by dark of December 4th troops and animals passed over the bridge, and by daybreak of the 5th, the 15th Corps, General Blair's, was over, and Generals Granger's and Davis's divisions were ready to pass. But the diagonal bracing was imperfect for want of spikes, and the bridge broke, causing delay. I had ordered General Blair to move out on the Marysville Road 5 miles, there to await notice that General Granger was on a parallel road abreast of him, and in person I was at a house where the roads parted when a messenger rode up, bringing me a few words from General Burnside, to the effect that Colonel Long had arrived at Knoxville with his cavalry, and that all was well with him there. Longstreet still lay before the place, but there were symptoms of his speedy departure. I felt that I had accomplished the first great step in the problem for the relief of General Burnside's army, but still urged on the work. As soon as the bridge was mended, all the troops moved forward. General Howard had marched from Loudon, had found a pretty good ford for his horses and wagons at Davis's, 7 miles below Morgantown, and had made an ingenious bridge of the wagons left by General Vaughan at London, on which to pass his men. He marched by Unisha and Louisville. On the night of the 5th, all the heads of columns communicated at Marysville, where I met Major Van Buren of General Burnside's staff, who announced that Longstreet had the night before retreated on the Rutledge, Rogersville, and Bristol Road, leading to Virginia, that General Burnside's cavalry was on his heels, and that the general desired to see me in person as soon as I could come to Knoxville. I ordered all the troops to halt and rest, except the 2 divisions of General Granger, which were ordered to move forward to Little River, and General Granger to report in person to General Burnside for orders. His was the force originally designed to reinforce General Burnside, and it was eminently proper that it should join in the stern chase after Longstreet. On the morning of December 6th, I rode from Marysville into Knoxville and met General Burnside. General Granger arrived later in the day. We examined his lines of fortifications, which were a wonderful production for the short time allowed in their selection of ground and construction of work. It seemed to me that they were nearly impregnable. We examined the redoubt named Sanders, where, on the Sunday previous, 3 brigades of the enemy had assaulted and met a bloody repulse. Now all was peaceful and quiet, but a few hours before, the deadly bullet sought its victim all round about that hilly barrier. The general explained to me fully and frankly what he had done, and what he proposed to do. He asked of me nothing but General Granger's command, and suggested, in view of the large force I had brought from Chattanooga, that I should return with due expedition to the line of the Hiawassee, lest Bragg, reinforced, might take advantage of our absence to resume the offensive. I asked him to reduce this to writing, which he did, and I here introduce it as part of my report. Headquarters of the Ohio, Knoxville, December 7, 1863. Major General W.T. Sherman, commanding, etc. General, I desire to express to you and your command my most hearty thanks and gratitude for your promptness in coming to our relief during the siege of Knoxville, and I am satisfied your approach served to raise the siege. The emergency having passed, I do not deem, for the present, any other portion of your command but the corps of General Granger necessary for operations in this section. And inasmuch as General Grant has weakened the forces immediately with him in order to relieve us, thereby rendering the position of General Thomas less secure, I deem it advisable that all the troops now here, save those commanded by General Granger, should return at once to within supporting distance of the forces in front of Bragg's army. In behalf of my command, I desire again to thank you and your command for the kindness you have done us. I am, General, very respectfully, your obedient servant. A. E. Burnside, Major General Commanding. Accordingly, having seen General Burnside's forces move out of Knoxville in pursuit of Longstreet, and General Granger's move in, I put in motion my own command to return. General Howard was ordered to move, via Davis's Ford and Sweetwater, to Athena, with a guard forward at Charleston, to hold and repair the bridge which the enemy had retaken after our passage up. General Jeff C. Davis moved to Columbus, on the Hiawassee, via Madisonville, and the 2 divisions of the 15th Corps moved to Tellico Plains to cover movement of cavalry across the mountains into Georgia, to overtake a wagon train which had dodged us on our way up and had escaped by way of Murphy. Subsequently, on a report from General Howard that the enemy held Charleston, I diverted General Ewing's division to Athena and went in person to Tellico with General Morgan L. Smith's division. By the 9th, all our troops were in position, and we held the rich country between the Little Tennessee and the Hiawassee. The cavalry, under Colonel Long, passed the mountain at Tellico and proceeded about 17 miles beyond Murphy, when Colonel Long, deeming his farther pursuit of the wagon train useless, returned on the 12th to Tellico. I then ordered him and the division of General Morgan L. Smith to move to Charleston, to which point I had previously ordered the corps of General Howard. On the 14th of December, all of my command in the field lay along the Hiawassee. Having communicated to General Grant the actual state of affairs, I received orders to leave, on the line of the Hiawassee, all the cavalry, and come to Chattanooga with the rest of my command. I left the brigade of cavalry commanded by Colonel Long, reinforced by the 5th Ohio Cavalry, Lieutenant Colonel Heath, the only cavalry properly belonging to the 15th Army Corps at Charleston, and with the remainder moved by easy marches, by Cleveland and Tyner's Depot, into Chattanooga, where I received in person from General Grant orders to transfer back to their appropriate commands the corps of General Howard and the division commanded by General Jeff C. Davis, and to conduct the 15th Army Corps to its new field of operations. It will thus appear that we have been constantly in motion since our departure from the Big Black, in Mississippi, until the present moment. I have been unable to receive from subordinate commanders the usual full, detailed reports of events, and have therefore been compelled to make up this report from my own personal memory. But, as soon as possible, subordinate reports will be received and duly forwarded. In reviewing the facts, I must do justice to the men of my command for the patience, cheerfulness, and courage which officers and men have displayed throughout, in battle, on the march, and in camp, for long periods, without regular rations or supplies of any kind. They have marched through mud and over rocks, sometimes barefooted, without a murmur. Without a moment's rest after a march of over 400 miles, without sleep for 3 successive nights, we crossed the Tennessee, fought our part of the Battle of Chattanooga, pursued the enemy out of Tennessee, and then turned more than 120 miles north and compelled Longstreet to raise the siege of Knoxville, which gave so much anxiety to the whole country. It is hard to realize the importance of these events without recalling the memory of the general feeling which pervaded all minds at Chattanooga prior to our arrival. I cannot speak of the 15th Army Corps without a seeming vanity, but as I am no longer its commander, I assert that there is no better body of soldiers in America than it. I wish all to feel a just pride in its real honors. To General Howard and his command, to General Jeff C. Davis and his, I am more than usually indebted for the intelligence of commanders and fidelity of commands. The brigade of Colonel Bushbeck, belonging to the 11th Corps, which was the first to come out of Chattanooga to my flank, fought at the Tunnel Hill in connection with General Ewing's division and displayed a courage almost amounting to rashness. Following the enemy almost to the Tunnel Gorge, it lost many valuable lives, prominent among them Lieutenant Colonel Taft, spoken of as a most gallant soldier. In General Howard throughout I found a polished and Christian gentleman, exhibiting the highest and most chivalric traits of the soldier. General Davis handled his division with artistic skill, more especially at the moment we encountered the enemy's rearguard, near Graysville, at nightfall. I must award to this division the credit of the best order during our movement through East Tennessee, when long marches and the necessity of foraging to the right and left gave some reason for disordered ranks. inasmuch as exception may be taken to my explanation of the temporary confusion, during the Battle of Chattanooga, of the two brigades of General Matthias and Colonel Raum, I will here state that I saw the whole, and attach no blame to anyone. Accidents will happen in battle, as elsewhere. And at the point where they so manfully went to relieve the pressure on other parts of our assaulting line, they exposed themselves unconsciously to an enemy vastly superior in force, and favored by the shape of the ground. Had that enemy come out on equal terms, those brigades would have shown their mettle, which has been tried more than once before and stood the test of fire. They reformed their ranks, and were ready to support General Ewing's division in a very few minutes. And the circumstance would have hardly called for notice on my part, had not others reported what was seen from Chattanooga, a distance of nearly 5 miles, from where could only be seen the troops in the open field in which this affair occurred. I now subjoin the best report of casualties I am able to compile from the records thus far received. Killed, wounded, and missing, 1949. No report from General Davis's division, but loss is small. Among the killed were some of our most valuable officers. Colonels Putnam, 93rd Illinois, O'Meara, 90th Illinois, and Torrance, 30th Iowa, Lieutenant Colonel Taft of the 11th Corps, and Major Bushnell, 13th Illinois. Among the wounded are Brigadier Generals Giles A. Smith, Corse, and Matthias, Colonel Raum, Colonel Wagelin, 12th Missouri, Lieutenant Colonel Partridge, 13th Illinois, Major P.I. Welsh, 56th Illinois, and Major Nathan McCalla, 10th Iowa. Among the missing is Lieutenant Colonel Archer, 17th Iowa. My report is already so long that I must forbear mentioning acts of individual merit. These will be recorded in the reports of division commanders, which I will cheerfully endorse. But I must say that it is but justice that colonels of regiments, who have so long and so well commanded brigades, as in the following cases, should be commissioned to the grade which they have filled with so much usefulness and credit to the public service, viz. Colonel J.R. Cockerell, 70th Ohio, Colonel J.M. Loomis, 26th Illinois, Colonel C.C. Walcott, 46th Ohio, Colonel J.A. Williamson, 4th Iowa, Colonel G.B. Raum, 56th Illinois, Colonel J.I. Alexander, 59th Indiana. My personal staff, as usual, have served their country with fidelity and credit to themselves throughout these events, and have received my personal thanks. Enclosed you will please find a map of that part of the battlefield of Chattanooga fought over by the troops under my command, surveyed and drawn by Captain Jenny, engineer on my staff. I have the honor to be your obedient servant. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. War Department Adjutant General's Office, Washington, February 21, 1884. Joint resolution tendering the thanks of Congress to Major General W. T. Sherman and others. Be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that the thanks of Congress and of the people of the United States are due, and that the same are hereby tendered to Major General W. T. Sherman, Commander of the Department and Army of the Tennessee, and the officers and soldiers who served under him, for their gallant and arduous services in marching to the relief of the Army of the Cumberland, and for their gallantry and heroism in the Battle of Chattanooga, which contributed in a great degree to the success of our arms in that glorious victory. Approved February 19, 1864, by order of the Secretary of War. E. D. Townsend, Assistant Adjutant General. On the 19th of December, I was at Bridgeport, and gave all the orders necessary for the distribution of the 4 divisions of the 15th Corps along the railroad from Stevenson to Decatur, and the part of the 16th Corps, commanded by General Dodge, along the railroad from Decatur to Nashville to make the needed repairs, and to be in readiness for the campaign of the succeeding year. And on the 21st I went up to Nashville to confer with General Grant and conclude the arrangements for the winter. At that time, General Grant was under the impression that the next campaign would be up the valley of East Tennessee, in the direction of Virginia, and as it was likely to be the last and most important campaign of the war, it became necessary to set free as many of the old troops serving along the Mississippi River as possible. This was the real object and purpose of the Meridian Campaign, and of Banks's expedition up Red River to Shreveport during that winter. Chapter 15. Meridian Campaign. January and February, 1864. The winter of 1863-64 opened very cold and severe, and it was manifest after the Battle of Chattanooga, November 25, 1863, and the raising of the siege of Knoxville, December 5th, that military operations in that quarter must in a measure cease, or be limited to Burnside's force beyond Knoxville. On the 21st of December, General Grant had removed his headquarters to Nashville, Tennessee, leaving General George H. Thomas at Chattanooga, in command of the Department of the Cumberland and of the army round about that place. And I was at Bridgeport, with orders to distribute my troops along the railroad from Stevenson to Decatur, Alabama, and from Decatur up toward Nashville. General G. M. Dodge, who was in command of the detachment of the 16th Corps, numbering about 8,000 men, had not participated with us in the Battle of Chattanooga, but had remained at and near Pulaski, Tennessee, engaged in repairing that railroad, as auxiliary to the main line which led from Nashville to Stevenson and Chattanooga. General John A. Logan had succeeded to the command of the 15th Corps by regular appointment of the President of the United States and had relieved General Frank P. Blair, who had been temporarily in command of that corps during the Chattanooga and Knoxville movement. At that time, I was in command of the Department of the Tennessee, which embraced substantially the territory on the east bank of the Mississippi River, from Natchez up to the Ohio River, and thence along the Tennessee River as high as Decatur and Bellefonte, Alabama. General McPherson was at Vicksburg and General Hurlbut at Memphis, and from them I had the regular reports of affairs in that quarter of my command. The rebels still maintained a considerable force of infantry and cavalry in the state of Mississippi, threatening the river, whose navigation had become to us so delicate and important a matter. Satisfied that I could check this by one or two quick moves inland, and thereby set free a considerable body of men held as local garrisons, I went up to Nashville and represented the case to General Grant, who consented that I might go down the Mississippi River, where the bulk of my command lay, and strike a blow on the east of the river, while General Banks from New Orleans should in like manner strike another to the west, thus preventing any further molestation of the boats navigating the main river, and thereby widening the gap in the Southern Confederacy. After having given all the necessary orders for the distribution, during the winter months, of that part of my command which was in southern and middle Tennessee, I went to Cincinnati and Lancaster, Ohio, to spend Christmas with my family. And on my return I took Minnie with me down to a convent at Reading, near Cincinnati, where I left her, and took the cars for Cairo, Illinois, which I reached January 3d, a very cold and bitter day. The ice was forming fast, and there was great danger that the Mississippi River would become closed to navigation. Admiral Porter, who was at Cairo, gave me a small gunboat, the Juliet, with which I went up to Paducah to inspect that place garrisoned by a small force, commanded by Colonel S.G. Hicks, 40th Illinois, who had been with me and was severely wounded at Shiloh. Returning to Cairo, we started down the Mississippi River, which was full of floating ice. With the utmost difficulty we made our way through it, for hours floating in the midst of immense cakes, that chafed and ground our boat so that at times we were in danger of sinking. But about the 10th of January, we reached Memphis, where I found General Hurlbut, and explained to him my purpose to collect from his garrisons and those of McPherson about 20,000 men, with which in February to march out from Vicksburg as far as Meridian, break up the Mobile and Ohio Railroad, and also the one leading from Vicksburg to Selma, Alabama. I instructed him to select 2 good divisions and to be ready with them to go along. At Memphis, I found Brigadier General W. Suey Smith, with a force of about 2,500 cavalry, which he had by General Grant's orders brought across from Middle Tennessee, to assist in our general purpose, as well as to punish the rebel General Forrest, who had been most active in harassing our garrisons in West Tennessee and Mississippi. After staying a couple of days at Memphis, we continued on in the gunboat Silver Cloud to Vicksburg, where I found General McPherson, and, giving him similar orders, instructed him to send out spies to ascertain and bring back timely information of the strength and location of the enemy. The winter continued so severe that the river at Vicksburg was full of floating ice. But in the silver cloud, we breasted it manfully and got back to Memphis by the 20th. A chief part of the enterprise was to destroy the rebel cavalry commanded by General Forrest, who were a constant threat to our railway communications in Middle Tennessee, and I committed this task to Brigadier General W. Sooy Smith. General Hurlbut had in his command about 7,500 cavalry, scattered from Columbus, Kentucky, to Corinth, Mississippi, and we proposed to make up an aggregate cavalry force of about 7,000 effective. Out of these, and the 2,500, which General Smith had brought with him from Middle Tennessee. With this force, General Smith was ordered to move from Memphis Strait for Meridian, Mississippi, and to start by February 1st. I explained to him personally the nature of Forrest as a man, and of his peculiar force, told him that in his route he was sure to encounter Forrest, who always attacked with a vehemence for which he must be prepared, and that, after he had repelled the first attack, he must in turn assume the most determined offensive, overwhelm him, and utterly destroy his whole force. I knew that Forrest could not have more than 4,000 cavalry, and my own movement would give employment to every other man of the rebel army not immediately present with him, so that he, General Smith, might safely act on the hypothesis I have stated. Having completed all these preparations in Memphis, being satisfied that the cavalry force would be ready to start by the 1st of February, and having seen General Hurlbut with his 2 divisions embark in steamers for Vicksburg, I also re-embarked for the same destination on the 27th of January. On the 1st of February, we rendezvoused in Vicksburg, where I found a spy who had been sent out 2 weeks before, had been to Meridian, and brought back correct information of the state of facts in the interior of Mississippi. Lieutenant General Bishop Polk was in chief command, with headquarters at Meridian, and had 2 divisions of infantry, one of which, General Loring's, was posted at Canton, Mississippi, the other, General French's, at Brandon. He had also 2 divisions of cavalry Armstrongs, composed of the 3 brigades of Ross, Stark, and Wirt Adams, which were scattered from the neighborhood of Yazoo City to Jackson and below, and Forrest's, which was united toward Memphis with headquarters at Camo. General Polk seemed to have no suspicion of our intentions to disturb his serenity. Accordingly, on the morning of February 3d, we started in 2 columns, each of 2 divisions, preceded by a light force of cavalry, commanded by Colonel E.F. Winslow. General McPherson commanded the right column and General Hurlbut the left. The former crossed the Big Black at the railroad bridge, and the latter 7 miles above at Messinger's. We were lightly equipped as to wagons and marched without deployment straight for Meridian, distant 150 miles. We struck the rebel cavalry beyond the Big Black and pushed them pell-mell into and beyond Jackson during the 6th. The next day we reached Brandon and on the 9th Morton, where we perceived signs of an infantry concentration, but the enemy did not give us battle and retreated before us. The rebel cavalry were all around us, so we kept our columns compact and offered few or no chances for their dashes. As far as Morton, we had occupied 2 roads, but there we were forced into one. Toward evening of the 12th, Hurlbut's column passed through Decatur, with orders to go into camp 4 miles beyond at a creek. McPherson's head of column was some 4 miles behind, and I personally detached one of Hurlbut's regiments to guard the crossroads at Decatur till the head of McPherson's column should come in sight. Intending to spend the night in Decatur, I went to a double log house and arranged with the lady for some supper. We unsaddled our horses, tied them to the fence inside the yard, and being tired, I lay down on a bed and fell asleep. Presently I heard shouts and hallooing, and then heard pistol shots close to the house. My aide, Major Audenried, called me and said we were attacked by rebel cavalry, who were all around us. I jumped up and inquired where was the regiment of infantry I had myself posted at the crossroads. He said a few moments before it had marched past the house, following the road by which General Hurlbut had gone, and I told him to run, overtake it, and bring it back. Meantime, I went out into the backyard, saw wagons passing at a run down the road, and horsemen dashing about in a cloud of dust, firing their pistols, their shots reaching the house in which we were. Gathering the few orderlies and clerks that were about, I was preparing to get into a corn crib at the back side of the lot, wherein to defend ourselves, when I saw Audenried coming back with the regiment, on a run, deploying forward as they came. This regiment soon cleared the place and drove the rebel cavalry back toward the south, whence they had come. It transpired that the colonel of this infantry regiment, whose name I do not recall, had seen some officers of McPherson's staff, among them Inspector General Strong, coming up the road at a gallop, raising a cloud of duet. Supposing them to be the head of McPherson's column, and being anxious to get into camp before dark, he had called in his pickets and started down the road, leaving me perfectly exposed. Some straggling wagons, escorted by a New Jersey regiment, were passing at the time and composed the rear of Hurlbut's train. The rebel cavalry, seeing the road clear of troops and these wagons passing, struck them in flank, shot down the mules of 3 or 4 wagons, broke the column, and began a general skirmish. The escort defended their wagons as well as they could, and thus diverted their attention. Otherwise, I would surely have been captured. In a short time, the head of McPherson's column came up, went into camp, and we spent the night in Decatur. The next day we pushed on, and on the 14th entered Meridian, the enemy retreating before us toward Demopolis, Alabama. We at once set to work to destroy an arsenal, immense storehouses, and the railroad in every direction. We stayed in Meridian 5 days, expecting every hour to hear of General Sooy Smith, but could get no tidings of him whatever. A large force of infantry was kept at work all the time in breaking up the Mobile and Ohio Railroad south and north, also the Jackson and Selma Railroad, east and west. I was determined to damage these roads so that they could not be used again for hostile purposes during the rest of the war. I never had the remotest idea of going to Mobile, but had purposely given out that idea to the people of the country so as to deceive the enemy and to divert their attention. Many persons still insist that, because we did not go to Mobile on this occasion, I had failed. But in the following letter to General Banks, of January 31st, written from Vicksburg before starting for Meridian, it will be seen clearly that I indicated my intention to keep up the delusion of an attack on Mobile by land, whereas I promised him to be back to Vicksburg by the 1st of March, so as to cooperate with him in his contemplated attack on Shreveport. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee Vicksburg, January 31, 1864. Major General N.P. Banks, Commanding Department of the Gulf, New Orleans. General, I received yesterday at the hands of Captain Durham, aide-de-camp, your letter of the 25th inst., and hasten to reply. Captain Durham has gone to the mouth of White River, en route for Little Rock, and the other officers who accompanied him have gone up to Cairo, as I understand, to charter 25 steamboats for the Red River trip. The Mississippi River, though low for the season, is free of ice and in good boating order, but I understand that Red River is still low. I had a man in from Alexandria yesterday who reported the falls or rapids at that place impassable save by the smallest boats. My inland expedition is now moving, and I will be off for Jackson and Meridian tomorrow. The only fear I have is in the weather. All the other combinations are good. I want to keep up the delusion of an attack on Mobile and the Alabama River, and therefore would be obliged if you would keep up an irritating foraging or other expedition in that direction. My orders from General Grant will not, as yet, justify me in embarking for Red River, though I am very anxious to move in that direction. The moment I learned that you were preparing for it, I sent a communication to Admiral Porter and dispatched to General Grant at Chattanooga, asking if he wanted me and Steele to cooperate with you against Shreveport, and I will have his answer in time, for you cannot do anything till Red River has 12 feet of water on the rapids at Alexandria. That will be from March to June. I have lived on Red River and know somewhat of the phases of that stream. The expedition on Shreveport should be made rapidly, with simultaneous movements from Little Rock on Shreveport, from Opelousas on Alexandria, and a combined force of gunboats and transports directly up Red River. Admiral Porter will be able to have a splendid fleet by March 1st. I think Steele could move with 10,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry. I could take about 10,000, and you could, I suppose, have the same. Your movement from Opelousas, simultaneous with mine up the river, would compel Dick Taylor to leave Fort de Russy, near Marksville, and the whole combined force could appear at Shreveport about a day appointed beforehand. I doubt if the enemy will risk a siege at Shreveport, although I am informed they are fortifying the place and placing many heavy guns in position. It would be better for us that they should stand there, as we might make large and important captures. But I do not believe the enemy will fight a force of 30,000 men, acting in concert with gunboats. I will be most happy to take part in the proposed expedition, and hope, before you have made your final dispositions, that I will have the necessary permission. Half the Army of the Tennessee is near the Tennessee River, beyond Huntsville, Alabama, awaiting the completion of the railroad, and, by present orders, I will be compelled to hasten there to command it in person, unless meantime General Grant modifies the plan. I have now in this department only the force left to hold the river and the posts, and I am seriously embarrassed by the promises made the veteran volunteers for furlough. I think, by March 1st, I can put afloat for Shreveport 10,000 men, provided I succeed in my present movement in cleaning out the state of Mississippi and in breaking up the railroads about Meridian. I am, with great respect, your obedient servant, W.T. Sherman, Major General, commanding. The object of the Meridian expedition was to strike the roads inland, so to paralyze the rebel forces that we could take from the defense of the Mississippi River, the equivalent of a corps of 20,000 men, to be used in the next Georgia campaign. And this was actually done. At the same time, I wanted to destroy General Forrest, who, with an irregular force of cavalry, was constantly threatening Memphis and the river above, as well as our routes of supply in Middle Tennessee. In this we failed utterly, because General W. Sooy Smith did not fulfill his orders, which were clear and specific, as contained in my letter of instructions to him of January 27th at Memphis, and my personal explanations to him at the same time. Instead of starting at the date ordered February 1st, he did not leave Memphis till the 11th, waiting for Waring's brigade that was icebound near Columbus, Kentucky. And then, when he did start, he allowed General Forrest to head him off and to defeat him with an inferior force near West Point, below Okolona, on the Mobile and Ohio Railroad. We waited at Meridian till the 20th to hear from General Smith, but hearing nothing whatever, and having utterly destroyed the railroads in and around that junction, I ordered General McPherson to move back slowly toward Canton. With Winslow's cavalry and Hurlbut's infantry, I turned north to Marion, and thence to a place called Union, whence I dispatched the cavalry farther north to Philadelphia and Louisville, to feel as it were for General Smith, and then turned all the infantry columns toward Canton, Mississippi. On the 26th, we all reached Canton, but we had not heard a word of General Smith, nor was it until some time after, at Vicksburg, that I learned the whole truth of General Smith's movement and of his failure. Of course, I did not and could not approve of his conduct, and I know that he yet chafes under the censure. I had set so much store on his part of the project that I was disappointed, and so reported officially to General Grant. General Smith never regained my confidence as a soldier, though I still regard him as a most accomplished gentleman and a skillful engineer. Since the close of the war he has appealed to me to relieve him of that censure, but I could not do it, because it would falsify history. Having assembled all my troops in and about Canton, on the 27th of February I left them under the command of the senior Major General, Hurlbut, with orders to remain till about the 3d of March, and then to come into Vicksburg leisurely. And, escorted by Winslow's cavalry, I rode into Vicksburg on the last day of February. There I found letters from General Grant, at Nashville, and General Banks, at New Orleans, concerning his General Banks's projected movement up Red River. I was authorized by the former to contribute aid to General Banks for a limited time, but General Grant insisted on my returning in person to my own command about Huntsville, Alabama, as soon as possible, to prepare for the spring campaign. About this time, we were much embarrassed by a general order of the War Department, promising a 30 days furlough to all soldiers who would veteranize, viz. Re-enlist for the rest of the war. This was a judicious and wise measure, because it doubtless secured the services of a very large portion of the men who had almost completed a 3 years' enlistment, and were therefore veteran soldiers in feeling and in habit. But to furlough so many of our men at that instant of time was like disbanding an army in the very midst of battle. In order to come to a perfect understanding with General Banks, I took the steamer Diana and ran down to New Orleans to see him. Among the many letters which I found in Vicksburg on my return from Meridian was one from Captain D. F. Boyd of Louisiana, written from the jail in Natchez, telling me that he was a prisoner of war in our hands, had been captured in Louisiana by some of our scouts, and he bespoke my friendly assistance. Boyd was professor of ancient languages at the Louisiana Seminary of Learning during my administration in 1859-60, was an accomplished scholar, of moderate views in politics, but being a Virginian, was drawn, like all others of his kind, into the vortex of the rebellion by the events of 1861, which broke up colleges and everything at the South. Natchez, at this time, was in my command and was held by a strong division, commanded by Brigadier General J. W. Davidson. In the Diana, we stopped at Natchez, and I made a hasty inspection of the place. I sent for Boyd, who was in good health but quite dirty, and begged me to take him out of prison and to effect his exchange. I receipted for him, took him along with me to New Orleans, offered him money, which he declined, allowed him to go free in the city, and obtained from General Banks a promise to effect his exchange, which was afterward done. Boyd is now my legitimate successor in Louisiana, viz., President of the Louisiana University, which is the present title of what had been the Seminary of Learning. After the war was over, Boyd went back to Alexandria, reorganized the old institution, which I visited in 1866, but the building was burnt down by an accident or by an incendiary about 1868, and the institution was then removed to Baton Rouge, where it now is, under its new title of the University of Louisiana. We reached New Orleans on the 2nd of March. I found General Banks with his wife and daughter, living in a good house, and he explained to me fully the position and strength of his troops, and his plans of action for the approaching campaign. I dined with him, and rough as I was just out of the woods attended, that night, a very pleasant party at the house of a lady, whose name I cannot recall, but who is now the wife of Captain Arnold, 5th United States Artillery. At this party were also Mr. and Mrs. Frank Howe. I found New Orleans much changed since I had been familiar with it in 1853 and in 1860-61. It was full of officers and soldiers. Among the former were General T.W. Sherman, who had lost a leg at Port Hudson, and General Charles P. Stone, whom I knew so well in California, and who is now in the Egyptian service as Chief of Staff. The bulk of General Banks's army was about Oplauses, under command of General Franklin, ready to move on Alexandria. General Banks seemed to be all ready, but intended to delay his departure a few days to assist in the inauguration of a civil government for Louisiana, under Governor Hahn. In Lafayette Square, I saw the arrangements of scaffolding for the fireworks and benches for the audience. General Banks urged me to remain over the 4th of March, to participate in the ceremonies, which he explained would include the performance of the Anvil Chorus by all the bands of his army, and during the performance the church bells were to be rung, and cannons were to be fired by electricity. I regarded all such ceremonies as out of place at a time when it seemed to me every hour and every minute were due to the war. General Banks's movement, however, contemplated my sending a force of 10,000 men in boats up Red River from Vicksburg, and that a junction should occur at Alexandria by March 17th. I therefore had no time to wait for the grand pageant of the 4th of March, but took my departure from New Orleans in the Diana the evening of March 3d. On the next day, March 4th, I wrote to General Banks a letter, which was extremely minute in conveying to him how far I felt authorized to go under my orders from General Grant. At that time, General Grant commanded the military division of the Mississippi, embracing my own department of the Tennessee and that of General Steele in Arkansas, but not that of General Banks in Louisiana. General Banks was acting on his own powers, or under the instructions of General Halleck in Washington, and our assistance to him was designed as a loan of 10,000 men for a period of 30 days. The instructions of March 6th to General A. J. Smith, who commanded this detachment, were full and explicit on this point. The Diana reached Vicksburg on the 6th, where I found that the Expeditionary Army had come in from Canton. One division of 5,000 men was made up out of Hurlbut's command and placed under Brigadier General T. Kilby Smith, and a similar division was made out of McPherson's and Hurlbut's troops and placed under Brigadier General Joseph A. Mower, the whole commanded by Brigadier General A. J. Smith. General Hurlbut, with the rest of his command, returned to Memphis and General McPherson remained at Vicksburg. General A. J. Smith's command was in due season embarked, and proceeded to Red River, which it ascended, convoyed by Admiral Porter's fleet. General Mower's division was landed near the outlet of the Atchafalaya, marched up by land and captured the fort below Alexandria known as Fort de Russy, and the whole fleet then proceeded up to Alexandria, reaching it on the day appointed, viz. March 17th, where it waited for the arrival of General Banks, who, however, did not come till some days after. These two divisions participated in the whole of General Banks's unfortunate Red River expedition, and were delayed so long up Red River, and subsequently on the Mississippi, that they did not share with their comrades the successes and glories of the Atlanta campaign, for which I had designed them. And indeed, they did not join our army till just in time to assist General George H. Thomas to defeat General Hood before Nashville on the 15th and 16th of December, 1864. General Grant's letter of instructions, which was brought me by General Butterfield, who had followed me to New Orleans, enjoined on me, after concluding with General Banks the details for his Red River expedition, to make all necessary arrangements for furloughing the men entitled to that privilege, and to hurry back to the army at Huntsville, Alabama. I accordingly gave the necessary orders to General McPherson, at Vicksburg, and continued up the river toward Memphis. On our way we met Captain Badeau, of General Grant's staff, bearing the following letter of March 4th, which I answered on the 10th, and sent the answer by General Butterfield, who had accompanied me up from New Orleans. Copies of both were also sent to General McPherson, at Vicksburg. Nashville, Tennessee, March 4, 1864. Dear Sherman, the bill reviving the grade of Lieutenant General in the Army has become a law, and my name has been sent to the Senate for the place. I now receive orders to report at Washington immediately, in person, which indicates either a confirmation or a likelihood of confirmation. I start in the morning to comply with the order, but I shall say very distinctly on my arrival there that I shall accept no appointment which will require me to make that city my headquarters. This, however, is not what I started out to write about. While I have been eminently successful in this war, in at least gaining the confidence of the public, no one feels more than I how much of this success is due to the energy, skill, and the harmonious putting forth of that energy and skill of those whom it has been my good fortune to have occupying subordinate positions under me. There are many officers to whom these remarks are applicable to a greater or less degree, proportionate to their ability as soldiers, but what I want is to express my thanks to you and McPherson, as the men to whom, above all others, I feel indebted for whatever I have had of success. How far your advice and suggestions have been of assistance, you know. How far your execution of whatever has been given you to do entitles you to the reward I am receiving, you cannot know as well as I do. I feel all the gratitude this letter would express, giving it the most flattering construction. The word I use in the plural, intending it for McPherson also. I should write to him and will some day, but starting in the morning, I do not know that I will find time just now. Your friend. U.S. Grant, Major General. Near Memphis, March 10, 1864. General Grant. Dear General, I have your more than kind and characteristic letter of the 4th, and will send a copy of it to General McPherson at once. You do yourself injustice, and us too much honor in assigning to us so large a share of the merits which have led to your high advancement. I know you approve the friendship I have ever professed to you, and will permit me to continue as heretofore to manifest it on all proper occasions. You are now Washington's legitimate successor, and occupy a position of almost dangerous elevation. But if you can continue as heretofore to be yourself, simple, honest, and unpretending, you will enjoy through life the respect and love of friends, and the homage of millions of human beings who will award to you a large share for securing to them and their descendants a government of law and stability. I repeat, you do General McPherson and myself too much honor. At Belmont, you manifested your traits, neither of us being near. At Donelson, also you illustrated your whole character. I was not near, and General McPherson in too subordinate a capacity to influence you. Until you had won Donelson, I confess I was almost cowed by the terrible array of anarchical elements that presented themselves at every point. But that victory admitted the ray of light which I have followed ever since. I believe you are as brave, patriotic, and just as the great prototype Washington, as unselfish, kind-hearted, and honest as a man should be. But the chief characteristic in your nature is the simple faith in success you have always manifested, which I can liken to nothing else than the faith a Christian has in his Savior. This faith gave you victory at Shiloh and Vicksburg. Also, when you have completed your best preparations, you go into battle without hesitation, as at Chattanooga no doubts, no reserve, and I tell you that it was this that made us act with confidence. I knew wherever I was that you thought of me, and if I got in a tight place, you would come if alive. My only points of doubt were as to your knowledge of grand strategy and of books of science and history, but I confess your common sense seems to have supplied all this. Now as to the future. Do not stay in Washington. Halleck is better qualified than you are to stand the buffets of intrigue and policy. Come out west, take to yourself the whole Mississippi Valley, let us make it dead sure, and I tell you the Atlantic slope and Pacific shores will follow its destiny as sure as the limbs of a tree live or die with the main trunk. We have done much, still much remains to be done. Time and time's influences are all with us. We could almost afford to sit still and let these influences work. Even in the seceded states, your word now would go further than a president's proclamation or an act of Congress. For God's sake and for your country's sake, come out of Washington. I foretold to General Halleck before he left Corinth the inevitable result to him, and I now exhort you to come out west. Here lies the seat of the coming empire. And from the west, when our task is done, we will make short work of Charleston and Richmond and the impoverished coast of the Atlantic. Your sincere friend, W.T. Sherman. We reached Memphis on the 13th, where I remained some days, but on the 14th of March received from General Grant a dispatch to hurry to Nashville in person by the 17th, if possible. Disposing of all matters then pending, I took a steamboat to Cairo, the cars thence to Louisville and Nashville, reaching that place on the 17th of March, 1864. I found General Grant there. He had been to Washington and back, and was ordered to return east to command all the armies of the United States, and personally the Army of the Potomac. I was to succeed him in command of the military division of the Mississippi, embracing the departments of the Ohio, Cumberland, Tennessee, and Arkansas. General Grant was of course very busy in winding up all matters of business, in transferring his command to me, and in preparing for what was manifest would be the great and closing campaign of our Civil War. Mrs. Grant and some of their children were with him and occupied a large house in Nashville, which was used as an office, dwelling, and everything combined. On the 18th of March, I had issued orders assuming command of the military division of the Mississippi and was seated in the office when the general came in and said they were about to present him a sword, inviting me to come and see the ceremony. I went back into what was the dining room of the house. On the table lay a rosewood box containing a sword, sash, spurs, etc., and round about the table were grouped Mrs. Grant, Nellie, and one or two of the boys. I was introduced to a large, corpulent gentleman as the mayor, and another citizen who had come down from Galena to make this presentation of a sword to their fellow townsmen. I think that Rawlins, Bowers, Badeau, and one or more of General Grant's personal staff were present. The mayor rose and in the most dignified way read a finished speech to General Grant, who stood, as usual, very awkwardly, and the mayor closed his speech by handing him the resolutions of the city council engrossed on parchment, with a broad ribbon and large seal attached. After the mayor had fulfilled his office so well, General Grant said, "Mr. Mayor, as I knew that this ceremony was to occur, and as I am not used to speaking, I have written something in reply." He then began to fumble in his pockets, first his breastcoat pocket, then his pants, vest, etc., and after considerable delay he pulled out a crumpled piece of common yellow cartridge paper, which he handed to the mayor. His whole manner was awkward in the extreme, yet perfectly characteristic, and in strong contrast with the elegant parchment and speech of the mayor. When read, however, the substance of his answer was most excellent, short, concise, and, if it had been delivered by word of mouth, would have been all that the occasion required. I could not help laughing at a scene so characteristic of the man who then stood prominent before the country. and to whom all had turned as the only one qualified to guide the nation in a war that had become painfully critical. With copies of the few letters referred to, and which seem necessary to illustrate the subject matter, I close this chapter. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee Steamer Diana, underway, March 4, 1864. Major General N.P. Banks, Commanding Department of the Gulf, New Orleans. General, I had the honor to receive your letter of the 2D instant yesterday at New Orleans, but was unable to answer, except verbally, and I now reduce it to writing. I will arrive at Vicksburg the 6th instant, and I expect to meet there my command from Canton, out of which I will select 2 divisions of about 10,000 men, embark them under a good commander, and order him. First, to rendezvous at the mouth of Red River, and, in concert with Admiral Porter, if he agree, to strike Harrisonburg a hard blow. 2D, to return to Red River and ascend it, aiming to reach Alexandria on the 17th of March, to report to you. 3D, that, as this command is designed to operate by water, it will not be encumbered with much land transportation, say 2 wagons to A Regiment, but with an ample supply of stores, including mortars and heavy rifled guns, to be used against fortified places. Fourth, that I have calculated, and so reported to General Grant, that this detachment of his forces in no event is to go beyond Shreveport, and that you will spare them the moment you can, trying to get them back to the Mississippi River in 30 days from the time they actually enter Red River. The year is wearing away fast, and I would like to carry to General Grant at Huntsville, Alabama, every man of his military division, as early in April as possible, for I am sure we ought to move from the base of the Tennessee River to the south before the season is too far advanced, say as early as April 15th next. I feel certain of your complete success, provided you make the concentration in time, to assure which I will see in person to the embarkation and dispatch of my quota. And I will write to General Steele, conveying to him my personal and professional opinion that the present opportunity is the most perfect one that will ever offer itself to him to clean out his enemies in Arkansas. Wishing you all honor and success, I am, with respect, your friend and servant, W.T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee Vicksburg, March 6, 1864. Brigadier General A.J. Smith, Commanding Expedition up Red River, Vicksburg, Mississippi. General, by an order this day issued, you are to command a strong, well-appointed detachment of the Army of the Tennessee, sent to reinforce a movement up Red River, but more especially against the fortified position at Shreveport. You will embark your command as soon as possible, little encumbered with wagons or wheeled vehicles, but well supplied with fuel, provisions, and ammunition. Take with you the 12 mortars with their ammunition and all the 30-pound parrots the ordnance officer will supply. Proceed to the mouth of Red River and confer with Admiral Porter. Consult with him, and in all the expedition rely on him implicitly, as he is the approved friend of the Army of the Tennessee, and has been associated with us from the beginning. I have undertaken with General Banks that you will be at Alexandria, Louisiana, on or before the 17th day of March, and you will, if time allows, cooperate with the Navy in destroying Harrisonburg, up Black River. But as I passed Red River yesterday, I saw Admiral Porter, and he told me he had already sent an expedition to Harrisonburg, so that I suppose that part of the plan will be accomplished before you reach Red River. But in any event, be careful to reach Alexandria about the 17th of March. General Banks will start by land from Franklin, in the Tech country, either the 6th or 7th, and will march via Opelousas to Alexandria. You will meet him there, report to him, and act under his orders. My understanding with him is that his forces will move by land, via Natchitoches, to Shreveport, while the gunboat fleet is to ascend the river with your transports in company. Red River is very low for the season, and I doubt if any of the boats can pass the falls or rapids at Alexandria. What General Banks proposes to do in that event, I do not know, but my own judgment is that Shreveport ought not to be attacked until the gunboats can reach it. Not that a force marching by land cannot do it alone, but it would be bad economy in war to invest the place with an army so far from heavy guns, mortars, ammunition, and provisions, which can alone reach Shreveport by water. Still, I do not know about General Banks's plans in that event, and whatever they may be, your duty will be to conform in the most hearty manner. My understanding with General Banks is that he will not need the cooperation of your force beyond 30 days from the date you reach Red River. As soon as he has taken Shreveport, or as soon as he can spare you, return to Vicksburg with all dispatch. Gather up your detachments, wagons, tents, transportation, and all property pertaining to so much of the command as belongs to the 16th Army Corps, and conduct it to Memphis, where orders will await you. My present belief is your division entire will be needed with the Army of the Tennessee about Huntsville or Bridgeport. Still, I will leave orders with General Hurlbut at Memphis for you on your return. I believe if water will enable the gunboats to cross the rapids at Alexandria, you will be able to make a quick, strong, and effective blow at our enemy in the west, thus widening the belt of our territory and making the breach between the Confederate government and its outlying Trans-Mississippi Department more perfect. It is understood that General Steele makes a simultaneous move from Little Rock on Shreveport or Natchitoches with a force of about 10,000 men. Banks will have 17,000 and you 10,000. If these can act concentrically and simultaneously, you will make short work of it, and then General Banks will have enough force to hold as much of the Red River country as he deems wise, leaving you to bring to General Grant's main army the 7,500 men of the 16th Corps now with you. Having faith in your sound judgment and experience, I confide this important and delicate command to you, with certainty that you will harmonize perfectly with Admiral Porter and General Banks, with whom you are to act and thereby ensure success. I am, with respect, your obedient servant, W.T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee, Memphis, March 14, 1864. Major General McPherson, Commanding, etc., Vicksburg, Mississippi. Dear General, I wrote you at length on the 11th, by a special bearer of dispatches, and now make special orders to cover the movements therein indicated. It was my purpose to await your answer, but I am summoned by General Grant to be in Nashville on the 17th, and it will keep me moving night and day to get there by that date. I must rely on you, for you understand that we must reinforce the great army at the center, Chattanooga, as much as possible, at the same time not risking the safety of any point on the Mississippi, which is fortified and armed with heavy guns. I want you to push matters as rapidly as possible, and to do all you can to put 2 handsome divisions of your own corps at Cairo, ready to embark up the Tennessee River by the 20th or 30th of April at the very furthest. I wish it could be done quicker, but the promise of those 30 days furloughs in the states of enlistment, though politic, is very unmilitary. It deprives us of our ability to calculate as to time, but do the best you can. Hurlbut can do nothing till A.J. Smith returns from Red River. I will then order him to occupy Grenada temporarily and to try and get those locomotives that we need here. I may also order him with cavalry and infantry to march toward Tuscaloosa, at the same time that we move from the Tennessee River about Chattanooga. I don't know as yet the grand strategy of the next campaign, but on arrival at Nashville, I will soon catch the main points and will advise you of them. Steal a furlough and run to Baltimore incog, but get back in time to take part in the next grand move. Write me fully and frequently of your progress. I have ordered the quartermaster to send down as many boats as he can get to facilitate your movements. Mules, wagons, etc. can come up afterward by transient boats. I am truly your friend. W.T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee, Memphis, March 14, 1864. 1. Major General McPherson will organize 2 good divisions of his corps, 17th of about 5,000 men, each embracing in part the re-enlisted veterans of his corps whose furloughs will expire in April, which he will command in person, and will rendezvous at Cairo, Illinois, and report by telegraph and letter to the general commanding at department headquarters, wherever they may be. These divisions will be provided with new arms and accoutrements, and land transportation, wagons and mules, out of the supplies now at Vicksburg, which will be conveyed to Cairo by or before April 15th. 4. During the absence of General McPherson from the district of Vicksburg, Major General Hurlbut will exercise command over all the troops in the Department of the Tennessee, from Cairo to Natchez, inclusive, and will receive special instructions from department headquarters. By order of Major General W.T. Sherman. L.M. Dayton, Aide-de-Camp. Appendix to Volume 1. Chickasaw Bayou. Report of Brigadier General G. W. Morgan. Headquarters 3rd Division, Right Wing, 13th Army Corps, Steamer Empress, January 8, 1868. Major J. H. Hammond, Chief of Staff. Sir, on the first instant, while pressed by many arduous duties, I was requested to report to the commanding general the operations of my division during the affair of the 27th, the action of the 28th, and the battle of the 29th ult. I had not received the report of subordinate commanders, nor had I time to review the report I have the honor to submit. Herewith I have the honor to forward these reports, connected with which I will submit a few remarks. Brigadier General Blair speaks of having discovered, while on his retreat from the enemy's works, a broad and easy road running from the left of my position to the enemy's lines. The road is neither broad nor easy, and was advanced over by de Courcy when leading his brigade to the charge. The road General Blair speaks of is the one running from Lake's Landing and intersecting with the Vicksburg Road on the Chickasaw Bluffs. Its existence was known to me on the 28th ult. But it was left open intentionally by the enemy and was commanded by a direct and cross fire from batteries and rifle pits. The withdrawal of his brigade from the assault by Colonel de Courcy was justified by the failure of the corps of A. J. Smith and the command of Colonel Lindsay to advance simultaneously to the assault. Both had the same difficulties to encounter impassable bayous. The enemy's line of battle was concave, and de Courcy advanced against his center. Hence, he sustained a concentric fire, and the withdrawal of steel from the front of the enemy's right on the 28th ult enabled the enemy on the following day to concentrate his right upon his center. I regret to find, from the report of Brigadier General Thayer, someone regiment skulked. This I did not observe, nor is it mentioned by General Blair, though his were the troops which occupied that portion of the field. As far as my observation extended, the troops bore themselves nobly. But the 16th Ohio Infantry was peerless on the field, as it had ever been in camp or on the march. Lieutenant Colonel Kirshner, commanding, was wounded and taken prisoner. He is an officer of rare merit and deserves to command a brigade. Lieutenant Colonel Dieter, commanding the 58th Ohio, was killed within the enemy's works, and Lieutenant Colonel Monroe, 22nd Kentucky, was struck down at the head of his regiment. I again express my profound acknowledgments to Brigadier Generals Blair and Thayer, and Colonels de Conocy, Lindsay, and Sheldon, brigade commanders. Also to Major M. C. Garber, assistant quartermaster, Captain S. S. Lyon, acting topographical engineer, Lieutenant Burdick, acting ordnance officer, Lieutenant Hutchins, acting chief of staff, Lieutenants H. G. Fisher and Smith of Signal Corps, Lieutenant E. D. Saunders, my acting assistant adjutant general, and Lieutenants English and Montgomery, acting aides-de-camp, for the efficient services rendered me. Nor can I close this report without speaking in terms of high praise of the meritorious and gallant services of Captains Foster and Lamphere. Their batteries silenced several of the enemy's works, and throughout the operations rendered good service. My sincere acknowledgments are also due to Captain Griffith, commanding 1st Iowa Battery, and Captain Hoffman, commanding 4th Ohio Battery. I am, sir, very respectfully, your obedient servant, George W. Morgan, Brigadier General Volunteers. Cincinnati, February 8, 1876. My dear General, regarding the attack at Chickasaw Bayou, my record shows the position of Steele on the left, Morgan to his right, Morgan L. Smith to his right, and A. J. Smith on the extreme right, the latter not expected to accomplish much more than a diversion, the result to come from the 3 other divisions, Morgan having the best opportunity. Saturday night they were in position. You were at Lake's Plantation, right and rear of Morgan. The attack for lodgment on the hills was ordered for Sunday morning, December 28th. I was sent to A. J. Smith before daylight and returned to you soon after. You were with Morgan. You had fully explained to him the importance of his success and that he should be present with the attacking column, which was to be a part of his division, supported by the remainder, and by Blair's brigade of Steele's division cooperating. The attack was to be simultaneous by the 4 divisions on a signal. Morgan's answer to you was that, when the signal was given, he would lead his attack, and with his life he would be on the bluffs in 15 minutes. He seemed of positive knowledge and as sure of success. You then retired to a central point to be in easy communication with Steele and Morgan L. Smith. The attack was made and developed in the case of Steele, M.L. Smith, and A.J. Smith that to cross the bayou was impossible if opposed by any force, and in each they were by a strong one. Morgan's attacking force succeeded in getting across the causeway and marsh, but he did not go with it, nor support it with more men, and a large number were captured from Blair's brigade after gaining the enemy's last line of works covering the bayou. At the time, everybody blamed and criticized Morgan with the failure. You felt from the advance of his attack it must be successful, and, as it pushed forward, you sent me to urge on M.L. Smith, as Morgan was over, and he, Smith, must aid by persistent attack and give Morgan as good a chance as could be to make his lodgment. I am, etc. L. M. Dayton, late Colonel of the Staff, now of Cincinnati, Ohio. General W. T. Sherman, St. Louis, Missouri. The expedition was wonderfully well provided with provisions, transportation, and munitions, and even axes, picks, and shovels, so much in use later in the war, evidenced the forethought that governed this force. The boats, from their open lower deck construction, proved admirable for transports, but their tinderbox construction made fire traps of them, requiring unremitting vigilance. These points were well understood, and the readiness with which the troops adapted themselves to circumstances was a constant source of wonder and congratulations. The fleet collected at Friar's Point for final orders, and there the order of sailing was laid down with great minuteness, and private instructions issued to commanders of divisions, all of whom had personal interviews with the commanding general, and received personal explanations on pretty much every point involved. Our headquarters boat, the Forest Queen, was not very comfortable, nor well provided, but General Sherman submitted cheerfully, on the grounds of duty, and thought Conway a fine fellow. I was only able to concede that he was a good steamboat captain. Our camp appointments were Spartan in the extreme, and in their simplicity would have met the demands of any demagogue in the land. The nights were cold and damp, and General Sherman uncomfortably active in his preparations, so that the Assistant Adjutant General had no very luxurious post just then. We were surrounded with sloughs. The ground was wet, and the water, although in winter, was very unwholesome. Many of our men, to this day, have reminders of the Yazoo in ague, fevers, and diseases of the bowels. Cavalry was useless. One battalion of Illinois cavalry was strongly suspected of camping in the timber, until time passed enough to justify the suspicion of having been somewhere. Really, the strength of Vicksburg was in being out of reach of attack. My orders were to learn and report what was going on the right, particularly to try and form an idea of the enemy's force in front of M.L. Smith's division and at the sandbar. Leaving my horse close in the rear of the 6th Missouri, when the fire became too heavy for riding, I succeeded, by taking frequent cover, in reaching unhurt the verge of the bayou among the drift logs. There, by concert of action with Lieutenant Colonel Blood, of the 6th Missouri, his regiment, and the 13th Regular Infantry, kept up a heavy fire on everything that showed along the levee and earthworks in front. The enemy were behind the embankment, not over 150 yards across the bayou. Several officers, including Colonel Blood, Colonel Kilby Smith, and myself, managed, by getting on the piles of drift, to see over the levee through the cleared fields beyond, even to the foot of the bluff. The chips and twigs flew around lively enough, but we stayed up long enough to make sure that the enemy had as many men behind the levee as could get cover. We saw, also, a line of rifle pits in the rear, commanding the rear of the levee, and still beyond, winding along the foot of the bluff, a road worn by long use deep into the side hill, and with the side next us strengthened with a good earthwork, affording a covered line of communication in the rear. The fire of our men was so well maintained that we were able to see all these things, say a minute or more. Some of those who ventured were wounded, but those mentioned and myself escaped unhurt. I advised that men enough to hold the position, once across say 300 should make a rush, protected as our lookout had been by a heavy fire across the sandbar, and get a footing under the other bank of the bayou, as the nucleus of an attacking force, if General Sherman decided to attack there, or to make a strong diversion if the attack was made at the head of Chickasaw Bayou, in front of Morgan. General A.J. Smith, commanding 1st and 2nd Divisions, approved of this. While returning to General Sherman, I passed along the 2nd and part of the 3rd Division. On the left of the 2nd, I found a new Illinois regiment, high up in numbers, working its way into position. The colonel, a brave but inexperienced officer, was trying to lead his men according to the popular pictorial idea, viz., riding in advance waving his sword. I was leading my horse and taking advantage of such cover as I could find on my course, but this man acted so bravely that I tried to save him. He did not accept my expostulations with very good grace, but was not rough about it. While I was begging him to dismount, he waved his sword and advanced. In a second he was shot, through the chest, and dropped from his horse, plucky to the last. He died, I was told, within the hour. Many of the regiments were new and inexperienced, but as a rule behaved well. The fire along the bayou was severe, but not very fatal, on account of the cover. I was constantly asked what news from Grant, for from the moment of our arrival in the Yazoo, we were in expectation of either hearing his guns in the rear or of having communication with him. This encouraged the men greatly, but the long waiting was disappointing, as the enemy was evidently in large force in the Plenty of Works and a very strong position. Careful estimates and available information placed their force at 15,000 to 20,000 men. I returned to headquarters about the middle of the afternoon and made my report to the general. We were busy till after midnight, and again early in the morning of the 29th, in preparing orders for the attack. These were unusually minute in detail. It seemed as though no contingency was left unprovided for. Urgent orders and cautions as to rations and ammunition were given. Drawings of the line of attack, orders for supports, all and everything was foreseen and given in writing, with personal explanations to commanders of divisions, brigades, and even commanders of regiments. Indeed, the commanding general, always careful as to detail, left nothing to chance, and with experienced and ordnate officers we would have succeeded, for the troops were good. The general plan involved a feint on our left toward Haynes's Bluff, by the Navy, under Admiral Porter, with whom we were in constant communication, while between him and General Sherman perfect harmony existed. On the right, a demonstration by A.J. Smith was to be made. The 2nd Division, Stewart's, was to cross the sandbar, and the 3rd, General Morgan's, was to cross on a small bridge over the Doe at the head of Chickasaw Bayou, and, supported by steel, was to push straight for the bluff at the nearest spur where there was a battery in position, and to effect a lodgment there and in the earthworks. General Sherman gave his orders in person to Morgan and Steele. I understood Morgan to promise that he would lead his division in person, and he seemed to expect an easy victory, and expressed himself freely to that effect. The aides were sent out, until I was left alone with the general and a couple of orderlies. He located himself in a position easy of access and the most convenient afforded to the point of attack. He directed me to see what I could and report if I met anything that he should know. I galloped as fast as possible to the right and found part of the 6th Missouri pushing over the sandbar covered by the 13th Regulars with a heavy fire. We supposed, if once across, they could get up the bank and turn the levee against the enemy, and left with that impression. Being in heavy timber, I was not quite sure of my way back to the general, his location being new, and therefore pushed full gallop for Morgan's front, catching a good many stray shots from the sharpshooters behind the levee, as I was compelled to keep in sight of the bayou to hold direction. Something over halfway along Morgan's division front, the commander of a Kentucky regiment hailed me and said he must have support, as he was threatened by a masked battery, and the enemy was in force in his front and might cross any moment. I answered, rather shortly, "How the devil do you know there is a masked battery? If you can't get over, how can the rebels get at you?" He insisted on the battery and danger. I finally told him the bayou was utterly impassable there, but if he insisted the enemy could cross, I would insist on an advance on our side at that point. Hurrying on to make up lost time, I soon reached Morgan. He was making encouraging speeches in a general way, but stopped to ask me questions as to Steele's rank, date of commission, etc. I was very much disturbed at this, fearing want of harmony, and rode on to Steele, whom I found cursing Morgan so fiercely that I could not exactly make out the source of the trouble or reason why, but saw one of concert clearly enough. I hastened back to General Sherman and endeavored to impress my ideas on him and my fears, but while he admitted the facts, he could not be made to believe that any jealousy or personal quarrel could lead to a failure to support each other and a neglect of duty. The signal for attack had already been given and the artillery had opened when I left him again for Morgan's front. I found Morgan where I left him and the troops advancing. I had understood that he was to lead his division and asked about it, but getting no satisfaction, pushed for the front, crossing the slough at the little bridge at the head of the bayou. I found the willows cut off 18 inches or 2 feet long, with sharp points above the mud, making it slow and difficult to pass, save at the bridge. I overtook the rear of the advance about 200 or 300 feet up the gentle slope, and was astonished to find how small a force was making the attack. I was also surprised to find that they were Steele's men instead of Morgan's. I also saw several regiments across the bayou, but not advancing. They were near the levee. A heavy artillery and infantry fire was going on all this time. While making my way along the column, from which there were very few falling back, a shell burst near me, and the concussion confused me at the time and left me with a headache for several months. When I got my wits about me again, I found a good many coming back, but the main part of the force was compact and keeping up the fight. I did not get closer to the woods than about 500 feet and found that a large number had penetrated into the enemy's works. When our men fell back, very few ran, but came slowly and sullenly, far more angry than frightened. I found General Frank Blair on foot, and with him Colonel C. of Southwest Missouri, and learned that Colonel Thomas Fletcher, afterward governor of Missouri, was captured with many of his men. They both insisted there on the spot, with those around us, that if all the men ordered up had gone up, or even all that crossed the bayou had moved forward, we could have readily established ourselves in the enemy's works. I was firmly of the same opinion at the time on the ground, and an entrance effected, we could have brought the whole force on dry ground and had a base of operations against Vicksburg, though probably, in view of later events, we would have had to stand a siege from Pemberton's army. After explanations with Blair, I rode to where the men were, who had crossed the bayou, but had not advanced with the others. I found them to be de Kersey's brigade, of Morgan's division, which General Sherman supposed to be in advance. In fact, it was the intended support that made the attack. A correspondence and controversy followed between General Blair and Colonel de Kersey, most of which I have, but nothing came of it. On reaching the bayou, I found that Thayer's brigade of Steele's division had in some way lost its direction and filed off to the right. Remembering the masked battery, I suspected that had something to do with the matter, and, on following it up, I learned that the Kentucky colonel before mentioned had appealed for aid against the masked battery and invisible force of rebels, and that a regiment had been ordered to him. This regiment, filing off into the timber, had been followed by Thayer's brigade, supposing it to be advancing to the front, and thus left a single brigade to attack a superior force of the enemy in an entrenched and naturally strong position. By the time the mistake could be rectified, it was too late. Our loss was from 150 to 200 killed and about 1,100 prisoners and wounded. During the afternoon, I went with a flag of truce, with reference to burying the dead. I saw between 80 and 100 of our men dead, all stripped. There were others closer into the enemy's works than I was allowed to go. On going later to where the 6th Missouri crossed, I found that they were under the bank and had dug in with their hands and bayonets or anything in reach to protect themselves from a vertical fire from the enemy overhead, who had a heavy force there. With great difficulty, they were withdrawn at night. Next day, arrangements were made to attempt a lodgment below Haynes's Bluff. This was to be done by Steele's command, while the rest of the force attacked again where we had already tried. During the day, locomotives whistled, and a great noise and fuss went on in our front, and we supposed that Grant was driving in Pemberton and expected firing any moment up the Yazoo or in the rear of Vicksburg. Not hearing this, we concluded that Pemberton was throwing his forces into Vicksburg. A heavy fog prevented Steele from making his movement. Rain began to fall, and our location was not good to be in after a heavy rain or with the river rising. During the night, I think of January 1, 1863, our troops were embarked, material and provisions having been loaded during the day. A short time before daylight of the 2D, I went by order of the general commanding to our picket lines and carefully examined the enemy's lines, wherever a campfire indicated their presence. They were not very vigilant, and I once got close enough to hear them talk, but could understand nothing. Early in the morning, I came in with the rear guard, the enemy advancing his pickets and main guards only and making no effort at all to press us. Once I couldn't resist the temptation to fire into a squad that came bolder than the rest, and the 2 shots were good ones. We received a volley in return that did come very close among us, but hurt none of my party. Very soon after our rear guard was aboard, General Sherman learned from Admiral Porter that McClellan had arrived at the mouth of the Yazoo. He went, taking me and one other staff officer, to see McClellan, and found that, under an order from the President, he had taken command of the Army of the Mississippi. He and his staff, of whom I only remember 2 colonels, Scatz and Braham, Assistant Adjutant General, and aide-de-camp, seemed to think they had a big thing, and so far as I could judge, they had just that. All hands thought the country expected them to cut their way to the Gulf. And to us, who had just come out of the swamp, the cutting didn't seem such an easy job as to the newcomers. Making due allowance for the elevation they seemed to feel in view of their job, everything passed off pleasantly, and we learned that General Grant's communications had been cut at Holly Springs by the capture of Murphy and his force at Holly Springs, and that he was either in Memphis by that time or would soon be. So that, everything considered, it was about as well that we did not get our forces on the bluffs of Walnut Hill. The above statement was sent to General Sherman in a letter dated Chicago, February 1876, and signed John H. Hammond. Hammond was General Sherman's Assistant Adjutant General at the Chickasaw Bayou. J. E. Tourtelot, Colonel and aide-de-camp. On 29 December 1862, at Chickasaw Bayou, I was in command of the 31st Missouri Volunteer Infantry, 1st Brigade, 1st Division, 15th Army Corps, Blair's Brigade. Colonel Wyman, of the 13th Illinois Volunteer Infantry, having been killed, I was the senior colonel of the brigade. General Blair rode up to where my regiment lay and said to me, "We are to make a charge here. We will charge in 2 lines. Your regiment will be in the 1st line, and the 29th, Cavenders, will support you. Form here in the timber and move out across the bayou on a double quick and go right on to the top of the heights in your front." He then told me to await a signal. I then attempted to make a reconnaissance of the ground over which we would have to charge, and rode out to the open ground in my front, and saw that there was water and soft mud in the bayou, and was fired upon by the sharpshooters of the enemy, and turned and went back into the woods where my command lay. Soon after that, General Blair came near me, and I told him there was water and mud in the bayou, and I doubted if we could get across. He answered me that General Morgan told him there was no water nor mud to hinder us. I remarked that I had seen it myself, and General Morgan, or anyone else, could see it if he would risk being shot at pretty lively. I then told General Blair that it was certain destruction to us if we passed over the abattis upon the open ground where there had once been a cornfield, that we could never reach the base of the hill. He turned to me and said, "Can't you take your regiment up there?" I told him, yes, I can take my regiment anywhere, because the men do not know any better than to go, but remarked that old soldiers could not be got to go up there. General Blair then said, "Tom, if we succeed, this will be a grand thing. You will have the glory of leading the assault." He then went on to say that General Morgan's division would support us, and they were heroes of many battles, and pointed to the 58th Ohio, then forming in the rear of the 13th Illinois on my right, and said, "See these men? They are a part of Morgan's division, and are heroes of many battles." I laughingly said that they might be heroes, but the regiment did not number as many as one of my companies. He again assured me we would be supported by Morgan's division, and all I had to do was to keep right on and keep going till you get into Vicksburg. I took my position in advance of my regiment and awaited the signal. When we heard it, we raised a shout and started at a double quick, the 13th Illinois on my right. I saw no troops on my left. When we emerged from the woods, the enemy opened upon us, crossing the bayou under fire, and many of the men sinking in the mud and water. Our line was very much disordered, but we pretty well restored it before reaching the abattis. Here we were greatly disordered, but somewhat restored the line on reaching the plateau or cornfield. The 29th Missouri came on, gallantly supporting us. The 13th Illinois came out upon the cornfield, and the 58th Ohio followed close upon it. There was firing to my left, and as I afterward learned was from the 4th Iowa of Thayer's brigade, and I believe of Steele's division. I was struck and fell, and my regiment went back in great disorder. The fire was terrific. I saw beyond the 13th Illinois, to my right, a disordered line, and learned afterward it was the 16th Ohio. When I was taken from the field by the enemy and taken into Vicksburg, I found among the wounded and prisoners men and officers of the 16th and 58th Ohio, and of the 29th and 31st Missouri and 13th Illinois. After I was exchanged and joined my command, General Blair laughingly remarked to me that I had literally obeyed his order and gone straight on to Vicksburg. He lamented the cutting to pieces of our force on that day. We talked the whole matter over at his headquarters during the siege of Vicksburg. He said that if the charge had been made along our whole line with the same vigor of attack made by his brigade, and if we had been supported as Morgan promised to do, we might have succeeded. I dissented from the opinion that we could even then have succeeded. I asked him what excuse Morgan gave for failing to support us, and he said that Colonel or General de Courcy was in some manner to blame for that. But he said Morgan was mistaken as to the nature of the ground and generally as to the feasibility of the whole thing, and was responsible for the failure to afford us the support he had promised. That he and General Sherman and all of them were misled by the statements and opinions of Morgan as to the situation in our front, and Morgan was, on his part, deceived by the reports of his scouts about other matters as well as the matter of the water in the bayou. Thomas C. Fletcher, Arkansas Post. Extracts from Admiral Porter's journal. Sherman and I had made arrangements to capture Arkansas Post. On the 31st of December, while preparing to go out of the Yazoo, an Army officer called to see me and said that he belonged to General McClernand's staff and that the general was at the mouth of the Yazoo River and desired to see me at once. I sent word to the general that if he wished to see me, he could have an opportunity by calling on board my flagship. A few moments after I had heard the news of McClernand's arrival, I saw Sherman pulling about in a boat and hailed him, informing him that McClernand was at the mouth of the Yazoo. Sherman then came on board and, in consequence of this unexpected news, determined to postpone the movement out of the Yazoo River and let McClernand take that upon himself. General McClernand took my hint and came on board the flagship, but I soon discovered that any admiral, Grant, Sherman, or all the generals in the army were nobody in his estimation. Sherman had been at McClernand's headquarters to see him and state the condition of affairs, and he then suggested to the latter the plan of going to Arkansas Post. I had a number of fine maps hanging up in my cabin, and when McClernand came on board, he examined them all with the eye of a connoisseur. He then stated to me as a new thing the plan he proposed, of going to Arkansas Post and stirring up our troops, which had been demoralized by the late defeat. Sherman was present, looking daggers at him. I answered, "Yes, General Sherman and myself have already arranged for going to Arkansas Post." Sherman then made some remark about the disposition of the troops in the coming expedition, when McClernand gave him rather a curt answer. McClernand then remarked, "If you will let me have 3 gunboats, I will go and take the place." Now General McClernand had about as much idea of what a gunboat was, or could do, as the man in the moon. He did not know the difference between an ironclad and a tinclad. He had heard that gunboats had taken Fort Henry, and that was all he knew about them. I said to him, "I'll tell you what I will do, General McClernand. If General Sherman goes in command of the troops, I will go myself in command of a proper force, and will ensure the capture of the post." McClernand winced under this, and Sherman quietly walked off into the after cabin. He beckoned me to come there, while McClernand was apparently deeply engaged in studying out a chart, making believe he was interested, in order to conceal his temper. Sherman said to me, "Admiral, how could you make such a remark to McClernand? He hates me already, and you have made him an enemy for life." "I don't care," said I. "He shall not treat you rudely in my cabin," and I was glad of the opportunity of letting him know my sentiments. By this time, General McClernand having bottled up his wrath or cooled down, I went in to him and we discussed the matter. He consented that Sherman should go in command of the troops, and the interview ended pleasantly enough. The above extracts from Admiral Porter's journal were sent by the Admiral to General Sherman, enclosed in a letter dated Washington, May 29, 1875, and signed David D. Porter. J. E. Tortolot. After leaving the Yazoo, the Army of the Mississippi rendezvous was at Milliken's Bend. During the night of January 4th or 5th, General McClernand came on board the Forest Queen, and with General Sherman went to the Black Hawk flagboat. There an interview took place, during which the expedition to Arkansas Post took shape. General Sherman having asked leave to take the post, and Admiral Porter having decided to go along, McClernand thought best to go with his entire army. Although the enemy were supposed to have only about 4,000 or 5,000 men, and the fort was little more than a large earthwork commanding the river. General Sherman's command was then entitled the Second Corps, Army of the Mississippi, and was comprised of the 1st Division, Blair's, Hovey's, and Thayer's brigades, commanded by Steele, and the 2nd Division, commanded by David Stewart, with Colonels Giles A. and Kilby Smith commanding brigades. Our fleet was convoyed by 3 ironclads and several other gunboats. The weather was bitterly cold for that latitude. We were 4 days getting into the Arkansas River, which we entered by the White River cutoff, and my recollection is that our passing the mouth of the main river deceived the enemy as to our destination. The entrance through the cutoff was feasible by reason of high water, and I think made our appearance a surprise to the force at the post. We disembarked on the morning of the 10th of January. Stewart's division first encountered the enemy behind an earthwork about 4 miles from the fort, running across the solid ground from the river to a swamp. General Sherman in person took Steele's division and followed a road leading to the rear of the earthwork just mentioned. We had got fairly underway when the rebels fell back to the fort, and McClernand, coming up, ordered us to fall back and march up the river. It seemed to me then, and afterward, that it would have been better to have marched straight to the rear of the fort, as we started to do. We soon overtook Stewart and closed in, General Sherman on the right, Morgan's force on the left, reaching to the river where the gunboats were, while Sherman reached from the road which connected the post with the back country, toward where the earthworks reached the river above the fort and threatened their communications with Little Rock. The night was cold and cloudy, with some snow. There were a good many abandoned huts to our rear, but our forces in position lay on the frozen ground, sheltered as best they could among the bushes and timber. We were so close that they could have reached us any time during the night with light artillery. The gunboats threw heavy shells into the fort and behind the earthworks all night, keeping the enemy awake and anxious. The heavy boom of the artillery was followed by the squeak of Admiral Porter's little tug as he moved around making his arrangements for the morrow. The sounds were ridiculous by comparison. General Sherman and staff lay on the roots of an old oak tree that kept them partly clear of mud. The cold was sharp, my right boot being frozen solid in a puddle in the morning. About 2:30 or 3 o'clock, General Sherman, with another and myself, crept in as close as possible and reconnoitered the position. The general managed to creep in much closer than the rest of us, in fact, so close as to cause us anxiety. The enemy worked hard all night on their abattis and entrenchments, and in the morning we found a ditch and parapet running clear across the point on which the post was situated. This point was cut by a road from the back country, across which was a heavy earthwork and a battery. This road was at the extremity of our left. General McClernand kept his headquarters on his boat, the Tigress. He came up in the morning to a place in the woods in our rear. One of his staff, a cavalry officer, climbed a tree to report movements, but from that point there was very little to be seen. Between 10 and 11 o'clock, the fire opened from the fleet, and we opened along the whole line from infantry and field guns. Our men soon worked in close enough to keep down the fire of the enemy to a very marked degree. After reporting to General Sherman, and while explaining the position of the fleet, the smokestacks and flags appeared above the fort. What firing was going on in our immediate front ceased. A good many rebels were in plain sight, running away from the fort and scattering. While we were still surprised, the cry was raised that a white flag was hung out. I did not see it, but in a few minutes saw others along the line, and just as the general started for the fort, I saw the flag not far from the White House, near the parapet. Orders were given to cease firing. Captain Dayton was sent to the fort where the first flag was raised. Some shots were fired and some men hurt after this. The first rebel officer we encountered was Colonel or General Garland, commanding brigade, who was ordered to put his men in line and stack arms, which was done. I was directed to pass along the line to the right and cause the prisoners to stack arms and form our men in line just outside the work. This I did till I reached Dessler's brigade, on our extreme right, or nearly so, and who was opposed to the right of Steele's force. Steele's men had rushed up to the very foot of the parapet, and some were on it, though they did not fire. The commander of the enemy, Dessler, refused to obey my orders to stack arms and asked a good many questions as to how it happened. Said he was not whipped, but held us in check, etc. I told him there were 8,000 or 9,000 men right there, that a shot from me or a call would bring down on him, and that we had entire possession of the place. After sending 2 officers from the nearest troops to explain the condition to Steele, and to warn every officer they met to pass the word for everybody to be on the sharp lookout, I arranged with Dessler to keep quiet until I could bring his own commander or orders from him. Returning to General Sherman, I found a party of young rebel officers, including Robert Johnston's son, rebel Senate, and Captain Wolfe, quartermaster, of New Orleans, who declined to surrender except to gentlemen. Some German Missouri soldiers didn't relish the distinction and were about clubbing them over the head when I interfered and received their surrender. Hurrying back to the general, I reported the dangerous condition of things. He and General Churchill, commanding officer of the enemy, started for Dessler's brigade. Meeting Garland, a quarrel and some recrimination followed between him and Churchill as to where the fault of the surrender belonged, which was rather promptly silenced by General Sherman, who hurried to the scene of trouble. There, after some ill-natured talk, Dessler ordered his men to lay down their arms. I rode into the fort and found the parapet badly torn up by the fire from the fleet. On going to the embrasure where I had seen the gun while on the riverbank talking to Captain Shirk, the piece was found split back about 18 inches, and the lower half of the muzzle dropped out. A battered but unexploded shell lying with the piece explained that it must have struck the gun in the muzzle, almost squarely. On passing along the inside, I saw from the torn condition of the earthworks how tremendous our fire was and how the fire of the enemy was kept down. The fire of the Navy had partly torn down the side of the fort next the river. A good many sailors were in the fort. General A.J. Smith, Admiral Porter, and General Burbridge were there, all in high spirits, but in some contention as to who got in first. Toward dark, or nearly so, an Arkansas regiment came in as reinforcements, but surrendered without any trouble. About the same time, General Sherman received orders to put General A.J. Smith in charge of the fort and stay outside with his men. As his troops were nearly all inside and had 4/5 of the prisoners in charge, these orders were not very clear, and the general left for headquarters to find out what was meant. I went on collecting arms, and as our men were scattering a good deal and were greatly excited, I took the precaution to pass along the line and march the prisoners far enough from the stacked arms to be out of temptation. I was especially urged to this by hearing several rebel officers speak of their guns being still loaded. It was dark before all the prisoners were collected and under guard, including the regiment that arrived after the fight. I am confident that all the prisoners were under guard by General Sherman's troops. Everything being secure, the staff officers, all of whom had been busily engaged, scattered to compare notes and enjoy the victory. I found my way on board the Tigress, where everyone was greatly excited and in high feather regarding our victory, the biggest thing since Johnston. I also obtained some food and small comforts for a few rebel officers, including young Johnston, Wolfe, and the Colonel Dessler already mentioned. Then hunted up General Sherman, whom I found sitting on a cracker boa in the White House already mentioned, near where the white flag first appeared. Garland was with him and slept with him that night, while the rest of us laid around wherever we could. It was a gloomy, bloody house and suggestive of war. Garland was blamed by the other Confederate officers for the white flag and remained with us for safety. Next day was very cold. We worked hard at the lists of prisoners, nearly 5,000 in number, all of whom were sent to St. Louis, in charge of our Inspector General, Major Sanger. Our loss was less than 100. The enemy, although behind entrenchments, lost more than double what we did. Their wounded were much worse hurt than ours, who were mostly hit around the head and arms. The losses were nearly all in General Sherman's wing of the army. The loss in the fleet amounted to little, but their service was very valuable and deserved great credit, though they received little. There was a good deal of sympathy between our part of the forces and the fleet people, and I then thought, and still think, if we had been on the left next the river, that in connection with the tremendous fire from the Navy, we could have carried the work in an hour after we opened on it. Their missiles traversed the whole fortification, clear through to the hospitals at the upper end, and I stood 5 minutes in rifle range of the fort next the river not hit, and but seldom shot at, and no one hit near me. On the 18th we embarked in a snowstorm, collected at Napoleon, which seemed to be washing away, and steamed to Milliken's Bend, where we arrived on January 21st, and soon after went to Young's Plantation, near Vicksburg. The above statement from General Hammond was received by General Sherman, enclosed in a letter dated Chicago, February 5, 1876, and signed John H. Hammond, who was Adjutant General to General Sherman during the winter of 1862–83. J. E. Tourtelat, Cincinnati, February 3, 1876. My dear General, at Arkansas post the troops debarked from steamer January 9th, from 1 o'clock to dark, in the vicinity of Nottreb's farm, and on the 10th moved out to get position. Steele to the right, crossing the low ground to the north, to get a higher ground, avoid crowding the moving columns, and gain the left our right and rear of the post, and the riverbank above the post. Stuart took the river road the movement commencing at 11 o'clock a.m. After crossing the low ground covered with water, you were called back with Steele, as Stuart had driven out the enemy's rifle trench pickets, this giving more and feasible room for moving. Stuart was pushed forward, and by dark he and Steele were well up to their expected positions. Before daylight on the 11th, you directed me to accompany you for a personal inspection of the ground to your front, which we made on foot, going so far forward that we could easily hear the enemy at work and moving about. Discovering the open fields, you at once directed Steele to move to the right and front, and push Stuart out so as to fully command them and the field work of the enemy extending from the fort, to prevent farther strengthening, as it was evident these works were the product of a recent thought. Stuart and Steele were prompt in taking position, but Morgan's command, not under your control, did not seem to work up or keep in junction with you. At 10 o'clock, you sent me to McClellan to ascertain why the delay of attack. He attributed it to Admiral Porter, which was really unjust. The attack began at 1 p.m. by Admiral Porter, and the sound of his first gun had not died till your men were engaged Woods, Barrett's, and the Parrott batteries and infantry. It was lively for a time, and Stuart pushed clear up to the enemy's rifle trenches and forced them to keep sheltered. Hammond was mostly with Steele, Sanger sent to McClellan, and McCoy, myself, and John Taylor were with you and Stuart. At about 3:30 I got your permission to go to Giles Smith's skirmish line, and thinking I saw evidence of the enemy weakening, I hurried back to you and reported my observations. I was so confident that a demand for it would bring a surrender that I asked permission to make it, and as you granted me but refused to let another member of your staff, at his request, go with me, I rode directly down the road with only an orderly. Colonel Garland, commanding a brigade, was the first officer I saw, to whom, for you, I made the demand. All firing ceased at once or in a few moments. I sent the orderly back to you, and you rode forward. It was then 4 o'clock. During the attack, nobody seemed to think McClellan had any clear idea of what or how it was to be done. During the day he gave you no directions, nor came where you were. He was well to the rear with his man up a tree, who in the capacity of a lookout gave McClellan information, from which he based such instructions as he made to his subordinates. He was free to express himself as being a man of destiny, and his star was in the ascendance. I am, etc. L. M. Dayton, late Colonel of the Staff, now of Cincinnati, Ohio. General W. T. Sherman. Meridian Campaign. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee, Memphis, January 27, 1864. The expedition is one of celerity, and all things must tend to that. Corps commanders and staff officers will see that our movements are not encumbered by wheeled vehicles improperly loaded. Not a tent, from the commander-in-chief down, will be carried. The sick will be left behind, and the surgeons can find houses and sheds for all hospital purposes. Romans 6. All the cavalry in this department is placed under the orders and command of Brigadier General W.S. Smith, who will receive special instructions. By order of Major General W.T. Sherman. L.M. Dayton, aide-de-camp. Note that same evening I started in a steamboat for Vicksburg, W.T.S., St. Louis, 1885. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee, Memphis, January 27, 1864. Brigadier General W.S. Smith, commanding cavalry, etc., present. Dear General, by an order issued this day I have placed all the cavalry of this department subject to your command. I estimate you can make a force of full 7,000 men, which I believe to be superior and better in all respects than the combined cavalry which the enemy has in all the state of Mississippi. I will in person start for Vicksburg today, and with 4 divisions of infantry, artillery, and cavalry, move out for Jackson, Brandon, and Meridian, aiming to reach the latter place by February 10th. General Banks will feign on Pascagoula and General Logan on Rome. I want you with your cavalry to move from Colliersville on Pontotoc and Okolona, thence sweeping down near the Mobile and Ohio Railroad, disable that road as much as possible, consume or destroy the resources of the enemy along that road. Break up the connection with Columbus, Mississippi, and finally reach me at or near Meridian as near the date I have mentioned as possible. This will call for great energy of action on your part, but I believe you are equal to it, and you have the best and most experienced troops in the service, and they will do anything that is possible. General Grierson is with you and is familiar with the whole country. I will send up from Haynes's Bluff an expedition of gunboats and transports combined to feel up the Yazoo as far as the present water will permit. This will disconcert the enemy. My movement on Jackson will also divide the enemy, so that by no combination can he reach you with but a part of his force. I wish you to attack any force of cavalry you meet and follow them southward, but in no event be drawn into the forks of the streams that make up the Yazoo nor over into Alabama. Do not let the enemy draw you into minor affairs, but look solely to the greater object to destroy his communication from Okolona to Meridian, and thence eastward to Selma. From Okolona south you will find abundance of forage collected along the railroad, and the farmers have corn standing in the fields. Take liberally of all these, as well as horses, mules, cattle, etc. as a rule. Respect dwellings and families as something too sacred to be disturbed by soldiers. But mills, barns, sheds, stables, and such like things use for the benefit or convenience of your command. If convenient, send into Columbus, Mississippi, and destroy all machinery there, and the bridge across the Tombigbee, which enables the enemy to draw the resources of the east side of the valley, but this is not of sufficient importance to delay your movement. Try and communicate with me by scouts and spies from the time you reach Pontotoc. Avoid any large force of infantry, leaving them to me. We have talked over this matter so much that the above covers all points not provided for in my published orders of today. I am, etc. W.T. Sherman, Mayor General, Commanding. Memphis, Tennessee, January 27, 1864. Brigadier General J.P. Hatch, in charge of Cavalry Bureau, St. Louis, Missouri. Sir, your favor of the 21st inst. is just received. Up to the present time, 818 horses have arrived here since Captain Hudson's visit to St. Louis. I wrote you upon his return several days ago that it would not be necessary to divert shipments to this point, which could not reach us before February 1st. We shall certainly get off on our contemplated expedition before that time. The number of horses estimated for in this department by its chief quartermaster was 2,000, and this number, including those already sent, will, I think, completely mount all the dismounted cavalry of this department. Recruits for cavalry regiments are arriving freely, and this will swell our requisitions for a couple of months to come. I will as far as possible procure horses from the regions of country traversed by our cavalry. Yours truly, W. Sewey Smith, Brigadier General. Chief of Cavalry, Military Division of the Mississippi. Memphis, Tennessee, January 28, 1864. Brigadier General George Crook, commanding 2nd Cavalry Division, Huntsville, Alabama. I start in about 3 days with 7,000 men to Meridian via Pontotoc. Demonstrate on Decatur to hold Roddy. W. Sewey Smith, Brigadier General Chief of Cavalry, Military Division of the Mississippi. Maywood, Illinois, July 9, 1875 General W.T. Sherman, Commander-in-Chief, United States Army. Sir, your letter of July 7th is just received. Your entire statement in the Memoirs concerning my part in the Meridian Campaign is incorrect. You overstate my strength, placing it at 7,000 effective when it was but 6. The nominal strength of my command was 7,000. You understate the strength of my enemy, putting Forrest's force at 4,000. On our return to Nashville, you stated it, in General Grant's presence, to have been but 2,500. Before and during my movement, I positively knew Forrest's strength to be full 6,000, and he has since told me so himself. Instead of delaying from the 1st to the 11th of February for some regiment that was icebound near Columbus, Kentucky, it was an entire brigade, Colonel Waring's, without which your orders to me were peremptory not to move. I asked you if I should wait its arrival, and you answered, "Certainly. If you go without it, you will be too weak, and I want you strong enough to go where you please." The time set for our arrival at Meridian, the 10th of February, had arrived before it was possible for me, under your orders, to move from Memphis, and I would have been entirely justifiable if I had not started at all. But I was at that time, and at all times during the war, as earnest and anxious to carry out my orders, and do my full duty as you or any other officer could be, and I set out to make a march of 250 miles into the Confederacy, having to drive back a rebel force equal to my own. After the time had arrived for the full completion of my movement, I drove this force before me, and penetrated 160 miles into the Confederacy, did more hard fighting, and killed, wounded, and captured more of the enemy than you did during the campaign, did my work most thoroughly. As far as I could go without encountering the rebel cavalry set loose by your return from Meridian, and brought off my command, with all the captured property and rescued Negroes, with very small loss. Considering that inflicted on the enemy and the long-continued and very severe fighting. If I had disobeyed your orders and started without Waring's brigade, I would have been too weak, would probably have been defeated, and would have been subjected to just censure. Having awaited its arrival, as I was positively and distinctly ordered to do, it only remained for me to start upon its arrival, and accomplish all that I could of the work allotted to me. To have attempted to penetrate farther into the enemy's country, with the cavalry of Polk's army coming up to reinforce Forrest, would have ensured the destruction of my entire command, situated as it was. I cannot now go into all the particulars, though I assure you that they make the proof of the correctness of my conduct as conclusive as I could desire it to be. I was not headed off and defeated by an inferior force near West Point. We had the fighting all our own way near West Point, and at all other points except at Okolona, on our return, when we had the worst of it for a little while, but finally checked the enemy handsomely, and continued our return march, fighting at the rear and on both flanks, repulsing all attacks and moving in perfect order. And so my movement was not a failure, except that I did not reach Meridian as intended, for the reasons stated, and for many more which it is not necessary for me to detail here. On the other hand, it was a very decided success, inflicting a terrible destruction of supplies of every kind and a heavy loss of men upon the enemy. You should have so reported it in the beginning. You should so amend your report and memoirs now. This, and no less than this, is due from one soldier to another. It is due to the exalted position which you occupy, and above all, it is due to that truthfulness in history which you claim to revere. If you desire it, I will endeavor to visit you, and in a friendly manner fight our battles o'er again, and endeavor to convince you that you have always been mistaken as to the manner in which my part in the Meridian campaign was performed. But I will never rest until the wrong statements regarding it are fully and fairly corrected. Yours truly. William Sewey Smith. Headquarters Army of the United States, St. Louis, Missouri, July 11, 1875. General J.D. Webster, Chicago, Illinois. Dear General, General W. Sewey Smith feels aggrieved and wronged by my account of his part in the Meridian campaign, in my Memoirs, pages 394, 395, and properly appeals to me for correction. I have offered to modify any words or form of expression that he may point out, but he asks me to completely change the whole that concerns him. This, of course, I will not do, as his part was material to the whole, and cannot be omitted or materially altered without changing the remainder. For his failure to reach Meridian by February 10th was the reason for other movements distant from him. I now offer him, what seems to me fair and liberal, that we submit the points at issue to you as arbitrator. You are familiar with the ground, the coincident history, and most, if not all, the parties. I propose to supply you with 1. Copy of my orders placing all the cavalry under General Smith's orders, with returns. 2. My letter of instructions to him of January 27th. 3. My official report of the campaign, dated Vicksburg, March 7, 1864. 4. General W. Sooy Smith's report of his operations, dated Nashville, Tennessee, March 4, 1864. After reading these, I further propose that you address us questions which we will answer in writing, when you are to make us a concise, written decision, which I will have published in close connection with the subject in controversy. If General Smith will show you my letter to him of this date, and also deliver this with his written assent, I will promptly furnish you the above documents, and also procure from the official files a return of the cavalry force available at and near Memphis on the date of my orders, viz. January 27, 1864. With great respect, your friend and servant, W. T. Sherman, General. Note: General Smith never submitted his case to the arbitration offered. The whole will be made clear by the publication of the official records, which are already in print, though not yet issued. His orders were in writing, and I have no recollection of the peremptory verbal orders to which he refers and quotes as from me. St. Louis, Missouri, 1895, W.T.S. Maywood, Illinois, July 14, 1875. General W. T. Sherman, Commander-in-Chief, etc. Dear General, your letter of the 11th of July reaches me just as I am starting to spend the first vacation I have ever allowed myself in the territories, with my wife and son. It indicates a spirit of fairness from which we have better things than an arbitration to hope for, though, if we should reach such a necessity, there is no one living to whom our differences might more properly be referred than to General Webster. I make no objection to your writing your memoirs, and, as long as they refer to your own conduct, you are at liberty to write them as you like. But when they refer to mine and deal unjustly with my reputation, I, of right, object. Neither do I wish to write my memoirs, unless compelled to do so to vindicate my good name. There were certain commands which were to make up mine. These, Waring's brigade included, were spoken of by us in the long conversation to which you refer. This brigade we knew was having a hard time of it in its movement from Columbus to Memphis. I asked you if I should move without it if it did not arrive, and you answered me as stated in my last letter to you. Those who immediately surrounded me during the painful delay that occurred will inform you how sorely I chafed under the restraint of that peremptory order. In the conversation that occurred between us at Nashville, while all the orders, written and verbal, were still fresh in your memory, you did not censure me for waiting for Waring, but for allowing myself to be encumbered with fugitive Negroes to such an extent that my command was measurably unfit for active movement or easy handling, and for turning back from West Point instead of pressing on toward Meridian. Invitations had been industriously circulated, by printed circulars and otherwise, to the Negroes to come into our lines, and to seek our protection wherever they could find it, and I considered ourselves pledged to receive and protect them. Your censure for so doing, and your remarks on that subject to me in Nashville, are still fresh in my memory, and of a character which you would now doubtless gladly disavow. But we must meet and talk the whole matter over, and I will be at any trouble to see you when I return. Meantime, I will not let go the hope that I will convince you absolutely of your error, for the facts are entirely on my side. Yours truly, William Sooy Smith. Memoirs of General W. T. Sherman. By William T. Sherman. Volume 2. Chapter 16. Atlanta Campaign, Nashville and Chattanooga to Bennebaugh. March, April, and May, 1864. On the 18th day of March, 1864, at Nashville, Tennessee, I relieved Lieutenant General Grant in command of the Military Division of the Mississippi, embracing the departments of the Ohio, Cumberland, Tennessee, and Arkansas, commanded respectively by Major Generals Schofield, Thomas, McPherson, and Steele. General Grant was in the act of starting east to assume command of all the armies of the United States, but more particularly to give direction in person to the armies of the Potomac and James, operating against Richmond, and I accompanied him as far as Cincinnati on his way, to avail myself of the opportunity to discuss privately many little details incident to the contemplated changes, and of preparation for the great events then impending. Among these was the intended assignment to duty of many officers of note and influence, who had, by the force of events, drifted into inactivity and discontent. Among these stood prominent Generals McClellan, Burnside, and Fremont in the east, and Generals Buell, McCook, Negley, and Crittenden at the west. My understanding was that General Grant thought it wise and prudent to give all these officers appropriate commands that would enable them to regain the influence they had lost. And, as a general reorganization of all the armies was then necessary, he directed me to keep in mind especially the claims of Generals Buell, McCook, and Crittenden, and endeavor to give them commands that would be as near their rank and dates of commission as possible. But I was to do nothing until I heard further from him on the subject, as he explained that he would have to consult the Secretary of War before making final orders. General Buell and his officers had been subjected to a long ordeal by a court of inquiry, touching their conduct of the campaign in Tennessee and Kentucky that resulted in the Battle of Perryville, or Chaplain's Hills, October 80, 1862, and they had been substantially acquitted. And, as it was manifest that we were to have some hard fighting, we were anxious to bring into harmony every man and every officer of skill in the profession of arms. Of these, Generals Buell and McClellan were prominent in rank, and also by reason of their fame acquired in Mexico, as well as in the earlier part of the Civil War. After my return to Nashville, I addressed myself to the task of organization and preparation, which involved the general security of the vast region of the South, which had been already conquered, more especially the several routes of supply and communication with the active armies at the front, and to organize a large army to move into Georgia, coincident with the advance of the Eastern armies against Richmond. I soon received from Colonel J.B. Fry, now of the Adjutant General's Department, but then at Washington in charge of the Provost Marshal General's office, a letter asking me to do something for General Buell. I answered him frankly, telling him of my understanding with General Grant, and that I was still awaiting the expected order of the War Department, assigning General Buell to my command. Colonel Fry, as General Buell's special friend, replied that he was very anxious that I should make specific application for the services of General Buell by name, and inquired what I proposed to offer him. To this I answered that, after the agreement with General Grant that he would notify me from Washington, I could not with propriety press the matter, but if General Buell should be assigned to me specifically, I was prepared to assign him to command all the troops on the Mississippi River from Cairo to Natchez, comprising about 3 divisions or the equivalent of a corps d'armée. General Grant never afterward communicated to me on the subject at all, and I inferred that Mr. Stanton, who was notoriously vindictive in his prejudices, would not consent to the employment of these high officers. General Buell, toward the close of the war, published a bitter political letter, aimed at General Grant, reflecting on his general management of the war, and stated that both Generals Canby and Sherman had offered him a subordinate command, which he had declined because he had once outranked us. This was not true as to me, or Canby either, I think, for both General Canby and I ranked him at West Point and in the Old Army, and he, General Buell, was only superior to us in the date of his commission as Major General for a short period in 1862. This newspaper communication, though aimed at General Grant, reacted on himself, for it closed his military career. General Crittenden afterward obtained authority for service, and I offered him a division, but he declined it for the reason, as I understood it, that he had at one time commanded a corps. He is now in the United States service, commanding the 17th Infantry. General McCook obtained a command under General Canby in the Department of the Gulf, where he rendered good service, and he is also in the regular service, Lieutenant Colonel 10th Infantry. I returned to Nashville from Cincinnati about the 25th of March and started at once, in a special car attached to the regular train, to inspect my command at the front, going to Pulaski, Tennessee, where I found General G.M. Dodge. Thence to Huntsville, Alabama, where I had left a part of my personal staff and the records of the department during the time we had been absent at Meridian. And there I found General McPherson, who had arrived from Vicksburg and had assumed command of the Army of the Tennessee. General McPherson accompanied me, and we proceeded by the cars to Stevenson, Bridgeport, etc., to Chattanooga, where we spent a day or two with General George H. Thomas, and then continued on to Knoxville, where was General Schofield. He returned with us to Chattanooga, stopping by the way a few hours at Loudon, where were the headquarters of the 4th Corps, Major General Gordon Granger. General Granger, as usual, was full of complaints at the treatment of his corps since I had left him with General Burnside at Knoxville the preceding November, and he stated to me personally that he had a leave of absence in his pocket, of which he intended to take advantage very soon. About the end of March, therefore, the 3 Army commanders and myself were together at Chattanooga. We had nothing like a council of war, but conversed freely and frankly on all matters of interest then in progress or impending. We all knew that, as soon as the spring was fairly open, we should have to move directly against our antagonist, General Joss. E. Johnston, then securely entrenched at Dalton, 30 miles distant, and the purpose of our conference at the time was to ascertain our own resources and to distribute to each part of the Army its appropriate share of work. We discussed every possible contingency likely to arise, and I simply instructed each Army commander to make immediate preparations for a hard campaign, regulating the distribution of supplies that were coming up by rail from Nashville as equitably as possible. We also agreed on some subordinate changes in the organization of the 3 separate armies which were destined to take the field, among which was the consolidation of the 11th and 12th Corps, Howard and Slocum, into a single corps to be commanded by General Joss. Hooker. General Howard was to be transferred to the 4th Corps, Vice Gordon Granger to avail himself of his leave of absence, and General Slocum was to be ordered down the Mississippi River to command the district of Vicksburg. These changes required the consent of the President and were all in due time approved. The great question of the campaign was one of supplies. Nashville, our chief depot, was itself partially in a hostile country, and even the routes of supply from Louisville to Nashville by rail and by way of the Cumberland River had to be guarded. Chattanooga, our starting point, was 136 miles in front of Nashville, and every foot of the way, especially the many bridges, trestles, and culverts, had to be strongly guarded against the acts of a local hostile population and of the enemy's cavalry. Then, of course, as we advanced into Georgia, it was manifest that we should have to repair the railroad, use it, and guard it likewise. General Thomas's army was much the largest of the 3, was best provided, and contained the best corps of engineers, railroad managers, and repair parties, as well as the best body of spies and provost marshals. On him, we were therefore compelled in a great measure to rely for these most useful branches of service. He had so long exercised absolute command and control over the railroads in his department that the other armies were jealous, and these thought the Army of the Cumberland got the lion's share of the supplies and other advantages of the railroads. I found a good deal of feeling in the Army of the Tennessee on this score, and therefore took supreme control of the roads myself, placed all the Army commanders on an equal footing, and gave to each the same control, so far as orders of transportation for men and stores were concerned. Thomas's spies brought him frequent and accurate reports of Joss. Johnston's army at Dalton, giving its strength anywhere between 40 and 50,000 men, and these were being reinforced by troops from Mississippi and by the Georgia militia under General G.W. Smith. General Johnston seemed to be acting purely on the defensive, so that we had time and leisure to take all our measures deliberately and fully. I fixed the date of May 1st, when all things should be in readiness for the grand forward movement, and then returned to Nashville, General Schofield going back to Knoxville and McPherson to Huntsville, Thomas remaining at Chattanooga. On the 2d of April, at Nashville, I wrote to General Grant, then at Washington, reporting to him the results of my visit to the several armies, and asked his consent to the several changes proposed, which was promptly given by telegraph. I then addressed myself specially to the troublesome question of transportation and supplies. I found the capacity of the railroads from Nashville forward to Decatur, and to Chattanooga, so small, especially in the number of locomotives and care, that it was clear that they were barely able to supply the daily wants of the armies then dependent on them, with no power of accumulating a surplus in advance. The cars were daily loaded down with men returning from furlough, with cattle, horses, etc. And by reason of the previous desolation of the country between Chattanooga and Knoxville, General Thomas had authorized the issue of provisions to the suffering inhabitants. We could not attempt an advance into Georgia without food, ammunition, etc. And ordinary prudence dictated that we should have an accumulation at the front, in case of interruption to the railway by the act of the enemy or by common accident. Accordingly, on the 6th of April, I issued a general order, limiting the use of the railroad cars to transporting only the essential articles of food, ammunition, and supplies for the army proper, forbidding any further issues to citizens, and cutting off all civil traffic, requiring the commanders of posts within 30 miles of Nashville to haul out their own stores in wagons, requiring all troops destined for the front to march, and all beef cattle to be driven on their own legs. This was a great help, but of course it naturally raised a howl. Some of the poor Union people of East Tennessee appealed to President Lincoln, whose kind heart responded promptly to their request. He telegraphed me to know if I could not modify or repeal my orders. But I answered him that a great campaign was impending, on which the fate of the nation hung, that our railroads had but a limited capacity, and could not provide for the necessities of the army and of the people too, that one or the other must quit, and we could not until the army of Johnston was conquered, etc., etc. Mr. Lincoln seemed to acquiesce, and I advised the people to obtain and drive out cattle from Kentucky, and to haul out their supplies by the wagon road from the same quarter, by way of Cumberland Gap. By these changes, we nearly or quite doubled our daily accumulation of stores at the front, and yet even this was not found enough. I accordingly called together in Nashville the Master of Transportation, Colonel Anderson, the Chief Quartermaster, General J. L. Donaldson, and the Chief Commissary, General Amos Beckwith, for conference. I assumed the strength of the army to move from Chattanooga into Georgia at 100,000 men, and the number of animals to be fed, both for cavalry and draft, at 35,000. Then, allowing for occasional wrecks of trains, which were very common, and for the interruption of the road itself by guerrillas and regular raids, we estimated it would require 130 cars of 10 tons each to reach Chattanooga daily to be reasonably certain of an adequate supply. Even with this calculation, we could not afford to bring forward hay for the horses and mules, nor more than 5 pounds of oats or corn per day for each animal. I was willing to risk the question of forage in part, because I expected to find wheat and cornfields and a good deal of grass, as we advanced into Georgia at that season of the year. The problem then was to deliver at Chattanooga and beyond 130 carloads daily, leaving the beef cattle to be driven on the hoof, and all the troops in excess of the usual train guards to march by the ordinary roads. Colonel Anderson promptly explained that he did not possess cars or locomotives enough to do this work. I then instructed and authorized him to hold on to all trains that arrived at Nashville from Louisville, and to allow none to go back until he had secured enough to fill the requirements of our problem. At the time, he only had about 60 serviceable locomotives and about 600 cars of all kinds, and he represented that to provide for all contingencies, he must have at least 100 locomotives and 1,000 cars. As soon as Mr. Guthrie, the president of the Louisville and Nashville Railroad, detected that we were holding on to all his locomotives and cars, he wrote me, earnestly remonstrating against it, saying that he would not be able with diminished stock to bring forward the necessary stores from Louisville to Nashville. I wrote to him, frankly telling him exactly how we were placed, appealed to his patriotism to stand by us, and advised him in like manner to hold on to all trains coming into Jeffersonville, Indiana. He and General Robert Allen, then Quartermaster General at Louisville, arranged a ferry boat so as to transfer the trains over the Ohio River from Jeffersonville, and in a short time we had cars and locomotives from almost every road at the north. Months afterward I was amused to see, away down in Georgia, cars marked Pittsburgh and Fort Wayne, Delaware and Lackawanna, Baltimore and Ohio, and indeed with the names of almost every railroad north of the Ohio River. How these railroad companies ever recovered their property, or settled their transportation accounts, I have never heard, but to this fact, as much as to any other single fact, I attribute the perfect success which afterward attended our campaigns. And I have always felt grateful to Mr. Guthrie, of Louisville, who had sense enough and patriotism enough to subordinate the interests of his railroad company to the cause of his country. About this time, viz., the early part of April, I was much disturbed by a bold raid made by the rebel General Forrest up between the Mississippi and Tennessee rivers. He reached the Ohio River at Paducah, but was handsomely repulsed by Colonel Hicks. He then swung down toward Memphis, assaulted and carried Fort Pillow, massacring a part of its garrison, composed wholly of Negro troops. At first I discredited the story of the massacre, because, in preparing for the Meridian campaign, I had ordered Fort Pillow to be evacuated, but it transpired afterward that General Hurlbut had retained a small garrison at Fort Pillow to encourage the enlistment of the blacks as soldiers, which was a favorite political policy at that day. The massacre at Fort Pillow occurred April 12, 1864, and has been the subject of congressional inquiry. No doubt Forrest's men acted like a set of barbarians, shooting down the helpless Negro garrison after the fort was in their possession. But I am told that Forrest personally disclaims any active participation in the assault, and that he stopped the firing as soon as he could. I also take it for granted that Forrest did not lead the assault in person, and consequently that he was to the rear, out of sight if not of hearing at the time, and I was told by hundreds of our men, who were at various times prisoners in Forrest's possession, that he was usually very kind to them. He had a desperate set of fellows under him, and at that very time there is no doubt the feeling of the Southern people was fearfully savage on this very point of our making soldiers out of their late slaves, and Forrest may have shared the feeling. I also had another serious cause of disturbance about that time. I wanted badly the 2 divisions of troops which had been loaned to General Banks in the month of March previously, with the express understanding that their absence was to endure only 1 month, and that during April they were to come out of Red River and be again within the sphere of my command. I accordingly instructed one of my inspector generals, John M. Corse, to take a fleet steamboat at Nashville, proceed via Cairo, Memphis, and Vicksburg to General Banks up the Red River, and to deliver the following letter of April 3d, as also others of like tenor to Generals A. J. Smith and Fred Steele, who were supposed to be with him. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, Nashville, Tennessee, April 3, 1864. Major General N. P. Banks, Commanding Department of the Gulf, Red River. General, the 30 days for which I loaned you the command of General A. J. Smith will expire on the 10th instant. I send with this Brigadier General J. M. Corse to carry orders to General A. J. Smith and to give directions for a new movement, which is preliminary to the general campaign. General Corse may see you and explain in full, but lest he should not find you in person, I will simply state that Forrest, availing himself of the absence of our furloughed men and of the detachment with you, has pushed up between the Mississippi and Tennessee rivers, even to the Ohio. He attacked Paducah, but got the worst of it, and he still lingers about the place. I hope that he will remain thereabouts till General A. J. Smith can reach his destined point, but this I can hardly expect. Yet I want him to reach by the Yazoo a position near Grenada, thence to operate against Forrest, after which to march across to Decatur, Alabama. You will see that he has a big job, and therefore should start at once. From all that I can learn, my troops reached Alexandria, Louisiana, at the time agreed on, viz. March 17th, and I hear of them at Natchitoches, but cannot hear of your troops being above Opelousas. Steele is also moving. I leave Steele's entire force to cooperate with you in the Navy, but, as I before stated, I must have A.T. Smith's troops now as soon as possible. I beg you will expedite their return to Vicksburg, if they have not already started, and I want them if possible to remain in the same boats they have used up Red River, as it will save the time otherwise consumed in transfer to other boats. All is well in this quarter, and I hope by the time you turn against Mobile our forces will again act toward the same end, though from distant points. General Grant, now having lawful control, will doubtless see that all minor objects are disregarded, and that all the armies act on a common plan. Hoping, when this reaches you, that you will be in possession of Shreveport, I am, with great respect, etc. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Rumors were reaching us thick and fast of defeat and disaster in that quarter, and I feared then, what afterward actually happened, that neither General Banks nor Admiral Porter could or would spare those two divisions. On the 23rd of April, General Corse returned, bringing full answers to my letters, and I saw that we must go on without them. This was a serious loss to the Army of the Tennessee, which was also short by two other divisions that were on their veteran furlough, and were under orders to rendezvous at Cairo before embarking for Clifton on the Tennessee River. On the 10th of April, 1864, the headquarters of the three armies of the Cumberland, Tennessee, and Ohio were at Chattanooga. Huntsville and Knoxville and the tables on page 16, et seq., give their exact condition and strength. The Department of the Arkansas was then subject to my command, but General Fred Steele, its commander, was at Little Rock, remote from me, acting in cooperation with General Banks, and had full employment for every soldier of his command, so that I never depended on him for any men or for any participation in the Georgia campaign. Soon after, viz., May 8th, that department was transferred to the Military Division of the Gulf, or Southwest, Major General E.R. S. Canby commanding, and General Steele served with him in the subsequent movement against Mobile. In Generals Thomas, McPherson, and Schofield, I had three generals of education and experience, admirably qualified for the work before us. Each has made a history of his own, and I need not here dwell on their respective merits as men, or as commanders of armies, except that each possessed special qualities of mind and of character which fitted them in the highest degree for the work then in contemplation. By the returns of April 10, 1864, it will be seen that the Army of the Cumberland had on its muster rolls men present and absent, 171,450 present for duty, 88,883. The Army of the Tennessee present and absent, 134,763 present for duty, 64,957. The Army of the Ohio present and absent, 46,052 present for duty, 26,242. The department and army commanders had to maintain strong garrisons in their respective departments, and also to guard their respective lines of supply. I, therefore, in my mind, aimed to prepare out of these three armies, by the 1st of May, 1864, a compact army for active operations in Georgia of about the following numbers. Army of the Cumberland, 50,000 Army of the Tennessee, 35,000 Army of the Ohio, 15,000. Total is 100,000. And to make these troops as mobile as possible, I made the strictest possible orders in relation to wagons and all species of encumbrances and impedimenta whatever. Each officer and soldier was required to carry on his horse or person food and clothing enough for 5 days. To each regiment was allowed but one wagon and one ambulance, and to the officers of each company one pack horse or mule. Each division and brigade was provided a fair proportion of wagons for a supply train, and these were limited in their loads to carry food, ammunition, and clothing. Tents were forbidden to all save the sick and wounded, and one tent only was allowed to each headquarters for use as an office. These orders were not absolutely enforced, though in person I set the example and did not have a tent, nor did any officer about me have one. But we had wall tent flies, without poles and no tent furniture of any kind. We usually spread our flies over saplings or on fence rails or posts improvised on the spot. Most of the general officers, except Thomas, followed my example strictly, but he had a regular headquarters camp. I frequently called his attention to the orders on this subject, rather jestingly than seriously. He would break out against his officers for having such luxuries, but needing a tent himself and being good-natured and slow to act, he never enforced my orders perfectly. In addition to his regular wagon train, he had a big wagon which could be converted into an office, and this we used to call Thomas's Circus. Several times during the campaign, I found quartermasters hid away in some comfortable nook to the rear, with tents and mess fixtures which were the envy of the passing soldiers. And I frequently broke them up and distributed the tents to the surgeons of brigades. Yet my orders actually reduced the transportation, so that I doubt if any army ever went forth to battle with fewer impedimenta, and where the regular and necessary supplies of food, ammunition, and clothing were issued, as called for, so regularly and so well. My personal staff was then composed of Captain J. C. McCoy, aide-de-camp, Captain L. M. Dayton, aide-de-camp, Captain J. C. Audenried, aide-de-camp, Brigadier General J. D. Webster, Chief of Staff, Major R. M. Sawyer, Assistant Adjutant General, Captain Montgomery Rochester, Assistant Adjutant General. These last three were left at Nashville in charge of the office and were empowered to give orders in my name, communication being generally kept up by telegraph. Subsequently were added to my staff and accompanied me in the field Brigadier General W. F. Barry, Chief of Artillery, Colonel O. M. Poe, Chief of Engineers, Colonel L. C. Easton, Chief Quartermaster, Colonel Amos Beckwith, Chief Commissary, Captain Thos. G. Baylor, Chief of Ordnance, Surgeon E. D. Kiddo, Medical Director, Brigadier General J. M. Corse, Inspector General Lieutenant Colonel C. Ewing, Inspector General, and Lieutenant Colonel Willard Warner, Inspector General. These officers constituted my staff proper at the beginning of the campaign, which remained substantially the same till the close of the war, with very few exceptions. Viz. Surgeon John Moore, United States Army, relieved Surgeon Kiddo of the Volunteers, about Atlanta as Medical Director. Major Henry Hitchcock joined as Judge Advocate, and Captain G. Ward Nichols reported as an extra aide-de-camp after the fall of Atlanta at Galesville, just before we started for Savannah. During the whole month of April, the preparations for active war were going on with extreme vigor, and my letter book shows an active correspondence with Generals Grant, Halleck, Thomas, McPherson, and Schofield on thousands of matters of detail and arrangement, most of which are embraced in my testimony before the Committee on the Conduct of the War, Volume I, Appendix. When the time for action approached, viz. May 1, 1864, the actual armies prepared to move into Georgia resulted as follows: present for battle, men, Army of the Cumberland, Major General Thomas, infantry, 54, 568 artillery, 2, 377 cavalry, 3, 828 aggregate, 60, 773 number of field guns, 130. Army of the Tennessee, Major General McPherson. Infantry, 22, 437 artillery, 1, 404 cavalry, aggregate, 24, 465 guns, 96. Army of the Ohio, Major General Schofield. Infantry, 11, 183 artillery, cavalry, 1, 697 aggregate, 13, 559 guns, 28. Grand aggregate, 98,797 men and 254 guns. These figures do not embrace the cavalry divisions which were still incomplete, viz. of General Stoneman at Lexington, Kentucky, and of General Garrard at Columbia, Tennessee, who were then rapidly collecting horses and joined us in the early stage of the campaign. General Stoneman, having a division of about 4,000 men and horses, was attached to Schofield's Army of the Ohio. General Garrard's division, of about 4,500 men and horses, was attached to General Thomas's command, and he had another irregular division of cavalry, commanded by Brigadier General E. McCook. There was also a small brigade of cavalry, belonging to the Army of the Cumberland, attached temporarily to the Army of the Tennessee, which was commanded by Brigadier General Judson Kilpatrick. These cavalry commands changed constantly in strength and numbers, and were generally used on the extreme flanks or for some special detached service, as will be hereinafter related. The Army of the Tennessee was still short by the 2 divisions detached with General Banks up Red River and 2 other divisions on furlough in Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio, but which were rendezvousing at Cairo under Generals Leggett and Crocker to form a part of the 17th Corps, which corps was to be commanded by Major General Frank P. Blair, then a member of Congress, in Washington. On the 2d of April, I notified him by letter that I wanted him to join and to command these 2 divisions, which ought to be ready by the 1st of May. General Blair, with these 2 divisions, constituting the 17th Army Corps, did not actually overtake us until we reached Acworth and Big Shanty, in Georgia, about the 9th of June, 1864. In my letter of April 4th to General John A. Rawlins, Chief of Staff to General Grant at Washington, I described at length all the preparations that were in progress for the active campaign thus contemplated, and therein estimated Schofield at 12,000, Thomas at 45,000, and McPherson at 30,000. At first I intended to open the campaign about May 1st, by moving Schofield on Dalton from Cleveland, Thomas on the same objective from Chattanooga, and McPherson on Rome and Kingston from Gunter's Landing. My intention was merely to threaten Dalton in front and to direct McPherson to act vigorously against the railroad below Resaca, far to the rear of the enemy. But by reason of his being short of his estimated strength by the 4 divisions before referred to, and thus being reduced to about 24,000 men, I did not feel justified in placing him so far away from the support of the main body of the army, and therefore subsequently changed the plan of campaign so far as to bring that army up to Chattanooga, and to direct it thence through Ship's Gap against the railroad to Johnston's rear, at or near Resaca, distant from Dalton only 18 miles, and in full communication with the other armies by roads behind Rocky Face Ridge, of about the same length. On the 10th of April, I received General Grant's letter of April 4th from Washington, which formed the basis of all the campaigns of the year 1864, and subsequently received another of April 19th, written from Culpeper, Virginia, both of which are now in my possession in his own handwriting, and are here given entire. These letters embrace substantially all the orders he ever made on this particular subject, and these, it will be seen, devolved on me the details both as to the plan and execution of the campaign by the armies under my immediate command. These armies were to be directed against the rebel army commanded by General Joseph E. Johnston, then lying on the defensive, strongly entrenched at Dalton, Georgia, and I was required to follow it up closely and persistently, so that in no event could any part be detached to assist General Lee in Virginia, General Grant undertaking in like manner to keep Lee so busy that he could not respond to any calls of help by Johnston. Neither Atlanta, nor Augusta, nor Savannah was the objective but the army of Johnston, go where it might. Headquarters Armies of the United States, Washington, D.C., April 4, 1864. Major General W. T. Sherman, commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, it is my design, if the enemy keep quiet and allow me to take the initiative in the spring campaign, to work all parts of the army together and somewhat toward a common center. For your information, I now write you my program, as at present determined upon. I have sent orders to Banks, by private messenger, to finish up his present expedition against Shreveport with all dispatch, to turn over the defense of Red River to General Steele's and the Navy, and to return your troops to you, and his own to New Orleans, to abandon all of Texas, except the Rio Grande, and to hold that with not to exceed 4,000 men, to reduce the number of troops on the Mississippi to the lowest number necessary to hold it, and to collect from his command not less than 25,000 men. To this I will add 5,000 from Missouri. With this force, he is to commence operations against Mobile as soon as he can. It will be impossible for him to commence too early. Gilmore joins Butler with 10,000 men, and the 2 operate against Richmond from the south aid of James River. This will give Butler 33,000 men to operate with, W. F. Smith commanding the right wing of his forces, and Gilmore the left wing. I will stay with the Army of the Potomac, increased by Burnside's corps of not less than 25,000 effective men, and operate directly against Lee's army, wherever it may be found. Sigel collects all his available force in 2 columns, one under Ord and Averill, to start from Beverly, Virginia, and the other under Crook, to start from Charleston on the Kanawha to move against the Virginia and Tennessee Railroad. Crook will have all cavalry and will endeavor to get in about Saltville and move east from there to join Ord. His force will be all cavalry, while Ord will have from 10 to 12,000 men of all arms. I propose to move against Johnston's army, to break it up, and to get into the interior of the enemy's country as far as you can, inflicting all the damage you can against their war resources. I do not propose to lay down for you a plan of campaign, but simply to lay down the work it is desirable to have done and leave you free to execute it in your own way. Submit to me, however, as early as you can, your plan of operations. As stated, Banks is ordered to commence operations as soon as he can. Gilmore is ordered to report at Fortress Monroe by the 18th inst, or as soon thereafter as practicable. Sigel is concentrating now. None will move from their places of rendezvous until I direct, except Banks. I want to be ready to move by the 25th inst, if possible, but all I can now direct is that you get ready as soon as possible. I know you will have difficulties to encounter in getting through the mountains to where supplies are abundant, but I believe you will accomplish it. From the expedition from the Department of West Virginia, I do not calculate on very great results, but it is the only way I can take troops from there. With the long line of railroad Sigel has to protect, he can spare no troops, except to move directly to his front. In this way, he must get through to inflict great damage on the enemy, or the enemy must detach from one of his armies a large force to prevent it. In other words, if Sigel can't skin himself, he can hold a leg while someone else skins. I am, General, very respectfully your obedient servant, U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, Nashville, Tennessee, April 10, 1864. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, Commander-in-Chief, Washington, D. Dear General, your 2 letters of April 4th are now before me and afford me infinite satisfaction. That we are now all to act on a common plan, converging on a common center, looks like enlightened war. Like yourself, you take the biggest load, and from me you shall have thorough and hearty cooperation. I will not let side issues draw me off from your main plans in which I am to knock Johnston, and to do as much damage to the resources of the enemy as possible. I have heretofore written to General Rawlins and to Colonel Comstock, of your staff, somewhat of the method in which I propose to act. I have seen all my army, corps, and division commanders, and have signified only to the former, viz. Schofield, Thomas, and McPherson, our general plans, which I inferred from the purport of our conversation here and at Cincinnati. First, I am pushing stores to the front with all possible dispatch, and am completing the army organization according to the orders from Washington, which are ample and perfectly satisfactory. It will take us all of April to get in our furloughed veterans, to bring up A.J. Smith's command, and to collect provisions and cattle on the line of the Tennessee. Each of the armies will guard, by detachments of its own, its rear communications. At the signal to be given by you, Schofield, leaving a select garrison at Knoxville and London, with 12,000 men will drop down to the Hiawassee and march against Johnston's right by the old Federal Road. Stoneman, now in Kentucky, organizing the cavalry forces of the Army of the Ohio, will operate with Schofield on his left front it may be, pushing a select body of about 2,000 cavalry by Ducktown or Elijah toward Athens, Georgia. Thomas will aim to have 45,000 men of all arms and move straight against Johnston, wherever he may be, fighting him cautiously, persistently, and to the best advantage. He will have 2 divisions of cavalry to take advantage of any offering. McPherson will have 9 divisions of the Army of the Tennessee, if A.J. Smith gets here, in which case he will have full 30,000 of the best men in America. He will cross the Tennessee at Decatur and Whitesburg, march toward Rome, and feel for Thomas. If Johnston falls behind the Coosa, then McPherson will push for Rome, and if Johnston falls behind the Chattahoochee, as I believe he will, then McPherson will cross over and join Thomas. McPherson has no cavalry, but I have taken one of Thomas's divisions, viz. Garrard's 6,000 strong, which is now at Columbia, mounting, equipping, and preparing. I designed this division to operate on McPherson's right, rear, or front, according as the enemy appears. But the moment I detect Johnston falling behind the Chattahoochee, I propose to cast off the effective part of this cavalry division after crossing the Coosa, straight for Opelika, West Point, Columbus, or Wetumpka, to break up the road between Montgomery and Georgia. If Garrard can do this work well, he can return to the Union Army. But should a superior force interpose, then he will seek safety at Pensacola and join Banks, or, after rest, will act against any force that he can find east of Mobile, till such time as he can reach me. Should Johnston fall behind the Chattahoochee, I will feign to the right, but pass to the left and act against Atlanta or its eastern communications, according to developed facts. This is about as far ahead as I feel disposed to look. But I will ever bear in mind that Johnston is at all times to be kept so busy that he cannot in any event send any part of his command against you or Banks. If Banks can at the same time carry Mobile and open up the Alabama River, he will in a measure solve the most difficult part of my problem, viz., provisions. But in that I must venture. Georgia has 1 million of inhabitants. If they can live, we should not starve. If the enemy interrupt our communications, I will be absolved from all obligations to subsist on our own resources and will feel perfectly justified in taking whatever and wherever we can find. I will inspire my command, if successful, with the feeling that beef and salt are all that is absolutely necessary to life, and that parched corn once fed General Jackson's army on that very ground. As ever, your friend and servant, W.T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters Armies of the United States Culpeper Courthouse, Virginia, April 19, 1864. Major General W.T. Sherman, commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, since my letter to you of April 4th, I have seen no reason to change any portion of the general plan of campaign if the enemy remains still and allow us to take the initiative. Rain has continued so uninterruptedly until the last day or two that it will be impossible to move, however, before the 27th, even if no more should fall in the meantime. I think Saturday, the 30th, will probably be the day for our general move. Colonel Comstock, who will take this, can spend a day with you and fill up many little gaps of information not given in any of my letters. What I now want more particularly to say is that if the 2 main attacks, yours and the one from here, should promise great success, the enemy may, in a fit of desperation, abandon one part of their line of defense and throw their whole strength upon the other, believing a single defeat without any victory to sustain them better than a defeat all along their line, and hoping too, at the same time, that the army, meeting with no resistance, will rest perfectly satisfied with their laurels, having penetrated to a given point south, thereby enabling them to throw their force first upon one and then on the other. With the majority of military commanders, they might do this. But you have had too much experience in traveling light and subsisting upon the country to be caught by any such ruse. I hope my experience has not been thrown away. My directions, then, would be, if the enemy in your front show signs of joining Lee, follow him up to the full extent of your ability. I will prevent the concentration of Lee upon your front if it is in the power of this army to do it. The Army of the Potomac looks well, and so far as I can judge, officers and men feel well. Yours truly, U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, Nashville, Tennessee, April 24, 1864. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, Commander-in-Chief, Culpeper, Virginia. General, I now have, at the hands of Colonel Comstock, of your staff, the letter of April 19th, and am as far prepared to assume the offensive as possible. I only ask as much time as you think proper to enable me to get up McPherson's 2 divisions from Cairo. Their furloughs will expire about this time, and some of them should now be in motion for Clifton, whence they will march to Decatur to join General Dodge. McPherson is ordered to assemble the 15th Corps near Larkins, and to get the 16th and 17th Corps, Dodge and Blair at Decatur at the earliest possible moment. From these 2 points, he will direct his forces on Lebanon, Somerville, and Lafayette, where he will act against Johnston if he accept battle at Dalton, or move in the direction of Rome if the enemy give up Dalton and fall behind the Oostenaula or Etowah. I see that there is some risk in dividing our forces, but Thomas and Schofield will have strength enough to cover all the valleys as far as Dalton. And should Johnston turn his whole force against McPherson, the latter will have his bridge at Larkins, and the route to Chattanooga via Willis Valley and the Chattanooga Creek open for retreat. And if Johnston attempt to leave Dalton, Thomas will have force enough to push on through Dalton to Kingston, which will checkmate him. My own opinion is that Johnston will be compelled to hang to his railroad, the only possible avenue of supply to his army, estimated at from 45 to 60,000 men. At Lafayette, all our armies will be together, and if Johnston stands at Dalton, we must attack him in position. Thomas feels certain that he has no material increase of force, and that he has not sent away Hardee or any part of his army. Supplies are the great question. I have materially increased the number of cars daily. When I got here, the average was from 65 to 80 per day. Yesterday the report was 193, today 134. And my estimate is that 145 cars per day will give us a day's supply and a day's accumulation. McPherson is ordered to carry in wagons 20 days' rations and to rely on the depot at Ringgold for the renewal of his bread. Beeves are now being driven on the hoof to the front, and the commissary, Colonel Beckwith, seems fully alive to the importance of the whole matter. Our weakest point will be from the direction of Decatur, and I will be forced to risk something from that quarter, depending on the fact that the enemy has no force available with which to threaten our communications from that direction. Colonel Comstock will explain to you personally much that I cannot commit to paper. I am, with great respect, W.T. Sherman, Major General. On the 28th of April, I removed my headquarters to Chattanooga and prepared for taking the field in person. General Grant had first indicated the 30th of April as the day for the simultaneous advance, but subsequently changed the day to May 5th. McPherson's troops were brought forward rapidly to Chattanooga, partly by rail and partly by marching. Thomas's troops were already in position, his advance being out as far as Ringgold 18 miles, and Schofield was marching down by Cleveland to Red Clay and Catoosa Springs. On the 4th of May, Thomas was in person at Ringgold, his left at Catoosa, and his right at Lee's Tanyard. Schofield was at Red Clay, closing upon Thomas's left, and McPherson was moving rapidly into Chattanooga and out toward Gordon's Mill. On the 5th, I rode out to Ringgold, and on the very day appointed by General Grant from his headquarters in Virginia, the great campaign was begun. To give all the minute details will involve more than is contemplated, and I will endeavor only to trace the principal events, or rather to record such as weighed heaviest on my own mind at the time, and which now remain best fixed in my memory. My general headquarters and official records remained back at Nashville, and I had near me only my personal staff and inspectors general, with about half a dozen wagons and a single company of Ohio sharpshooters, commanded by Lieutenant McCrory as headquarters or camp guard. I also had a small company of irregular Alabama cavalry, commanded by Lieutenant Snelling, used mostly as orderlies and couriers. No wall tents were allowed, only the flies. Our mess establishment was less in bulk than that of any of the brigade commanders. Nor was this from an indifference to the ordinary comforts of life, but because I wanted to set the example, and gradually to convert all parts of that army into a mobile machine, willing and able to start at a minute's notice, and to subsist on the scantiest food. To reap absolute success might involve the necessity even of dropping all wagons, and to subsist on the chance food which the country was known to contain. I had obtained not only the United States Census Tables of 1860, but a compilation made by the Comptroller of the State of Georgia for the purpose of taxation, containing in considerable detail the population and statistics of every county in Georgia. One of my aides, Captain Dayton, acted as Assistant Adjutant General, with an order book, letter book, and writing paper that filled a small chest not much larger than an ordinary candle boa. The only reports and returns called for were the ordinary tri-monthly returns of effective strength. As these accumulated, they were sent back to Nashville, and afterward were embraced in the archives of the Military Division of the Mississippi, changed in 1865 to the Military Division of the Missouri, and I suppose they were burned in the Chicago fire of 1870. Still, duplicates remain of all essential papers in the archives of the War Department. The 6th of May was given to Schofield and McPherson to get into position, and on the 7th, General Thomas moved in force against Tunnel Hill, driving off a mere picket guard of the enemy, and I was agreeably surprised to find that no damage had been done to the tunnel or the railroad. From Tunnel Hill, I could look into the gorge by which the railroad passed through a straight and well-defined range of mountains, presenting sharp palisade faces and known as Rocky Face. The gorge itself was called the Buzzard Roost. We could plainly see the enemy in this gorge and behind it, and Mill Creek, which formed the gorge, flowing toward Dalton, had been dammed up, making a sort of irregular lake, filling the road, thereby obstructing it, and the enemy's batteries crowned the cliffs on either side. The position was very strong, and I knew that such a general as was my antagonist, Johnston, who had been there 6 months, had fortified it to the maximum. Therefore, I had no intention to attack the position seriously in front, but depended on McPherson to capture and hold the railroad to its rear, which would force Johnston to detach largely against him, or rather, as I expected, to evacuate his position at Dalton altogether. My orders to Generals Thomas and Schofield were merely to press strongly at all points in front, ready to rush in on the first appearance of let go, and, if possible, to catch our enemy in the confusion of retreat. All the movements of the 7th and 8th were made exactly as ordered, and the enemy seemed quiescent, acting purely on the defensive. I had constant communication with all parts of the army, and on the 9th McPherson's head of column entered and passed through Snake Creek, perfectly undefended, and accomplished a complete surprise to the enemy. At its farther debouch, he met a cavalry brigade, easily driven, which retreated hastily north toward Dalton, and doubtless carried to Johnston the first serious intimation that a heavy force of infantry and artillery was to his rear and within a few miles of his railroad. I got a short note from McPherson that day, written at 2 p.m., when he was within a mile and a half of the railroad, above and near Resaca, and we all felt jubilant. I renewed orders to Thomas and Schofield to be ready for the instant pursuit of what I expected to be a broken and disordered army, forced to retreat by roads to the east of Resaca, which were known to be very rough and impracticable. That night, I received further notice from McPherson that he had found Resaca too strong for a surprise, that in consequence he had fallen back 3 miles to the mouth of Snake Creek Gap and was there fortified. I wrote him the next day the following letters, copies of which are in my letter book, but his to me were mere notes in pencil, not retained. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field, Tunnel Hill, Georgia, May 11, 1864. Major General McPherson, Commanding Army of the Tennessee Sugar Valley, Georgia. General, I received by courier in the night, yours of 5 and 8:30 p.m. of yesterday. You now have your 23,000 men, and General Hooker is in close support so that you can hold all of Johnston's army in check should he abandon Dalton. He cannot afford to abandon Dalton, for he has fixed it up on purpose to receive us, and he observes that we are close at hand, waiting for him to quit. He cannot afford a detachment strong enough to fight you, as his army will not admit of it. Strengthen your position, fight anything that comes, and threaten the safety of the railroad all the time. But to tell the truth, I would rather the enemy would stay in Dalton 2 more days, when he may find in his rear a larger party than he expects in an open field. At all events, we can then choose our own ground, and he will be forced to move out of his works. I do not intend to put a column into Buzzard Roost Gap at present. See that you are in easy communication with me and with all headquarters. After today, the supplies will be at Ringgold. Yours, W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field, Tunnel Hill, Georgia, May 11, 1864 evening. Major General McPherson, Commanding Army of the Tennessee Sugar Valley, Georgia. General, the indications are that Johnston is evacuating Dalton. In that event, Howard's corps and the cavalry will pursue. All the rest will follow your route. I will be down early in the morning. Try to strike him, if possible, about the forks of the road. Hooker must be with you now, and you may send General Garrard by Somerville to threaten Rome and that flank. I will cause all the lines to be felt at once. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. McPherson had startled Johnston in his fancied security, but had not done the full measure of his work. He had in hand 23,000 of the best men of the army, and could have walked into Resaca, then held only by a small brigade, or he could have placed his whole force astride the railroad above Resaca, and there have easily withstood the attack of all of Johnston's army, with the knowledge that Thomas and Schofield were on his heels. Had he done so, I am certain that Johnston would not have ventured to attack him in position, but would have retreated eastward by Spring Place, and we should have captured half his army and all his artillery and wagons at the very beginning of the campaign. Such an opportunity does not occur twice in a single life, but at the critical moment McPherson seems to have been a little cautious. Still, he was perfectly justified by his orders, and fell back and assumed an unassailable defensive position in Sugar Valley, on the Resaca side of Snake Creek Gap. As soon as informed of this, I determined to pass the whole army through Snake Creek Gap and to move on Resaca with the main army. But during the 10th, the enemy showed no signs of evacuating Dalton, and I was waiting for the arrival of Garrard's and Stoneman's cavalry, known to be near at hand, so as to secure the full advantages of victory, of which I felt certain. Hooker's 20th Corps was at once moved down to within easy supporting distance of McPherson, and on the 11th, perceiving signs of evacuation of Dalton, I gave all the orders for the general movement, leaving the 4th Corps, Howard, and Stoneman's cavalry in observation in front of Buzzard Roost Gap, and directing all the rest of the army to march through Snake Creek Gap, straight on Resaca. The roads were only such as the country afforded, mere rough wagonways, and these converged to the single narrow track through Snake Creek Gap. But during the 12th and 13th, the bulk of Thomas's and Schofield's armies were got through and deployed against Resaca, McPherson on the right, Thomas in the center, and Schofield on the left. Johnston, as I anticipated, had abandoned all his well-prepared defenses at Dalton and was found inside of Resaca with the bulk of his army, holding his divisions well in hand, acting purely on the defensive, and fighting well at all points of conflict. A complete line of entrenchments was found covering the place, and this was strongly manned at all points. On the 14th we closed in, enveloping the town on its north and west, and during the 15th we had a day of continual battle and skirmish. At the same time, I caused 2 pontoon bridges to be laid across the Oostenaula River at Lay's Ferry, about 3 miles below the town by which we could threaten Calhoun, a station on the railroad 7 miles below Resaca. At the same time, May 14th, I dispatched General Garrard with his cavalry division down the Oostenaula by the Rome Road, with orders to cross over, if possible, and to attack or threaten the railroad at any point below Calhoun and above Kingston. During the 15th, without attempting to assault the fortified works, we pressed at all points, and the sound of cannon and musketry rose all day to the dignity of a battle. Toward evening, McPherson moved his whole line of battle forward, till he had gained a ridge overlooking the town, from which his field artillery could reach the railroad bridge across the Oostenaula. The enemy made several attempts to drive him away, repeating the sallies several times and extending them into the night. But in every instance, he was repulsed with bloody loss. Hooker's corps had also some heavy and handsome fighting that afternoon and night on the left, where the Dalton Roan entered the entrenchments, capturing a 4-gun entrenched battery with its men and guns, and generally all our men showed the finest fighting qualities. Howard's corps had followed Johnston down from Dalton and was in line. Stoneman's division of cavalry had also got up and was on the extreme left beyond the Oostenaula. On the night of May 15th, Johnston got his army across the bridges, set them on fire, and we entered Resaca at daylight. Our loss up to that time was about 600 dead and 3,375 wounded, mostly light wounds, that did not necessitate sending the men to the rear for treatment. That Johnston had deliberately designed in advance to give up such strong positions as Dalton and Resaca for the purpose of drawing us farther south is simply absurd. Had he remained in Dalton another hour, it would have been his total defeat, and he only evacuated Resaca because his safety demanded it. The movement by us through Snake Creek Gap was a total surprise to him. My army about doubled his in size, but he had all the advantages of natural positions, of artificial forts and roads, and of concentrated action. We were compelled to grope our way through forests, across mountains, with a large army, necessarily more or less dispersed. Of course, I was disappointed not to have crippled his army more at that particular stage of the game. But, as it resulted, these rapid successes gave us the initiative and the usual impulse of a conquering army. Johnston having retreated in the night of May 15th, immediate pursuit was begun. A division of infantry, Jeff C. Davis's, was at once dispatched down the valley toward Rome to support Garrard's cavalry, and the whole army was ordered to pursue McPherson by Lay's Ferry, on the right, Thomas directly by the railroad, and Schofield by the left, by the old road that crossed the Oostenaula above Ecota or Newtown. We hastily repaired the railroad bridge at Resaca, which had been partially burned, and built a temporary floating bridge out of timber and materials found on the spot, so that Thomas got his advance corps over during the 16th and marched as far as Calhoun, where he came into communication with McPherson's troops, which had crossed the Oostenaula at Lay's Ferry by our pontoon bridges previously laid. Inasmuch as the bridge at Resaca was overtaxed, Hooker's 20th Corps was also diverted to cross by the fords and ferries above Resaca, in the neighborhood of Ecota. On the 17th, toward evening, the head of Thomas's column, Newton's division, encountered the rear guard of Johnston's army near Adairsville. I was near the head of column at the time, trying to get a view of the position of the enemy from an elevation in an open field. My party attracted the fire of a battery. A shell passed through the group of staff officers and burst just beyond, which scattered us promptly. The next morning the enemy had disappeared, and our pursuit was continued to Kingston, which we reached during Sunday forenoon, the 19th. From Resaca, the railroad runs nearly due south, but at Kingston it makes junction with another railroad from Rome and changes direction due east. At that time, McPherson's head of column was about 4 miles to the west of Kingston, at a country place called Woodlawn. Schofield and Hooker were on the direct roads leading from Newtown to Cossaville, diagonal to the route followed by Thomas. Thomas's head of column, which had followed the country roads alongside of the railroad, was about 4 miles east of Kingston, toward Cassville, when about noon I got a message from him that he had found the enemy, drawn up in line of battle on some extensive, open ground about halfway between Kingston and Cassville, and that appearances indicated a willingness and preparation for battle. Hurriedly sending orders to McPherson to resume the march, to hasten forward by roads leading to the south of Kingston, so as to leave for Thomas's troops and trains the use of the main road, and to come up on his right, I rode forward rapidly over some rough gravel hills, and about 6 miles from Kingston found General Thomas with his troops deployed. But he reported that the enemy had fallen back in echelon of divisions, steadily and in superb order, into Cassville. I knew that the roads by which Generals Hooker and Schofield were approaching would lead them to a seminary near Cassville, and that it was all important to secure the point of junction of these roads with the main road along which we were marching. Therefore, I ordered General Thomas to push forward his deployed lines as rapidly as possible. And, as night was approaching, I ordered 2 field batteries to close up at a gallop on some woods which lay between us and the town of Cassville. We could not see the town by reason of these woods, but a high range of hills just back of the town was visible over the treetops. On these hills could be seen fresh-made parapets and the movements of men, against whom I directed the artillery to fire at long range. The stout resistance made by the enemy along our whole front of a couple of miles indicated a purpose to fight at Cassville. And, as the night was closing in, General Thomas and I were together, along with our skirmish lines near the seminary, on the edge of the town, where musket bullets from the enemy were cutting the leaves of the trees pretty thickly about us. Either Thomas or I remarked that that was not the place for the 2 senior officers of a great army, and we personally went back to the battery, where we passed the night on the ground. During the night, I had reports from McPherson, Hooker, and Schofield. The former was about 5 miles to my right rear, near the Niter Caves. Schofield was about 6 miles north, and Hooker between us, within 2 miles. All were ordered to close down on Cassville at daylight and to attack the enemy wherever found. Skirmishing was kept up all night, but when day broke the next morning, May 20th, the enemy was gone and our cavalry was sent in pursuit. These reported him beyond the Etowah River. We were then well in advance of our railroad trains, on which we depended for supplies, so I determined to pause a few days to repair the railroad, which had been damaged but little, except at the bridge at Resaca, and then to go on. Nearly all the people of the country seemed to have fled with Johnston's army. Yet some few families remained, and from one of them, I procured the copy of an order which Johnston had made at Adairsville, in which he recited that he had retreated as far as strategy required, and that his army must be prepared for battle at Cassville. The newspapers of the South, many of which we found, were also loud in denunciation of Johnston's falling back before us without a serious battle, simply resisting by his skirmish lines and by his rear guard. But his friends proclaimed that it was all strategic, that he was deliberately drawing us farther and farther into the meshes, farther and farther away from our base of supplies, and that in due season he would not only halt for battle, but assume the bold offensive. Of course, it was to my interest to bring him to battle as soon as possible, when our numerical superiority was at the greatest. For he was picking up his detachments as he fell back, whereas I was compelled to make similar and stronger detachments to repair the railroads as we advanced, and to guard them. I found at Cassville many evidences of preparation for a grand battle, among them a long line of fresh entrenchments on the hill beyond the town, extending nearly 3 miles to the south, embracing the railroad crossing. I was also convinced that the whole of Polk's corps had joined Johnston from Mississippi, and that he had in hand 3 full corps, viz., Hood's, Polk's, and Hardee's, numbering about 60,000 men, and could not then imagine why he had declined battle, and did not learn the real reason till after the war was over, and then from General Johnston himself. In the autumn of 1865, when in command of the military division of the Missouri, I went from St. Louis to Little Rock, Arkansas, and afterward to Memphis. Taking a steamer for Cairo, I found as fellow passengers Generals Johnston and Frank Blair. We were, of course, on the most friendly terms, and on our way up we talked over our battles again, played cards, and questioned each other as to particular parts of our mutual conduct in the game of war. I told Johnston that I had seen his order of preparation, in the nature of an address to his army, announcing his purpose to retreat no more, but to accept battle at Cassville. He answered that such was his purpose, that he had left Hardee's corps in the open fields to check Thomas and gain time for his formation on the ridge, just behind Cassville, and it was this corps which General Thomas had seen deployed, and whose handsome movement in retreat he had reported in such complimentary terms. Johnston described how he had placed Hood's corps on the right, Polk's in the center, and Hardee's on the left. He said he had ridden over the ground, given to each corps commander his position, and orders to throw up parapets during the night, that he was with Hardee on his extreme left as the night closed in, and as Hardee's troops fell back to the position assigned them for the intended battle of the next day, and that, after giving Hardee some general instructions, he and his staff rode back to Cassville. As he entered the town, or village, he met Generals Hood and Polk. Hood inquired of him if he had had anything to eat, and he said no, that he was both hungry and tired, when Hood invited him to go and share a supper which had been prepared for him at a house close by. At the supper they discussed the chances of the impending battle, when Hood spoke of the ground assigned him as being enfiladed by our Union artillery, which Johnston disputed, when General Polk chimed in with the remark that General Hood was right, that the cannon shots fired by us at nightfall had enfiladed their general line of battle, and that for this reason he feared they could not hold their men. General Johnston was surprised at this, for he understood General Hood to be one of those who professed to criticize his strategy, contending that, instead of retreating, he should have risked a battle. General Johnston said he was provoked, accused them of having been in conference, with being beaten before battle, and added that he was unwilling to engage in a critical battle with an army so superior to his own in numbers, with 2 of his 3 corps commanders dissatisfied with the ground and positions assigned them. He then and there made up his mind to retreat still farther south, to put the Etowah River and the Allatoona Range between us, and he at once gave orders to resume the retrograde movement. This was my recollection of the substance of the conversation, of which I made no note at the time. But at a meeting of the Society of the Army of the Cumberland some years after, at Cleveland, Ohio, about 1868, in a short after-dinner speech, I related this conversation, and it got into print. Subsequently, in the spring of 1870, when I was at New Orleans, en route for Texas, General Hood called to see me at the St. Charles Hotel, explained that he had seen my speech reprinted in the newspapers, and gave me his version of the same event, describing the halt at Cassville, the general orders for battle on that ground, and the meeting at supper with Generals Johnston and Polk, when the chances of the battle to be fought the next day were freely and fully discussed. And he stated that he had argued against fighting the battle purely on the defensive, but had asked General Johnston to permit him with his own corps and part of Polk's to quit their lines, and to march rapidly to attack and overwhelm Schofield, who was known to be separated from Thomas by an interval of nearly 5 miles, claiming that he could have defeated Schofield, and got back to his position in time to meet General Thomas's attack in front. He also stated that he had then contended with Johnston for the offensive-defensive game instead of the pure defensive, as proposed by General Johnston. And he said that it was at this time that General Johnston had taken offense, and that it was for this reason he had ordered the retreat that night. As subsequent events estranged these two officers, it is very natural they should now differ on this point. But it was sufficient for us that the rebel army did retreat that night, leaving us masters of all the country above the Etowah River. For the purposes of rest, to give time for the repair of the railroads, and to replenish supplies, we lay by some few days in that quarter Schofield with Stoneman's cavalry holding the ground at Cassville Depot, Cartersville, and the Etowah Bridge, Thomas holding his ground near Cassville, and McPherson that near Kingston. The officer entrusted with the repair of the railroads was Colonel W. W. Wright, a railroad engineer, who, with about 2,000 men, was so industrious and skillful that the bridge at Resaca was rebuilt in 3 days, and cars loaded with stores came forward to Kingston on the 24th. The telegraph also brought us the news of the bloody and desperate battles of the Wilderness, in Virginia, and that General Grant was pushing his operations against Lee with terrific energy. I was therefore resolved to give my enemy no rest. In early days, 1844, when a lieutenant of the 3rd Artillery, I had been sent from Charleston, South Carolina, to Marietta, Georgia, to assist Inspector General Churchill to take testimony concerning certain losses of horses and accoutrements by the Georgia Volunteers during the Florida War. And after completing the work at Marietta, we transferred our party over to Bellefonte, Alabama. I had ridden the distance on horseback and had noted well the topography of the country, especially that about Kennesaw, Allatoona, and the Etowah River. On that occasion, I had stopped some days with a Colonel Tumlin to see some remarkable Indian mounds on the Etowah River, usually called the Hightower. I therefore knew that the Allatoona Pass was very strong, would be hard to force, and resolved not even to attempt it, but to turn the position by moving from Kingston to Marietta via Dallas. Accordingly, I made orders on the 20th to get ready for the march to begin on the 23d. The Army of the Cumberland was ordered to march for Dallas by Uharlee and Stylesborough, Davis's division, then in Rome, by Van Wert, the Army of the Ohio to keep on the left of Thomas by a place called Burnt Hickory, and the Army of the Tennessee to march for a position a little to the south, so as to be on the right of the general army when grouped about Dallas. The movement contemplated leaving our railroad, and to depend for 20 days on the contents of our wagons, and as the country was very obscure, mostly in a state of nature, densely wooded, and with few roads, our movements were necessarily slow. We crossed the Etowah by several bridges and fords, and took as many roads as possible, keeping up communication by crossroads or by couriers through the woods. I personally joined General Thomas, who had the center, and was consequently the main column, or column of direction. The several columns followed generally the valley of the Uharlee, a tributary coming into the Etowah from the south, and gradually crossed over a ridge of mountains, parts of which had once been worked over for gold, and were consequently full of paths and unused wagon roads or tracks. A cavalry picket of the enemy at Burnt Hickory was captured, and had on his person an order from General Johnston, dated at Allatoona, which showed that he had detected my purpose of turning his position, and it accordingly became necessary to use great caution, lest some of the minor columns should fall into ambush. But luckily the enemy was not much more familiar with that part of the country than we were. On the other side of the Allatoona Range, the Pumpkin Vine Creek, also a tributary of the Etowah, flowed north and west. Dallas, the point aimed at, was a small town on the other or east side of this creek, and was the point of concentration of a great many roads that led in every direction. Its possession would be a threat to Marietta and Atlanta, but I could not then venture to attempt either, till I had regained the use of the railroad, at least as far down as its debouch from the Allatoona range of mountains. Therefore, the movement was chiefly designed to compel Johnston to give up Allatoona. On the 25th, all the columns were moving steadily on Dallas, McPherson, and Davis away off to the right, near Van Wert. Thomas on the main road in the center, with Hooker's 20th Corps ahead, toward Dallas, and Schofield to the left rear. For the convenience of march, Hooker had his 3 divisions on separate roads, all leading toward Dallas, when in the afternoon, as he approached a bridge across Pumpkin Vine Creek, he found it held by a cavalry force which was driven off, but the bridge was on fire. This fire was extinguished, and Hooker's leading division, Geary's, followed the retreating cavalry on a road leading due east toward Marietta, instead of Dallas. This leading division, about 4 miles out from the bridge, struck a heavy infantry force, which was moving down from Allatoona toward Dallas, and a sharp battle ensued. I came up in person soon after, and as my map showed that we were near an important crossroad called New Hope, from a Methodist meeting house there of that name, I ordered General Hooker to secure it if possible that night. He asked for a short delay, till he could bring up his other 2 divisions, viz., of Butterfield and Williams, but before these divisions had got up and were deployed, the enemy had also gained corresponding strength. The woods were so dense, and the resistance so spirited, that Hooker could not carry the position, though the battle was noisy and prolonged far into the night. This point, New Hope, was the accidental intersection of the road leading from Allatoona to Dallas with that from Van Wert to Marietta, was 4 miles northeast of Dallas, and from the bloody fighting there for the next week was called by the soldiers Hellhole. The night was pitch dark, it rained hard, and the convergence of our columns toward Dallas produced much confusion. I am sure similar confusion existed in the army opposed to us, for we were all mixed up. I slept on the ground, without cover, alongside of a log, got little sleep, resolved at daylight to renew the battle, and to make a lodgment on the Dallas and Allatoona road if possible, but the morning revealed a strong line of entrenchments facing us, with a heavy force of infantry and guns. The battle was renewed, and without success. McPherson reached Dallas that morning, viz., the 26th, and deployed his troops to the southeast and east of the town, placing Davis's division of the 14th Corps, which had joined him on the road from Rome, on his left, but this still left a gap of at least 3 miles between Davis and Hooker. Meantime, also, General Schofield was closing up on Thomas's left. Satisfied that Johnston in person was at New Hope with all his army, and that it was so much nearer my objective, the railroad, than Dallas, I concluded to draw McPherson from Dallas to Hooker's right and gave orders accordingly. But McPherson also was confronted with a heavy force, and, as he began to withdraw according to his orders, on the morning of the 28th he was fiercely assailed on his right. A bloody battle ensued, in which he repulsed the attack, inflicting heavy loss on his assailants, and it was not until the 1st of June that he was enabled to withdraw from Dallas, and to effect a close junction with Hooker in front of New Hope. Meantime, Thomas and Schofield were completing their deployments, gradually overlapping Johnston on his right, and thus extending our left nearer and nearer to the railroad, the nearest point of which was Aquirth, about 8 miles distant. All this time, a continual battle was in progress by strong skirmish lines, taking advantage of every species of cover, and both parties fortifying each night by rifle trenches, with headlogs, many of which grew to be as formidable as first-class works of defense. Occasionally one party or the other would make a dash in the nature of a sally, but usually it sustained a repulse with great loss of life. I visited personally all parts of our lines nearly every day, was constantly within musket range, and though the fire of musketry and cannon resounded day and night along the whole line, varying from 6 to 10 miles, I rarely saw a dozen of the enemy at any one time, and these were always skirmishers dodging from tree to tree or behind logs on the ground, or who occasionally showed their heads above the hastily constructed but remarkably strong rifle trenches. On the occasion of my visit to McPherson on the 30th of May, while standing with a group of officers, among whom were Generals McPherson, Logan, Barry, and Colonel Taylor, my former chief of artillery, a minie-ball passed through Logan's coat sleeve, scratching the skin, and struck Colonel Taylor square in the breast. Luckily, he had in his pocket a famous memorandum book, in which he kept a sort of diary, about which we used to joke him a good deal. Its thickness and size saved his life, breaking the force of the ball, so that after traversing the book it only penetrated the breast to the ribs, but it knocked him down and disabled him for the rest of the campaign. He was a most competent and worthy officer, and now lives in poverty in Chicago, sustained in part by his own labor and in part by a pitiful pension recently granted. On the 1st of June, General McPherson closed in upon the right, and without attempting further to carry the enemy's strong position at New Hope Church, I held our general right in close contact with it, gradually, carefully, and steadily working by the left, until our strong infantry lines had reached and secured possession of all the wagon roads between New Hope, Allatoona, and Acworth, when I dispatched Generals Garrard's and Stoneman's divisions of cavalry into Allatoona. The first around by the west end of the pass, and the latter by the direct road. Both reached their destination without opposition, and orders were at once given to repair the railroad forward from Kingston to Allatoona, embracing the bridge across the Etowah River. Thus the real object of my move on Dallas was accomplished, and on the 4th of June, I was preparing to draw off from New Hope Church, and to take position on the railroad in front of Allatoona, when, General Johnston himself having evacuated his position, we effected the change without further battle and moved to the railroad, occupying it from Allatoona and Acworth forward to Big Shanty, in sight of the famous Kennesaw Mountain. Thus, substantially in the month of May, we had steadily driven our antagonist from the strong positions of Dalton, Reseda, Cassville, Allatoona, and Dallas, had advanced our lines in strong, compact order from Chattanooga to Big Shanty, nearly 100 miles of as difficult country as was ever fought over by civilized armies, and thus stood prepared to go on, anxious to fight, and confident of success as soon as the railroad communications were complete to bring forward the necessary supplies. It is now impossible to state accurately our loss of life and men in any one separate battle, for the fighting was continuous, almost daily, among trees and bushes, on ground where one could rarely see 100 yards ahead. The aggregate loss in the several corps for the month of May is reported, as follows in the usual monthly returns sent to the Adjutant General's office, which are, therefore, official. Casualties during the month of May, 1,864, Major General Sherman commanding. Killed and missing, wounded total. General Joseph E. Johnston, in his narrative of his military operations, just published March 27, 1874, gives the effective strength of his army at and about Dalton on the 1st of May, 1,864, page 302, as follows. Infantry, 37,652 artillery, 2,812 cavalry, 2,392. Total, 42,856. During May and prior to reaching Cassville, he was further reinforced, page 352. Polk's Corps of 3 divisions, 12,000 Martin's Division of Cavalry, 3,500 Jackson's Division of Cavalry, 3,900. And at New Hope Church, May 26th. Brigade of Quarles, 2,200. Grand total, 64,456. His losses during the month of May are stated by him, as taken from the report of Surgeon Ford, page 325. Killed, wounded total, 672, 393. These figures include only the killed and wounded, whereas my statement of losses embraces the missing, which are usually prisoners. And of these we captured, during the whole campaign of 4.5 months, exactly 12,983, whose names, rank, and regiments were officially reported to the Commissary General of Prisoners, and assuming a due proportion for the month of May, viz. 1/4 makes 3,245 to be added to the killed and wounded given above, making an aggregate loss in Johnston's army, from Dalton to New Hope, inclusive of 8,638, against ours of 9,299. Therefore, General Johnston is greatly in error in his estimates on page 357 in stating our loss, as compared with his, at 6 or 10 to 1. I always estimated my force at about double his, and could afford to lose 2 to 1 without disturbing our relative proportion. But I also reckoned that, in the natural strength of the country, in the abundance of mountains, streams, and forests, he had a fair offset to our numerical superiority, and therefore endeavored to act with reasonable caution while moving on the vigorous offensive. With the drawn battle of New Hope Church and our occupation of the natural fortress of Allatoona terminated the month of May and the first stage of the campaign. Chapter 17. Atlanta Campaign Battles about Kennesaw Mountain. June 1864. On the 1st of June, our three armies were well in hand, in the broken and densely wooded country fronting the enemy entrenched at New Hope Church, about 5 miles north of Dallas. General Stoneman's division of cavalry had occupied Allatoona, on the railroad, and General Garrard's division was at the western end of the pass, about Stilesboro. Colonel W. W. Wright of the Engineers was busily employed in repairing the railroad and rebuilding the bridge across the Etowah, or Heightware River, which had been destroyed by the enemy on his retreat. And the armies were engaged in a general and constant skirmish along a front of about 6 miles. McPherson the right, Thomas the center, and Schofield on the left. By gradually covering our front with parapet and extending to the left, we approached the railroad toward Ackworth and overlapped the enemy's right. By the 4th of June, we had made such progress that Johnston evacuated his lines in the night, leaving us masters of the situation, when I deliberately shifted McPherson's army to the extreme left, at and in front of Ackworth, with Thomas's about 2 miles on his right and Schofield's on his right, all facing east. Heavy rains set in about the 1st of June, making the roads infamous, but our marches were short, as we needed time for the repair of the railroad so as to bring supplies forward to Allatoona Station. On the 6th, I rode back to Allatoona, 7 miles, found it all that was expected, and gave orders for its fortification and preparation as a secondary base. General Blair arrived at Ackworth on the 8th with his 2 divisions of the 17th Corps, the same which had been on veteran furlough, had come up from Cairo by way of Clifton, on the Tennessee River, and had followed our general route to Allatoona, where he had left a garrison of about 1,500 men. His effective strength, as reported, was 9,000. These, with new regiments and furloughed men who had joined early in the month of May, equaled our losses from battle, sickness, and by detachments, so that the three armies still aggregated about 100,000 effective men. On the 10th of June, the whole combined army moved forward 6 miles to Big Shanty, a station on the railroad, whence we had a good view of the enemy's position, which embraced 3 prominent hills known as Kennesaw, Pine Mountain, and Lost Mountain. On each of these hills, the enemy had signal stations and fresh lines of parapets. Heavy masses of infantry could be distinctly seen with the naked eye, and it was manifest that Johnston had chosen his ground well, and with deliberation had prepared for battle. But his line was at least 10 miles in extent, too long, in my judgment, to be held successfully by his force, then estimated at 60,000. As his position, however, gave him a perfect view over our field, we had to proceed with due caution. McPherson had the left, following the railroad, which curved around the north base of Kennesaw, Thomas the center, oblique to the right, deploying below Kennesaw and facing Pine Hill, and Schofield, somewhat refused, was on the general right, looking south, toward Lost Mountain. On the 11th, the Etowah Bridge was done. The railroad was repaired up to our very skirmish line, close to the base of Kennesaw, and a loaded train of cars came to Big Shanty. The locomotive, detached, was run forward to a water tank within the range of the enemy's guns on Kennesaw, whence the enemy opened fire on the locomotive, but the engineer was not afraid, went on to the tank, got water, and returned safely to his train, answering the guns with the screams of his engine, heightened by the cheers and shouts of our men. The rains continued to pour, and made our development slow and dilatory, for there were no roads, and these had to be improvised by each division for its own supply train from the depot in Big Shanty to the camps. Meantime, each army was deploying carefully before the enemy, entrenching every camp, ready as against a sally. The enemy's cavalry was also busy in our rear, compelling us to detach cavalry all the way back as far as Resaca and to strengthen all the infantry posts as far as Nashville. Besides, there was great danger, always in my mind, that Forrest would collect a heavy cavalry command in Mississippi, cross the Tennessee River, and break up our railroad below Nashville. In anticipation of this very danger, I had sent General Sturgis to Memphis to take command of all the cavalry in that quarter, to go out toward Pontotoc, engage Forrest, and defeat him. But on the 14th of June, I learned that General Sturgis had himself been defeated on the 10th of June and had been driven by Forrest back into Memphis in considerable confusion. I expected that this would soon be followed by a general raid on all our roads in Tennessee. General J. Smith, with the 2 divisions of the 16th and 17th Corps which had been with General Banks up Red River, had returned from that ill-fated expedition and had been ordered to General Canby at New Orleans, who was making a diversion about Mobile. But on hearing of General Sturgis's defeat, I ordered General Smith to go out from Memphis and renew the offensive so as to keep Forrest off our roads. This he did finally, defeating Forrest at Tupelo on the 13th, 14th, and 15th days of July, and he so stirred up matters in North Mississippi that Forrest could not leave for Tennessee. This, for a time, left me only the task of covering the roads against such minor detachments of cavalry as Johnston could spare from his immediate army, and I proposed to keep these too busy in their own defense to spare detachments. By the 14th, the rain slackened, and we occupied a continuous line of 10 miles, entrenched, conforming to the irregular position of the enemy, when I reconnoitered, with a view to make a break in their line between Kennesaw and Pine Mountain. When abreast of Pine Mountain, I noticed a rebel battery on its crest, with a continuous line of fresh rifle trench about halfway down the hill. Our skirmishers were at the time engaged in the woods about the base of this hill between the lines, and I estimated the distance to the battery on the crest at about 800 yards. Near it, in plain view, stood a group of the enemy, evidently observing us with glasses. General Howard, commanding the 4th Corps, was nearby, and I called his attention to this group and ordered him to compel it to keep behind its cover. He replied that his orders from General Thomas were to spare artillery ammunition. This was right according to the general policy, but I explained to him that we must keep up the morale of a bold offensive, that he must use his artillery, force the enemy to remain on the timid defensive, and ordered him to cause a battery close by to fire 3 volleys. I continued to ride down our line, and soon heard, in quick succession, the 3 volleys. The next division in order was Geary's, and I gave him similar orders. General Polk, in my opinion, was killed by the 2nd volley fired from the 1st battery referred to. In a conversation with General Johnston, after the war, he explained that on that day he had ridden in person from Marietta to Pine Mountain, held by Bates's division, and was accompanied by Generals Hardee and Polk. When on Pine Mountain, reconnoitering, quite a group of soldiers, belonging to the battery close by, clustered about him. He noticed the preparations of our battery to fire and cautioned these men to scatter. They did so, and he likewise hurried behind the parapet, from which he had an equally good view of our position, but General Polk, who was dignified and corpulent, walked back slowly, not wishing to appear too hurried or cautious in the presence of the men, and was struck across the breast by an unexploded shell, which killed him instantly. This is my memory of the conversation, and it is confirmed by Johnston himself in his narrative, page 337, except that he calculated the distance of our battery at 600 yards, and says that Polk was killed by the 3rd shot. I know that our guns fired by volley, and believe that he was hit by a shot of the 2nd volley. It has been asserted that I fired the gun which killed General Polk, and that I knew it was directed against that general. The fact is, at that distance we could not even tell that the group were officers at all. I was on horseback, a couple of 100 yards off, before my orders to fire were executed, had no idea that our shot had taken effect, and continued my ride down along the line to Schofield's extreme flank, returning late in the evening to my headquarters at Big Shanty, where I occupied an abandoned house. In a cotton field back of that house was our signal station, on the roof of an old gin house. The signal officer reported that by studying the enemy's signals he had learned the key, and that he could read their signals. He explained to me that he had translated a signal about noon from Pine Mountain to Marietta, send an ambulance for General Polk's body. And later in the day another, why don't you send an ambulance for General Polk? From this we inferred that General Polk had been killed, but how or where we knew not. And this inference was confirmed later in the same day by the report of some prisoners who had been captured. On the 15th, we advanced our general lines, intending to attack at any weak point discovered between Kennesaw and Pine Mountain, but Pine Mountain was found to be abandoned, and Johnston had contracted his front somewhat, on a direct line, connecting Kennesaw with Lost Mountain. Thomas and Schofield thereby gained about 2 miles of most difficult, country and McPherson's left lapped well around the north end of Kennesaw. We captured a good many prisoners, among them a whole infantry regiment, the 14th Alabama, 320 strong. On the 16th, the general movement was continued, when Lost Mountain was abandoned by the enemy. Our right naturally swung round so as to threaten the railroad below Marietta, but Johnston had still further contracted and strengthened his lines, covering Marietta and all the roads below. On the 17th and 18th, the rain again fell in torrents, making army movements impossible, but we devoted the time to strengthening our positions, more especially the left and center, with a view gradually to draw from the left to add to the right. And we had to hold our lines on the left extremely strong to guard against a sally from Kennesaw against our depot at Big Shanty. Garrard's division of cavalry was kept busy on our left. McPherson had gradually extended to his right, enabling Thomas to do the same still farther. But the enemy's position was so very strong, and everywhere it was covered by entrenchments, that we found it as dangerous to assault as a permanent fort. We in like manner covered our lines of battle by similar works, and even our skirmishers learned to cover their bodies by the simplest and best forms of defensive works, such as rails or logs piled in the form of a simple lunette, covered on the outside with earth thrown up at night. The enemy and ourselves used the same form of rifle trench, varied according to the nature of the ground, viz. The trees and bushes were cut away for 100 yards or more in front, serving as an abatis or entanglement. The parapets varied from 4 to 6 feet high, the dirt taken from a ditch outside and from a covered way inside, and this parapet was surmounted by a headlog, composed of the trunk of a tree from 12 to 20 inches at the butt lying along the interior crest of the parapet, and resting in notches cut in other trunks which extended back, forming an inclined plane, in case the headlog should be knocked inward by a cannon shot. The men of both armies became extremely skillful in the construction of these works, because each man realized their value and importance to himself, so that it required no orders for their construction. As soon as a regiment or brigade gained a position within easy distance for a sally, it would set to work with a will, and would construct such a parapet in a single night. But I endeavored to spare the soldiers this hard labor by authorizing each division commander to organize out of the freedmen who escaped to us a pioneer corps of 200 men, who were fed out of the regular army supplies, and I promised them $10 a month, under an existing act of Congress. These pioneer detachments became very useful to us during the rest of the war, for they could work at night while our men slept. They in turn were not expected to fight, and could therefore sleep by day. Our enemies used their slaves for a similar purpose, but usually kept them out of the range of fire by employing them to fortify and strengthen the position to their rear next to be occupied in their general retrograde. During this campaign, hundreds, if not thousands of miles of similar entrenchments were built by both armies, and, as a rule, whichever party attacked got the worst of it. On the 19th of June, the rebel army again fell back on its flanks, to such an extent that for a time I supposed it had retreated to the Chattahoochee River, 15 miles distant, but as we pressed forward we were soon undeceived, for we found it still more concentrated, covering Marietta and the railroad. These successive contractions of the enemy's line encouraged us and discouraged him, but were doubtless justified by sound reasons. On the 20th, Johnston's position was unusually strong. Kennesaw Mountain was his salient. His 2 flanks were refused and covered by parapets and by Noonday and Noses Creeks. His left flank was his weak point, so long as he acted on the defensive, whereas, had he designed to contract the extent of his line for the purpose of getting in reserve a force with which to strike, offensively, from his right, he would have done a wise act, and I was compelled to presume that such was his object. We were also so far from Nashville and Chattanooga that we were naturally sensitive for the safety of our railroad and depots, so that the left, McPherson, was held very strong. About this time came reports that a large cavalry force of the enemy had passed around our left flank, evidently to strike this very railroad somewhere below Chattanooga. I therefore reinforced the cavalry stationed from Resaca to Cossaville, and ordered forward from Huntsville, Alabama, the infantry division of General John E. Smith, to hold Kingston securely. While we were thus engaged about Kennesaw, General Grant had his hands full with Lee, in Virginia. General Halleck was the chief of staff at Washington, and to him I communicated almost daily. I find from my letter book that on the 21st of June, I reported to him tersely and truly the condition of facts on that day. This is the 19th day of rain, and the prospect of fair weather is as far off as ever. The roads are impassable, the fields and woods become quagmires after a few wagons have crossed over. Yet we are at work all the time. The left flank is across Noonday Creek, and the right is across Noses Creek. The enemy still holds Kennesaw, a conical mountain, with Marietta behind it, and has his flanks retired to cover that town and the railroad behind. I am all ready to attack the moment the weather and roads will permit troops and artillery to move with anything like life. The weather has a wonderful effect on troops. In action and on the march, rain is favorable. But in the woods, where all is blind and uncertain, it seems almost impossible for an army covering 10 miles of front to act in concert during wet and stormy weather. Still, I pressed operations with the utmost earnestness, aiming always to keep our fortified lines in absolute contact with the enemy, while with the surplus force we felt forward, from one flank or the other, for his line of communication and retreat. On the 22d of June, I rode the whole line and ordered General Thomas in person to advance his extreme right corps, Hooker's, and instructed General Schofield, by letter, to keep his entire army, viz. the 23rd Corps, as a strong right flank in close support of Hooker's deployed line. During this day the sun came out, with some promise of clear weather, and I had got back to my bivouac about dark, when a signal message was received, dated Culp House, 5:3 p.m. General Sherman, we have repulsed 2 heavy attacks and feel confident, our only apprehension being from our extreme right flank. 3 entire corps are in front of us. Major General Hooker. Hooker's corps, the 20th, belonged to Thomas's army. Thomas's headquarters were 2 miles nearer to Hooker than mine, and Hooker, being an old army officer, knew that he should have reported this fact to Thomas and not to me. I was, moreover, specially disturbed by the assertion in his report that he was uneasy about his right flank, when Schofield had been specially ordered to protect that. I first inquired of my adjutant, Dayton, if he were certain that General Schofield had received his orders, and he answered that the envelope in which he had sent them was receipted by General Schofield himself. I knew, therefore, that General Schofield must be nearby, in close support of Hooker's right flank. General Thomas had before this occasion complained to me of General Hooker's disposition to switch off, leaving wide gaps in his line, so as to be independent and to make glory on his own account. I therefore resolved not to overlook this breach of discipline and propriety. The rebel army was only composed of 3 corps. I had that very day ridden 6 miles of their lines, found them everywhere strongly occupied, and therefore Hooker could not have encountered 3 entire corps. Both McPherson and Schofield had also complained to me of this same tendency of Hooker to widen the gap between his own corps and his proper army Thomas's, so as to come into closer contact with one or other of the wings, asserting that he was the senior by commission to both McPherson and Schofield, and that in the event of battle he should assume command over them, by virtue of his older commission. They appealed to me to protect them. I had heard during that day some cannonading and heavy firing down toward the Culp House, which was about 5 miles southeast of where I was, but this was nothing unusual, for at the same moment there was firing along our lines full 10 miles in extent. Early the next day, 23d, I rode down to the Culp House, which was on a road leading from Powder Springs to Marietta, about 3 miles distant from the latter. On the way I passed through General Butterfield's division of Hooker's corps, which I learned had not been engaged at all in the battle of the day before. Then I rode along Geary's and Williams's divisions, which occupied the field of battle, and the men were engaged in burying the dead. I found General Schofield's corps on the Powder Springs Road, its head of column abreast of Hooker's right, therefore constituting a strong right flank, and I met General Schofield and Hooker together. As rain was falling at the moment, we passed into a little church standing by the roadside, and I there showed General Schofield Hooker's signal message of the day before. He was very angry, and pretty sharp words passed between them, Schofield saying that his head of column, Haskell's division, had been at the time of the battle actually in advance of Hooker's line, that the attack or sally of the enemy struck his troops before it did Hooker's, that General Hooker knew of it at the time, and he offered to go out and show me that the dead men of his advance division, Haskell's, were lying farther out than any of Hooker's. General Hooker pretended not to have known this fact. I then asked him why he had called on me for help, until he had used all of his own troops, asserting that I had just seen Butterfield's division and had learned from him that he had not been engaged the day before at all. And I asserted that the enemy's sally must have been made by one corps, Hood's, in place of 3, and that it had fallen on Geary's and Williams's divisions, which had repulsed the attack handsomely. As we rode away from that church, General Hooker was by my side, and I told him that such a thing must not occur again. In other words, I reproved him more gently than the occasion demanded, and from that time he began to sulk. General Hooker had come from the East with great fame as a fighter, and at Chattanooga he was glorified by his battle above the clouds, which I fear turned his head. He seemed jealous of all the army commanders, because in years, former rank, and experience, he thought he was our superior. On the 23rd of June, I telegraphed to General Halleck this summary, which I cannot again better state. We continue to press forward on the principle of an advance against fortified positions. The whole country is one vast fort, and Johnston must have at least 50 miles of connected trenches with abatis and finished batteries. We gain ground daily, fighting all the time. On the 21st, General Stanley gained a position near the south end of Kennesaw, from which the enemy attempted in vain to drive him. And the same day General T.J. Wood's division took a hill, which the enemy assaulted 3 times at night without success, leaving more than 100 dead on the ground. Yesterday, the extreme right, Hooker and Schofield, advanced on the Powder Springs Road to within 3 miles of Marietta. The enemy made a strong effort to drive them away, but failed signally, leaving more than 200 dead on the field. Our lines are now in close contact, and the fighting is incessant with a good deal of artillery fire. As fast as we gain one position, the enemy has another already, but I think he will soon have to let go Kennesaw, which is the key to the whole country. The weather is now better, and the roads are drying up fast. Our losses are light, and notwithstanding the repeated breaks of the road to our rear, supplies are ample. During the 24th and 25th of June, General Schofield extended his right as far as prudent, so as to compel the enemy to thin out his lines correspondingly, with the intention to make 2 strong assaults at points where success would give us the greatest advantage. I had consulted Generals Thomas, McPherson, and Schofield, and we all agreed that we could not with prudence stretch out any more, and therefore there was no alternative but to attack fortified lines, a thing carefully avoided up to that time. I reasoned, if we could make a breach anywhere near the rebel center and thrust in a strong head of column, that with the one moiety of our army we could hold in check the corresponding wing of the enemy, and with the other sweep in flank and overwhelm the other half. The 27th of June was fixed as the day for the attempt, and in order to oversee the whole, and to be in close communication with all parts of the army, I had a place cleared on the top of a hill to the rear of Thomas's center, and had the telegraph wires laid to it. The points of attack were chosen, and the troops were all prepared with as little demonstration as possible. About 9 a.m. of the day appointed, the troops moved to the assault, and all along our lines for 10 miles a furious fire of artillery and musketry was kept up. At all points, the enemy met us with determined courage and in great force. McPherson's attacking column fought up the face of the lesser Kennesaw, but could not reach the summit. About a mile to the right, just below the Dallas Road, Thomas's assaulting column reached the parapet, where Brigadier General Barker was shot down mortally wounded, and Brigadier General Daniel McCook, my old law partner, was desperately wounded, from the effects of which he afterward died. By 11:3, the assault was in fact over and had failed. We had not broken the rebel line at either point, but our assaulting columns held their ground within a few yards of the rebel trenches, and there covered themselves with parapet. McPherson lost about 500 men and several valuable officers, and Thomas lost nearly 2,000 men. This was the hardest fight of the campaign up to that date, and it is well described by Johnston in his narrative, pages 342, 343, where he admits his loss in killed and wounded as Total, 808. This, no doubt, is a true and fair statement. But as usual, Johnston overestimates our loss, putting it at 6,000, whereas our entire loss was about 2,500 killed and wounded. While the battle was in progress at the center, Schofield crossed Ollie's Creek on the right and gained a position threatening Johnston's line of retreat. And to increase the effect, I ordered Stoneman's cavalry to proceed rapidly still farther to the right, to Sweetwater. Satisfied of the bloody cost of attacking entrenched lines, I at once thought of moving the whole army to the railroad at a point, Fulton, about 10 miles below Marietta, or to the Chattahoochee River itself, a movement similar to the one afterwards so successfully practiced at Atlanta. All the orders were issued to bring forward supplies enough to fill our wagons, intending to strip the railroad back to Allatoona and leave that place as our depot, to be covered as well as possible by Garrard's cavalry. General Thomas, as usual, shook his head, deeming it risky to leave the railroad. But something had to be done, and I had resolved on this move, as reported in my dispatch to General Halleck on July 1st. General Schofield is now south of Ollie's Creek and on the head of Nickajack. I have been hurrying down provisions and forage, and tomorrow night propose to move McPherson from the left to the extreme right, back of General Thomas. This will bring my right within 3 miles of the Chattahoochee River and about 5 miles from the railroad. By this movement, I think I can force Johnston to move his whole army down from Kennesaw to defend his railroad and the Chattahoochee, when I will, by the left flank, reach the railroad below Marietta. But in this, I must cut loose from the railroad with 10 days' supplies in wagons. Johnston may come out of his entrenchments to attack Thomas, which is exactly what I want, for General Thomas is well entrenched on a line parallel with the enemy south of Kennesaw. I think that Allatoona and the line of the Etowah are strong enough for me to venture on this move. The movement is substantially down the Sandtown Road straight for Atlanta. McPherson drew out of his lines during the night of July 2d, leaving Garrard's cavalry, dismounted, occupying his trenches, and moved to the rear of the Army of the Cumberland, stretching down the Nickajack. But Johnston detected the movement and promptly abandoned Marietta and Kennesaw. I expected as much, for by the earliest dawn of the 3d of July, I was up at a large spyglass mounted on a tripod, which Colonel Poe, United States Engineers, had at his bivouac close by our camp. I directed the glass on Kennesaw and saw some of our pickets crawling up the hill cautiously. Soon they stood upon the very top, and I could plainly see their movements as they ran along the crest just abandoned by the enemy. In a minute, I roused my staff and started them off with orders in every direction for a pursuit by every possible road, hoping to catch Johnston in the confusion of retreat, especially at the crossing of the Chattahoochee River. I must close this chapter here, so as to give the actual losses during June, which are compiled from the official returns by months. These losses, from June 1st to July 3d, were all substantially sustained about Kennesaw and Marietta, and it was really a continuous battle, lasting from the 10th day of June till the 3d of July, when the rebel army fell back from Marietta toward the Chattahoochee River. Our losses were: killed and missing wounded total loss in June aggregate 790, 740, 530. Johnston makes his statement of losses from the report of his surgeon Ford for pretty much the same period, viz., from June 4th to July 4th, page 576, killed wounded total. 468, 480, 948. In the tabular statement, the missing embraces the prisoners. And giving 2,000 as a fair proportion of prisoners captured by us for the month of June, 12,983 in all the campaign, makes an aggregate loss in the rebel army of 5,948, to ours of 7,530, a less proportion than in the relative strength of our two armies, viz. as 6 to 10, thus maintaining our relative superiority, which the desperate game of war justified. Chapter 18. Atlantic Campaign Battles about Atlanta. July 1864. As before explained, on the 3d of July, by moving McPherson's entire army from the extreme left, at the base of Kennesaw to the right, below Ollie's Creek, and stretching it down the Nickajack toward Turner's Ferry of the Chattahoochee, we forced Johnston to choose between a direct assault on Thomas's entrenched position or to permit us to make a lodgment on his railroad below Marietta, or even to cross the Chattahoochee. Of course, he chose to let go Kennesaw and Marietta and fall back on an entrenched camp prepared by his orders in advance on the north and west bank of the Chattahoochee, covering the railroad crossing and his several pontoon bridges. I confess I had not learned beforehand of the existence of this strong place, in the nature of a Tite DuPont, and had counted on striking him an effectual blow in the expected confusion of his crossing the Chattahoochee, a broad and deep river then to his rear. Ordering every part of the army to pursue vigorously on the morning of the 3d of July, I rode into Marietta, just quitted by the rebel rearguard, and was terribly angry at the cautious pursuit by Garrard's cavalry, and even by the head of our infantry columns. But Johnston had in advance cleared and multiplied his roads, whereas ours had to cross at right angles from the direction of Powder Springs toward Marietta, producing delay and confusion. By night, Thomas's head of column ran up against a strong rearguard entrenched at Smyrna Campground, 6 miles below Marietta, and there on the next day we celebrated our 4th of July, by a noisy but not a desperate battle, designed chiefly to hold the enemy there till Generals McPherson and Schofield could get well into position below him, near the Chattahoochee crossings. It was here that General Noyes, late governor of Ohio, lost his leg. I came very near being shot myself while reconnoitering in the second story of a house on our picket line, which was struck several times by cannon shot and perfectly riddled with musket balls. During the night, Johnston drew back all his army and trains inside the Tite DuPont at the Chattahoochee, which proved one of the strongest pieces of field fortification I ever saw. We closed up against it, and were promptly met by a heavy and severe fire. Thomas was on the main road in immediate pursuit. Next on his right was Schofield, and McPherson on the extreme right, reaching the Chattahoochee River below Turner's Ferry. Stoneman's cavalry was still farther to the right, along down the Chattahoochee River as far as opposite Sandtown. And on that day, I ordered Garrard's division of cavalry up the river 18 miles to secure possession of the factories at Roswell, as well as to hold an important bridge and ford at that place. About 3 miles out from the Chattahoochee, the main road forked, the right branch following substantially the railroad, and the left one leading straight for Atlanta, via Pace's Ferry and Buckhead. We found the latter unoccupied and unguarded, and the 4th Corps, Howard's, reached the river at Pace's Ferry. The right-hand road was perfectly covered by the Tite DuPont before described, where the resistance was very severe, and for some time deceived me, for I was pushing Thomas with orders to fiercely assault his enemy, supposing that he was merely opposing us to gain time to get his trains and troops across the Chattahoochee. But on personally reconnoitering, I saw the abattis and the strong redoubts, which satisfied me of the preparations that had been made by Johnston in anticipation of this very event. While I was with General Jeff C. Davis, a poor Negro came out of the abattis, blanched with fright, said he had been hidden under a log all day, with a perfect storm of shot, shells, and musket balls passing over him, till a short lull had enabled him to creep out and make himself known to our skirmishers, who in turn had sent him back to where we were. This Negro explained that he with about 1,000 slaves had been at work a month or more on these very lines, which, as he explained, extended from the river about a mile above the railroad bridge to Turner's Ferry, below being in extent from 5 to 6 miles. Therefore, on the 5th of July, we had driven our enemy to cover in the valley of the Chattahoochee, and we held possession of the river above for 18 miles, as far as Roswell, and below 10 miles to the mouth of the Sweetwater. Moreover, we held the high ground and could overlook his movements, instead of his looking down on us, as was the case at Kennesaw. From a hill just back of Mining Station, I could see the houses in Atlanta, 9 miles distant, and the whole intervening valley of the Chattahoochee. Could observe the preparations for our reception on the other side, the camps of men and large trains of covered wagons, and supposed, as a matter of course, that Johnston had passed the river with the bulk of his army, and that he had only left on our side a corps to cover his bridges. But in fact, he had only sent across his cavalry and trains. Between Howard's corps at Pace's Ferry and the rest of Thomas's army pressing up against this Tite DuPont was a space concealed by dense woods, in crossing which I came near riding into a detachment of the enemy's cavalry. And later in the same day, Colonel Frank Sherman, of Chicago, then on General Howard's staff, did actually ride straight into the enemy's camp, supposing that our lines were continuous. He was carried to Atlanta, and for some time the enemy supposed they were in possession of the commander-in-chief of the opposing army. I knew that Johnston would not remain long on the west bank of the Chattahoochee, for I could easily practice on that ground to better advantage our former tactics of entrenching a moiety in his front, and with the rest of our army cross the river and threaten either his rear or the city of Atlanta itself, which city was of vital importance to the existence not only of his own army, but of the Confederacy itself. In my dispatch of July 6 to General Halleck, at Washington, I state that Johnston, in his retreat from Kennesaw, has left 2 breaks in the railroad, one above Marietta and one near Mining Station. The former is already repaired, and Johnston's army has heard the sound of our locomotives. The telegraph is finished to Mining Station, and the field wire has just reached my bivouac and will be ready to convey this message as soon as it is written and translated into cipher. I propose to study the crossings of the Chattahoochee, and when all is ready, to move quickly. As a beginning, I will keep the troops and wagons well back from the river, and only display to the enemy our picket line, with a few field batteries along at random. I have already shifted Schofield to a point in our left rear, whence he can in a single move reach the Chattahoochee at a point above the railroad bridge, where there is a ford. At present the waters are turbid and swollen from recent rains, but if the present hot weather lasts, the water will run down very fast. We have pontoons enough for 4 bridges, but as our crossing will be resisted, we must maneuver some. All the regular crossing places are covered by forts, apparently of long construction, but we shall cross in due time, and instead of attacking Atlanta direct or any of its forts, I propose to make a circuit, destroying all its railroads. This is a delicate movement and must be done with caution. Our army is in good condition and full of confidence, but the weather is intensely hot, and a good many men have fallen with sunstroke. The country is high and healthy, and the sanitary condition of the army is good. At this time, Stoneman was very active on our extreme right, pretending to be searching the river below Turner's Ferry for a crossing, and was watched closely by the enemy's cavalry on the other side. McPherson, on the right, was equally demonstrative at and near Turner's Ferry. Thomas faced substantially the entrenched Tete DuPont and had his left on the Chattahoochee River at Pace's Ferry. Garrard's cavalry was up at Roswell, and McCook's small division of cavalry was intermediate, above Soap's Creek. Meantime, also, the railroad construction party was hard at work, repairing the railroad up to our camp at Vining Station. Of course, I expected every possible resistance in crossing the Chattahoochee River, and had made up my mind to feign on the right, but actually to cross over by the left. We had already secured a crossing place at Roswell, but one nearer was advisable. General Schofield had examined the river well, found a place just below the mouth of Soap's Creek which he deemed advantageous, and was instructed to effect an early crossing there, and to entrench a good position on the other side, viz., the east bank. But preliminary thereto, I had ordered General Rousseau at Nashville to collect, out of the scattered detachments of cavalry in Tennessee, a force of a couple of thousand men, to rendezvous at Decatur, Alabama, thence to make a rapid march for Opelika, to break up the railroad links between Georgia and Alabama, and then to make junction with me about Atlanta, or, if forced, to go on to Pensacola, or even to swing across to some of our posts in Mississippi. General Rousseau asked leave to command this expedition himself, to which I consented, and on the 6th of July he reported that he was all ready at Decatur, and I gave him orders to start. He moved promptly on the 9th, crossed the Coosa below the 10 Islands and the Tallapoosa below Horseshoe Bend, having passed through Talladega. He struck the railroad west of Opelika, tore it up for 20 miles, then turned north and came to Marietta on the 22d of July, whence he reported to me. This expedition was in the nature of a raid, and must have disturbed the enemy somewhat. But, as usual, the cavalry did not work hard, and their destruction of the railroad was soon repaired. Rousseau, when he reported to me in person before Atlanta, on the 28th of July, stated his entire loss to have been only 12 killed and 30 wounded. He brought in 400 captured mules and 300 horses, and also told me a good story. He said he was far down in Alabama, below Talladega, one hot, dusty day, when the blue clothing of his men was gray with dust. He had halted his column along a road, and he in person, with his staff, had gone to the house of a planter, who met him kindly on the front porch. He asked for water, which was brought, and as the party sat on the porch in conversation, he saw, in a stable-yard across the road, quite a number of good mules. He remarked to the planter, "My good sir, I fear I must take some of your mules." The planter remonstrated, saying he had already contributed liberally to the good cause, that it was only last week he had given to General Roddy 10 mules. Rousseau replied, "Well, in this war you should be at least neutral, that is, you should be as liberal to us as to Roddy, a rebel cavalry general." "Well, ain't you on our side?" "No," said Rousseau. "I am General Rousseau, and all these men you see are Yanks." "Great God, is it possible? Are these Yanks? Who ever supposed they would come away down here in Alabama?" Of course, Rousseau took his 10 mules. Schofield effected his crossing at Soap's Creek very handsomely on the 9th, capturing the small guard that was watching the crossing. By night, he was on the high ground beyond, strongly entrenched, with 2 good pontoon bridges finished, and was prepared, if necessary, for an assault by the whole Confederate army. The same day, Garrard's cavalry also crossed over at Roswell, drove away the cavalry pickets, and held its ground till relieved by Newton's division of Howard's corps, which was sent up temporarily, till it, in turn, was relieved by Dodge's corps, 16th of the Army of the Tennessee, which was the advance of the whole of that army. That night, Johnston evacuated his trenches, crossed over the Chattahoochee, burned the railroad bridge and his pontoon and trestle bridges, and left us in full possession of the north or west bank, besides which, we had already secured possession of the 2 good crossings at Roswell and Soap's Creek. I have always thought Johnston neglected his opportunity there, for he had lain comparatively idle while we got control of both banks of the river above him. On the 13th, I ordered McPherson, with the 15th Corps, to move up to Roswell, to cross over, prepare good bridges, and to make a strong Tete DuPont on the farther side. Stoneman had been sent down to Camp Belton, with orders to cross over and to threaten the railroad below Atlanta, if he could do so without too much risk, and General Blair, with the 17th Corps, was to remain at Turner's Ferry, demonstrating as much as possible, thus keeping up the feint below while we were actually crossing above. Thomas was also ordered to prepare his bridges at Powers's and Pace's ferries. By crossing the Chattahoochee above the railroad bridge, we were better placed to cover our railroad and depots than below, though a movement across the river below the railroad, to the south of Atlanta, might have been more decisive. But we were already so far from home, and would be compelled to accept battle whenever offered, with the Chattahoochee to our rear, that it became imperative for me to take all prudential measures the case admitted of, and I therefore determined to pass the river above the railroad bridge McPherson on the left, Schofield in the center, and Thomas on the right. On the 13th, I reported to General Halleck as follows. All is well. I have now accumulated stores at Allatoona and Marietta, both fortified and garrison points. Have also 3 places at which to cross the Chattahoochee in our possession, and only await General Stoneman's return from a trip down the river, to cross the army in force and move on Atlanta. Stoneman is now out 2 days, and had orders to be back on the 4th or 5th day at furthest. From the 10th to the 15th, we were all busy in strengthening the several points for the proposed passage of the Chattahoochee, in increasing the number and capacity of the bridges, rearranging the garrisons to our rear, and in bringing forward supplies. On the 15th, General Stoneman got back to Powder Springs and was ordered to replace General Blair at Turner's Ferry, and Blair, with the 17th Corps, was ordered up to Roswell to join McPherson. On the 17th, we began the general movement against Atlanta, Thomas crossing the Chattahoochee at Powers's and Pace's by pontoon bridges, Schofield moving out toward Cross Keys, and McPherson toward Stone Mountain. We encountered but little opposition except by cavalry. On the 18th, all the armies moved on a general right wheel, Thomas to Buckhead, forming line of battle facing Peachtree Creek. Schofield was on his left, and McPherson well over toward the railroad between Stone Mountain and Decatur, which he reached at 2 p.m. of that day, about 4 miles from Stone Mountain and 7 miles east of Decatur. And there he turned toward Atlanta, breaking up the railroad as he progressed, his advance guard reaching Eckature about night, where he came into communication with Schofield's troops, which had also reached Decatur. About 10 a.m. of that day, July 18th, when the armies were all in motion, one of General Thomas's staff officers brought me a citizen, one of our spies, who had just come out of Atlanta and had brought a newspaper of the same day or of the day before, containing Johnston's order relinquishing the command of the Confederate forces in Atlanta and Hood's order assuming the command. I immediately inquired of General Schofield, who was his classmate at West Point, about Hood, as to his general character, etc., and learned that he was bold even to rashness and courageous in the extreme. I inferred that the change of commanders meant fight. Notice of this important change was at once sent to all parts of the army, and every division commander was cautioned to be always prepared for battle in any shape. This was just what we wanted, viz., to fight in open ground on anything like equal terms instead of being forced to run up against prepared entrenchments. But at the same time, the enemy having Atlanta behind him could choose the time and place of attack and could at pleasure mass a superior force on our weakest points. Therefore, we had to be constantly ready for sallies. On the 19th, the three armies were converging toward Atlanta, meeting such feeble resistance that I really thought the enemy intended to evacuate the place. McPherson was moving astride of the railroad near Decatur, Schofield along a road leading toward Atlanta by Colonel Howard's house and the distillery, and Thomas was crossing Peachtree in line of battle, building bridges for nearly every division as deployed. There was quite a gap between Thomas and Schofield, which I endeavored to close by drawing two of Howard's divisions nearer Schofield. On the 20th, I was with General Schofield near the center, and soon after noon heard heavy firing in front of Thomas's right, which lasted an hour or so, and then ceased. I soon learned that the enemy had made a furious sally, the blow falling on Hooker's corps, the 20th, and partially on Johnson's division of the 14th and Newton's of the 4th. The troops had crossed Peachtree Creek, were deployed, but at the time were resting for noon, when, without notice, the enemy came pouring out of their trenches down upon them. They became commingled and fought in many places hand to hand. General Thomas happened to be near the rear of Newton's division and got some field batteries in a good position on the north side of Peachtree Creek, from which he directed a furious fire on a mass of the enemy, which was passing around Newton's left and exposed flank. After a couple of hours of hard and close conflict, the enemy retired slowly within his trenches, leaving his dead and many wounded on the field. Johnson's and Newton's losses were light, for they had partially covered their fronts with light parapet, but Hooker's whole corps fought in open ground and lost about 1,500 men. He reported 400 rebel dead left on the ground, and that the rebel wounded would number 4,000, but this was conjectural, for most of them got back within their own lines. We had, however, met successfully a bold sally, had repelled it handsomely, and were also put on our guard, and the event illustrated the future tactics of our enemy. This sally came from the Peachtree line, which General Johnston had carefully prepared in advance from which to fight us outside of Atlanta. We then advanced our lines in compact order, close up to these finished entrenchments, overlapping them on our left. From various parts of our lines, the houses inside of Atlanta were plainly visible, though between us were the strong parapets, with ditch frays, chevox de fries, and abattis, prepared long in advance by Colonel Jeremy F. Gilmer, formerly of the United States Engineers. McPherson had the 15th Corps astride the Augusta Railroad, and the 17th deployed on its left. Schofield was next on his right, then came Howard's, Hooker's, and Palmer's corps on the extreme right. Each corps was deployed with strong reserves, and their trains were parked to their rear. McPherson's trains were in Decatur, guarded by a brigade commanded by Colonel Sprague of the 63rd Ohio. The 16th Corps, Dodge's, was crowded out of position on the right of McPherson's line by the contraction of the circle of investment, and during the previous afternoon, the 17th Corps, Blair's, had pushed its operations on the farther side of the Augusta Railroad so as to secure possession of a hill known as Leggett's Hill, which Leggett's and Force's divisions had carried by assault. Giles A. Smith's division was on Leggett's left, deployed with a weak left flank in air, in military phraseology. The evening before General Gresham, a great favorite, was badly wounded, and there also Colonel Tom Reynolds, now of Madison, Wisconsin, was shot through the leg. When the surgeons were debating the propriety of amputating it in his hearing, he begged them to spare the leg, as it was very valuable, being an imported leg. He was of Irish birth, and this well-timed piece of wit saved his leg, for the surgeons thought, if he could perpetrate a joke at such a time, they would trust to his vitality to save his limb. During the night, I had full reports from all parts of our line, most of which was partially entrenched as against a sally, and finding that McPherson was stretching out too much on his left flank, I wrote him a note early in the morning not to extend so much by his left. For we had not troops enough to completely invest the place, and I intended to destroy utterly all parts of the Augusta Railroad to the east of Atlanta, then to withdraw from the left flank and add to the right. In that letter, I ordered McPherson not to extend any farther to the left, but to employ General Dodge's Corps, 16th, then forced out of position, to destroy every rail and tie of the railroad from Decatur up to his skirmish line, and I wanted him, McPherson, to be ready, as soon as General Garrard returned from Covington, whither I had sent him, to move to the extreme right of Thomas so as to reach if possible the railroad below Atlanta, viz., the Macon Road. In the morning, we found the strong line of parapet, Peachtree Line, to the front of Schofield and Thomas, abandoned, and our lines were advanced rapidly close up to Atlanta. For some moments I supposed the enemy intended to evacuate, and in person was on horseback at the head of Schofield's troops, who had advanced in front of the Howard House to some open ground, from which we could plainly see the whole rebel line of parapets, and I saw their men dragging up from the intervening valley, by the distillery, trees, and saplings for abattis. Our skirmishers found the enemy down in this valley, and we could see the rebel main line strongly manned, with guns in position at intervals. Schofield was dressing forward his lines, and I could hear Thomas farther to the right engaged, when General McPherson and his staff rode up. We went back to the Howard House, a double-frame building with a porch, and sat on the steps, discussing the chances of battle and of Hood's general character. McPherson had also been of the same class at West Point with Hood, Schofield, and Sheridan. We agreed that we ought to be unusually cautious and prepared at all times for sallies and for hard fighting, because Hood, though not deemed much of a scholar or of great mental capacity, was undoubtedly a brave, determined, and rash man, and the change of commanders at that particular crisis argued the displeasure of the Confederate government with the cautious but prudent conduct of General Johnston. McPherson was in excellent spirits, well pleased at the progress of events so far, and had come over purposely to see me about the order I had given him to use Dodge's Corps to break up the railroad, saying that the night before he had gained a position on Leggett's Hill from which he could look over the rebel parapet and see the high smokestack of a large foundry in Atlanta. That before receiving my order, he had diverted Dodge's 2 divisions, then in motion from the main road, along a diagonal one that led to his extreme left flank, then held by Giles A. Smith's division, 17th Corps, for the purpose of strengthening that flank, and that he had sent some entrenching tools there to erect some batteries from which he intended to knock down that foundry, and otherwise to damage the buildings inside of Atlanta. He said he could put all his pioneers to work, and do with them in the time indicated all I had proposed to do with General Dodge's 2 divisions. Of course, I assented at once, and we walked down the road a short distance, sat down by the foot of a tree where I had my map, and on it pointed out to him Thomas's position and his own. I then explained minutely that, after we had sufficiently broken up the Augusta road, I wanted to shift his whole army around by the rear to Thomas's extreme right, and hoped thus to reach the other railroad at East Point. While we sat there, we could hear lively skirmishing going on near us, down about the distillery, and occasionally round shot from 12 or 24-pound guns came through the trees in reply to those of Schofield, and we could hear similar sounds all along down the lines of Thomas to our right and his own to the left. But presently the firing appeared a little more brisk, especially over about Giles G. Smith's division, and then we heard an occasional gun back toward Decatur. I asked him what it meant. We took my pocket compass, which I always carried, and by noting the direction of the sound, we became satisfied that the firing was too far to our left rear to be explained by known facts, and he hastily called for his horse, his staff, and his orderlies. McPherson was then in his prime, about 34 years old, over 6 feet high, and a very handsome man in every way, was universally liked, and had many noble qualities. He had on his boots outside his pantaloons, gauntlets on his hands, had on his major general's uniform, and wore a sword belt, but no sword. He hastily gathered his papers, save one, which I now possess, into a pocketbook, put it in his breast pocket, and jumped on his horse, saying he would hurry down his line and send me back word what these sounds meant. His adjutant general, Clark, Inspector General Strong, and his aides, Captains Steele and Gile, were with him. Although the sound of musketry on our left grew in volume, I was not so much disturbed by it as by the sound of artillery back toward Decatur. I ordered Schofield at once to send a brigade back to Decatur, some 5 miles, and was walking up and down the porch of the Howard House, listening, when one of McPherson's staff, with his horse covered with sweat, dashed up to the porch and reported that General McPherson was either killed or a prisoner. He explained that when they had left me a few minutes before, they had ridden rapidly across to the railroad, the sounds of battle increasing as they neared the position occupied by General Giles A. Smith's division, and that McPherson had sent first one, then another of his staff to bring some of the reserve brigades of the 15th Corps over to the exposed left flank. That he had reached the head of Dodge's corps, marching by the flank on the diagonal road as described, and had ordered it to hurry forward to the same point. That then, almost if not entirely alone, he had followed this road leading across the wooded valley behind the 17th Corps, and had disappeared in these woods, doubtless with a sense of absolute security. The sound of musketry was there heard, and McPherson's horse came back, bleeding, wounded, and riderless. I ordered the staff officer who brought this message to return at once, to find General Logan, the senior officer present with the Army of the Tennessee, to report the same facts to him, and to instruct him to drive back this supposed small force, which had evidently got around the 17th Corps through the blind woods in rear of our left flank. I soon dispatched one of my own staff, McCoy, I think, to General Logan with similar orders, telling him to refuse his left flank and to fight the battle, holding fast to Leggett's Hill with the Army of the Tennessee, that I would personally look to Decatur and to the safety of his rear and would reinforce him if he needed it. I dispatched orders to General Thomas on our right, telling him of this strong sally, and my inference that the lines in his front had evidently been weakened by reason thereof, and that he ought to take advantage of the opportunity to make a lodgment in Atlanta, if possible. Meantime, the sounds of the battle rose on our extreme left more and more furious, extending to the place where I stood at the Howard House. Within an hour, an ambulance came in, attended by Colonels Clark and Strong, and Captains Steele and Gile, bearing McPherson's body. I had it carried inside of the Howard House and laid on a door wrenched from its hinges. Dr. Hewitt of the Army was there, and I asked him to examine the wound. He opened the coat and shirt, saw where the ball had entered and where it came out, or rather lodged under the skin, and he reported that McPherson must have died in a few seconds after being hit, that the ball had ranged upward across his body and passed near the heart. He was dressed just as he left me, with gauntlets and boots on, but his pocketbook was gone. On further inquiry, I learned that his body must have been in possession of the enemy some minutes, during which time it was rifled of the pocketbook, and I was much concerned lest the letter I had written him that morning should have fallen into the hands of someone who could read and understand its meaning. Fortunately, the spot in the woods where McPherson was shot was regained by our troops in a few minutes, and the pocketbook found in the haversack of a prisoner of war captured at the time, and it and its contents were secured by one of McPherson's staff. While we were examining the body inside the house, the battle was progressing outside, and many shots struck the building, which I feared would take fire. So I ordered Captains Steele and Gile to carry the body to Marietta. They reached that place the same night, and on application, I ordered his personal staff to go on and escort the body to his home in Clyde, Ohio, where it was received with great honor, and it is now buried in a small cemetery close by his mother's house, which cemetery is composed in part of the family orchard, in which he used to play when a boy. The foundation is ready laid for the equestrian monument now in progress, under the auspices of the Society of the Army of the Tennessee. The reports that came to me from all parts of the field revealed clearly what was the game of my antagonist, and the ground somewhat favored him. The railroad and wagon road from Decatur to Atlanta lie along the summit, from which the waters flow, by short, steep valleys, into the Peachtree and Chattahoochee to the west, and by other valleys of gentler declivity toward the east Ocmulgee. The ridges and level ground were mostly cleared, and had been cultivated as corn or cotton fields, but where the valleys were broken, they were left in a state of nature wooded and full of undergrowth. McPherson's line of battle was across this railroad, along a general ridge with a gentle but cleared valley to his front, between him and the defenses of Atlanta, and another valley, behind him, was clear of timber in part, but to his left rear the country was heavily wooded. Hood, during the night of July 21st, had withdrawn from his Peachtree line, had occupied the fortified line of Atlanta, facing north and east, with Stuart's formerly Polk's Corps and part of Hardee's, and with G.W. Smith's division of militia. His own corps and part of Hardee's had marched out to the road leading from McDonough to Decatur, and had turned so as to strike the left and rear of McPherson's line in air. At the same time, he had sent Wheeler's division of cavalry against the trains parked in Decatur. Unluckily for us, I had sent away the whole of Garrard's division of cavalry during the night of the 20th, with orders to proceed to Covington, 30 miles east, to burn two important bridges across the Ocklawahatchee and Yellow Rivers, to tear up the railroad, to damage it as much as possible from Stone Mountain eastward, and to be gone 4 days, so that McPherson had no cavalry in hand to guard that flank. The enemy was therefore enabled, under cover or the forest, to approach quite near before he was discovered. Indeed, his skirmish line had worked through the timber and got into the field to the rear of Giles A. Smith's division of the 17th Corps unseen, had captured Murray's battery of regular artillery, moving through these woods entirely unguarded, and had got possession of several of the hospital camps. The right of this rebel line struck Dodge's troops in motion, but fortunately this corps, 16th, had only to halt, face to the left, and was in line of battle, and this corps not only held in check the enemy, but drove him back through the woods. About the same time, this same force had struck General Giles A. Smith's left flank, doubled it back, captured 4 guns in position, and the party engaged in building the very battery which was the special object of McPherson's visit to me, and almost enveloped the entire left flank. The men, however, were skillful and brave, and fought for a time with their backs to Atlanta. They gradually fell back, compressing their own line, and gaining strength by making junction with Leggett's division of the 17th Corps, well and strongly posted on the hill. 1 or 2 brigades of the 15th Corps, ordered by McPherson, came rapidly across the open field to the rear, from the direction of the railroad, filled up the gap from Blair's new left to the head of Dodge's column now, facing to the general left, thus forming a strong left flank, at right angles to the original line of battle. The enemy attacked, boldly and repeatedly, the whole of this flank, but met an equally fierce resistance, and on that ground a bloody battle raged from little afternoon till into the night. A part of Hood's plan of action was to sally from Atlanta at the same moment, but this sally was not, for some reason, simultaneous, for the first attack on our extreme left flank had been checked and repulsed before the sally came from the direction of Atlanta. Meantime, Colonel Sprague in Decatur had got his teams harnessed up and safely conducted his train to the rear of Schofield's position, holding in check Wheeler's cavalry till he had got off all his trains, with the exception of 3 or 4 wagons. I remained near the Howard House, receiving reports and sending orders, urging Generals Thomas and Schofield to take advantage of the absence from their front of so considerable a body as was evidently engaged on our left, and, if possible, to make a lodgment in Atlanta itself. But they reported that the lines to their front, at all accessible points, were strong by nature and by art, and were fully manned. About 4 p.m. the expected sally came from Atlanta, directed mainly against Leggett's Hill and along the Decatur road. At Leggett's Hill they were met and bloodily repulsed. Along the railroad they were more successful. Sweeping over a small force with 2 guns, they reached our main line, broke through it, and got possession of De Graisse's battery of 4 20-pound Parrotts, killing every horse and turning the guns against us. General Charles R. Wood's division of the 15th Corps was on the extreme right of the Army of the Tennessee, between the railroad and the Howard House, where he connected with Schofield's troops. He reported to me in person that the line on his left had been swept back, and that his connection with General Logan on Leggett's Hill was broken. I ordered him to wheel his brigades to the left, to advance in echelon, and to catch the enemy in flank. General Schofield brought forward all his available batteries, to the number of 20 guns, to a position to the left front of the Howard House, whence we could overlook the field of action, and directed a heavy fire over the heads of General Wood's men against the enemy. and we saw Wood's troops advance and encounter the enemy, who had secured possession of the old line of parapet which had been held by our men. His right crossed this parapet, which he swept back, taking it in flank, and at the same time, the division which had been driven back along the railroad was rallied by General Logan in person and fought for their former ground. These combined forces drove the enemy into Atlanta, recovering the 20-pound Parrott guns, but one of them was found bursted while in the possession of the enemy. The 2 6-pounders farther in advance were, however, lost and had been hauled back by the enemy into Atlanta. Poor Captain DeGresse came to me in tears, lamenting the loss of his favorite guns. When they were regained, he had only a few men left and not a single horse. He asked an order for a reequipment, but I told him he must beg and borrow of others till he could restore his battery, now reduced to 3 guns. How he did so I do not know, but in a short time he did get horses, men, and finally another gun of the same special pattern, and served them with splendid effect till the very close of the war. This battery had also been with me from Shiloh till that time. The Battle of July 22d is usually called the Battle of Atlanta. It extended from the Howard House to General Giles A. Smith's position, about a mile beyond the Augusta Railroad, and then back toward Decatur, the whole extent of ground being fully 7 miles. In part the ground was clear and in part densely wooded. I rode over the whole of it the next day, and it bore the marks of a bloody conflict. The enemy had retired during the night inside of Atlanta, and we remained masters of the situation outside. I purposely allowed the Army of the Tennessee to fight this battle almost unaided, save by demonstrations on the part of General Schofield and Thomas against the fortified lines to their immediate fronts, and by detaching, as described, one of Schofield's brigades to Decatur, because I knew that the attacking force could only be a part of Hood's army, and that, if any assistance were rendered by either of the other armies, the Army of the Tennessee would be jealous. Nobly did they do their work that day, and terrible was the slaughter done to our enemy, though at sad cost to ourselves, as shown by the following reports. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the field near Atlanta, July 230, 1864. General Halleck, Washington, D.C. Yesterday morning, the enemy fell back to the entrenchments proper of the city of Atlanta, which are in a general circle, with a radius of 1.5 miles, and we closed in. While we were forming our lines and selecting positions for our batteries, the enemy appeared suddenly out of the dense woods in heavy masses on our extreme left, and struck the 17th Corps, General Blair in flank, and was forcing it back. When the 16th Corps, General Dodge came up and checked the movement, but the enemy's cavalry got well to our rear and into Decatur, and for some hours our left flank was completely enveloped. The fight that resulted was continuous until night, with heavy loss on both sides. The enemy took one of our batteries, Murray's, of the regular army, that was marching in its place in column in the road, unconscious of danger. About 4 p.m., the enemy sallied against the division of General Morgan L. Smith, of the 15th Corps, which occupied an abandoned line of rifle trench near the railroad east of the city, and forced it back some 400 yards, leaving in his hands for the time 2 batteries, but the ground and batteries were immediately after recovered by the same troops reinforced. I cannot well approximate our loss, which fell heavily on the 15th and 17th Corps, but counted as 3,000. I know that, being on the defensive, we have inflicted equally heavy loss on the enemy. General McPherson, when arranging his troops about 11 a.m. and passing from one column to another, incautiously rode upon an ambuscade without apprehension, at some distance ahead of his staff and orderlies, and was shot dead. W.T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, in the field, Pocatello, South Carolina, January 29, 1885. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, City Point, Virginia. Dear General, Captain Hudson has this moment arrived with your letter of January 21st, which I have read with interest. The capture of Fort Fisher has a most important bearing on my campaign, and I rejoice in it for many reasons, because of its intrinsic importance, and because it gives me another point of security on the seaboard. I hope General Terry will follow it up by the capture of Wilmington, although I do not look for it, from Admiral Porter's dispatch to me. I rejoice that Terry was not a West Pointer, that he belonged to your army, and that he had the same troops with which Butler feared to make the attempt. Admiral Dahlgren, whose fleet is reinforced by some more ironclads, wants to make an assault à la Fisher on Fort Moultrie, but I withhold my consent, for the reason that the capture of all Sullivan's Island is not conclusive as to Charleston. The capture of James Island would be, but all pronounce that impossible at this time. Therefore, I am moving, as hitherto designed, for the railroad west of Branchville, then will swing across to Orangeburg, which will interpose my army between Charleston and the interior. Contemporaneous with this, Foster will demonstrate up the Edisto, and afterward make a lodgment at Bull's Bay and occupy the common road which leads from Mount Pleasant toward Georgetown. When I get to Columbia, I think I shall move straight for Goldsboro, via Fayetteville. By the circuit I cut all roads and devastate the land, and the forces along the coast, commanded by Foster, will follow my movement, taking anything the enemy lets go, or so occupy his attention that he cannot detach all his forces against me. I feel sure of getting Wilmington and maybe Charleston, and being at Goldsboro, with its railroads finished back to Morehead City and Wilmington, I can easily take Raleigh when it seems that Lee must come out. If Schofield comes to Beaufort, he should be pushed out to Kinston, on the Neuse, and maybe Goldsboro. Or rather, a point on the Wilmington Road, south of Goldsboro. It is not necessary to storm Goldsboro, because it is in a distant region of no importance in itself, and if its garrison is forced to draw supplies from its north, it will be eating up the same stores on which Lee depends for his command. I have no doubt Hood will bring his army to Augusta. Canby and Thomas should penetrate Alabama as far as possible to keep employed at least a part of Hood's army. Or, what would accomplish the same thing, Thomas might reoccupy the railroad from Chattanooga forward to the Etowah, viz., Rome, Kingston, and Allatoona, thereby threatening Georgia. I know that the Georgia troops are disaffected. At Savannah, I met delegates from several counties of the Southwest, who manifested a decidedly hostile spirit to the Confederate cause. I nursed the feeling as far as possible and instructed Grower to keep it up. My left wing must now be at Sisters Ferry, crossing the Savannah River to the east bank. Slocum has orders to be at Robertsville tomorrow, prepared to move on Barnwell. Howard is here, all ready to start for the Augusta Railroad at Midway. We find the enemy on the east aid of the Salkehatchie and cavalry in our front, but all give ground on our approach and seem to be merely watching us. If we start on Tuesday, in 1 week we shall be near Orangeburg, having broken up the Augusta Road from the Edisto westward 20 or 25 miles. I will be sure that every rail is twisted. Should we encounter too much opposition near Orangeburg, then I will for a time neglect that branch and rapidly move on Columbia and fill up the triangle formed by the Congaree and Wateree tributaries of the Santee, breaking up that great center of the Carolina roads. Up to that point, I feel full confidence, but from there may have to maneuver some and will be guided by the questions of weather and supplies. You remember we had fine weather last February for our Meridian trip, and my memory of the weather at Charleston is that February is usually a fine month. Before the March storms come, we should be within striking distance of the coast. The months of April and May will be the best for operations from Goldsboro to Raleigh and the Roanoke. You may rest assured that I will keep my troops well in hand, and, if I get worsted, will aim to make the enemy pay so dearly that you will have less to do. I know that this trip is necessary. It must be made sooner or later. I am on time and in the right position for it. My army is large enough for the purpose, and I ask no reinforcement, but simply wish the utmost activity to be kept up at all other points, so that concentration against me may not be universal. I suspect that Jeff Davis will move heaven and earth to catch me, for success to this column is fatal to his dream of empire. Richmond is not more vital to his cause than Columbia and the heart of South Carolina. If Thomas will not move on Selma, order him to occupy Rome, Kingston, and Allatoona, and again threaten Georgia in the direction of Athena. I think the poor white trash of the South are falling out of their ranks by sickness, desertion, and every available means. But there is a large class of vindictive Southerners who will fight to the last. The squabbles in Richmond, the howls in Charleston, and the disintegration elsewhere are all good omens for us. We must not relax one iota, but on the contrary pile up our efforts. I whirled ere this have been off, but we had terrific rains, which caught us in motion, and nearly drowned some of the troops in the rice fields of the savannah, swept away our causeway, which had been carefully corduroyed, and made the swamps hereabout mere lakes of slimy mud. The weather is now good, and I have the army on terra firma. Supplies, too, came for a long time by daily driblets instead of in bulk. This is now all remedied, and I hope to start on Tuesday. I will issue instructions to General Foster, based on the reinforcements of North Carolina, but if Schofield comes, you had better relieve Foster, who cannot take the field and needs an operation on his leg. Let Schofield take command, with his headquarters at Beaufort, North Carolina, and with orders to secure Goldsboro, with its railroad communication back to Beaufort and Wilmington. If Lee lets us get that position, he is gone up. I will start with my Atlanta army, 60,000, supplied as before, depending on the country for all food in excess of 30 days. I will have less cattle on the hoof, but I hear of hogs, cows, and calves in Barnwell and the Columbia districts. Even here we have found some forage. Of course, the enemy will carry off and destroy some forage, but I will burn the houses where the people burn their forage, and they will get tired of it. I must risk Hood, and trust to you to hold Lee or be on his heels if he comes south. I observe that the enemy has some respect for my name, for they gave up Pocatello without a fight when they heard that the attacking force belonged to my army. I will try and keep up that feeling, which is a real power. With respect, your friend. W.T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. P.S. I leave my chief quartermaster and commissary behind to follow coastwise. W.T.S. Flag steamer Philadelphia Savannah River, January 4, 1865. Hun, Gideon Wells, Secretary of the Navy. Sir, I have already apprised the department that the army of General Sherman occupied the city of Savannah on the 21st of December. The rebel army, hardly respectable in numbers or condition, escaped by crossing the river and taking the Union Causeway toward the railroad. I have walked about the city several times and can affirm that its tranquility is undisturbed. The Union soldiers who are stationed within its limits are as orderly as if they were in New York or Boston. One effect of the march of General Sherman through Georgia has been to satisfy the people that their credulity has been imposed upon by the lying assertions of the rebel government, affirming the inability of the United States government to withstand the armies of rebeldom. They have seen the old flag of the United States carried by its victorious legions through their state, almost unopposed, and placed in their principal city without a blow. Since the occupation of the city, General Sherman has been occupied in making arrangements for its security after he leaves it for the march that he meditates. My attention has been directed to such measures of cooperation as the number and quality of my force permit. On the 2d I arrived here from Charleston, whither, as I stated in my dispatch of the 29th of December, I had gone in consequence of information from the senior officer there that the rebels contemplated issuing from the harbor, and his request for my presence. Having placed a force there of 7 monitors, sufficient to meet each an emergency, and not perceiving any sign of the expected raid, I returned to Savannah to keep in communication with General Sherman and be ready to render any assistance that might be desired. General Sherman has fully informed me of his plans, and, so far as my means permit, they shall not lack assistance by water. On the 3d, the transfer of the right wing to Beaufort was began, and the only suitable vessel I had at hand, the Harvest Moon, was sent to Thunderbolt to receive the first embarkation. This took place about 3 p.m. and was witnessed by General Sherman and General Bernard, United States Engineers, and myself. The Pontiac is ordered around to assist, and the Army transports also followed the first move by the Harvest Moon. I could not help remarking the unbroken silence that prevailed in the large array of troops. Not a voice was to be heard, as they gathered in masses on the bluff to look at the vessels. The notes of a solitary bugle alone came from their midst. General Barnard made a brief visit to one of the rebel works, Canston's Bluff, that dominated this watercourse, the best approach of the kind to Savannah. I am collecting data that will fully exhibit to the department the powerful character of the defenses of the city and its approaches. General Sherman will not retain the extended limits they embrace, but will contract the line very much. General Foster still holds the position near the Tuliphany. With his concurrence, I have detached the Fleet Brigade, and the men belonging to it have returned to their vessels. The excellent service performed by this detachment has fully realized my wishes and exemplified the efficiency of the organization infantry and light artillery handled as skirmishers. The howitzers were always landed as quickly as the men and were brought into action before the light pieces of the land service could be got ashore. I regret very much that the reduced complements of the vessels prevent me from maintaining the force in constant organization. With 300 more Marines and 500 seamen, I could frequently operate to great advantage, at the present time, when the attention of the rebels is so engrossed by General Sherman. It is said that they have a force at Hardeeville, the pickets of which were retained on the Union Causeway until a few days since, when some of our troops crossed the river and pushed them back. Concurrently with this, I caused the Sonoma to anchor so as to sweep the ground in the direction of the causeway. The transfer of the right wing, 30,000 men, to Beaufort will so imperil the rebel force at Hardeeville that it will be cut off or dispersed, if not moved in season. Meanwhile, I will send the Deiching to St. Helena to meet any want that may arise in that quarter, while the Mingo and Pontiac will be ready to act from Broad River. The general route of the army will be northward, but the exact direction must be decided more or less by circumstances which it may not be possible to foresee. My cooperation will be confined to assistance in attacking Charleston or in establishing communication at Georgetown, in case the army pushes on without attacking Charleston, and time alone will show which of these will eventuate. The weather of the winter first, and the condition of the ground in spring, would permit little advantage to be derived from the presence of the army at Richmond until the middle of May. So that General Sherman has no reason to move in haste, but can choose such objects as he prefers and take as much time as their attainment may demand. The department will learn the objects in view of General Sherman more precisely from a letter addressed by him to General Halleck, which he read to me a few days since. I have the honor to be, very respectfully, your obedient servant, J. A. Dahlgren, Rear Admiral, commanding South Atlantic Blockading Squadron. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, Pocatello, South Carolina, January 29, 1885. Major General J. G. Foster, commanding Department of the South. General, I have just received dispatches from General Grant stating that Schofield's Corps, the 23rd, 21,000 strong, is ordered east from Tennessee and will be sent to Beaufort, North Carolina. That is well. I want that force to secure a point on the railroad about Goldsboro, and then to build the railroad out to that point. If Goldsboro be too strong to carry by a rapid movement, then a point near the Neuse, south of Goldsboro, will answer, but the bridge and position about Kinston should be held and fortified strong. The movement should be masked by the troops already at Newbern. Please notify General Palmer that these troops are coming, and to be prepared to receive them. Major General Schofield will command in person and is admirably adapted for the work. If it is possible, I want him to secure Goldsboro, with the railroad back to Morehead City and Wilmington. As soon as General Schofield reaches Fort Macon, have him to meet someone of your staff, to explain in full the details of the situation of affairs with me, and you can give him the chief command of all troops at Cape Fear and in North Carolina. If he finds the enemy has all turned south against me, he need not follow, but turn his attention against Raleigh. If he can secure Goldsboro and Wilmington, it will be as much as I expect before I have passed the Santee. Send him all detachments of men that have come to join my army. They can be so organized and officered as to be efficient, for they are nearly all old soldiers who have been detached or on furlough. Until I pass the Santee, you can better use these detachments at Bull's Bay, Georgetown, etc. I will instruct General McCallum, of the Railroad Department, to take his men up to Beaufort, North Carolina, and employ them on the road out. I do not know that he can use them on any road here. I did instruct him, while awaiting information from North Carolina, to have them build a good trestle bridge across Port Royal Ferry, but I now suppose the pontoon bridge will do. If you move the pontoons, be sure to make a good road out to Garden's Corners, and mark it with signboards obstructing the old road, so that, should I send back any detachments, they would not be misled. I prefer that Hatch's force should not be materially weakened until I am near Columbia, when you may be governed by the situation of affairs about Charleston. If you can break the railroad between this and Charleston, then this force could be reduced. I am, with respect, etc. W.T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, Pocatello, South Carolina, January 18, 1865. Hun, Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War, Washington, D.C. Sir, when you left Savannah a few days ago, you forgot the map which General Geary had prepared for you, showing the route by which his division entered the city of Savannah, being the first troops to occupy that city. I now send it to you. I avail myself of the opportunity also to enclose you copies of all my official orders touching trade and intercourse with the people of Georgia, as well as for the establishment of the Negro settlements. Delegations of the people of Georgia continue to come in, and I am satisfied that, by judicious handling and by a little respect shown to their prejudices, we can create a schism in Jeff Davis's dominions. All that I have conversed with realize the truth that slavery as an institution is defunct, and the only questions that remain are what disposition shall be made of the Negroes themselves. I confess myself unable to offer a complete solution for these questions, and prefer to leave it to the slower operations of time. We have given the initiative, and can afford to await the working of the experiment. As to trade matters, I also think it is to our interest to keep the Southern people somewhat dependent on the articles of commerce to which they have hitherto been accustomed. General Grover is now here, and will, I think, be able to handle this matter judiciously, and may gradually relax and invite cotton to come in large quantities. But at first, we should manifest no undue anxiety on that score, for the rebels would at once make use of it as a power against us. We should assume a tone of perfect contempt for cotton and everything else in comparison with the great object of the war, the restoration of the Union, with all its rights and power. If the rebels burn cotton as a war measure, they simply play into our hands by taking away the only product of value they have to exchange in foreign ports for warships and munitions. By such a course, also, they alienate the feelings of a large class of small farmers who look to their little parcels of cotton to exchange for food and clothing for their families. I hope the government will not manifest too much anxiety to obtain cotton in large quantities, and especially that the President will not endorse the contracts for the purchase of large quantities of cotton. Several contracts, involving from 6 to 10,000 bales, endorsed by Mr. Lincoln, have been shown me, but were not in such a form as to amount to an order to compel me to facilitate their execution. As to Treasury agents, and agents to take charge of confiscated and abandoned property, whose salaries depend on their fees, I can only say that, as a general rule, they are mischievous and disturbing elements to a military government, and it is almost impossible for us to study the law and regulations so as to understand fully their powers and duties. I rather think the quartermaster's department of the Army could better fulfill all their duties and accomplish all that is aimed at by the law. Yet on this subject, I will leave Generals Foster and Grover to do the best they can. I am, with great respect, your obedient servant. W.T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, Pocatello, South Carolina, January 2, 1865. Hun, Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War, Washington, D.C. Sir, I have just received from Lieutenant General Grant a copy of that part of your telegram to him of December 26th relating to cotton, a copy of which has been immediately furnished to General Easton, Chief Quartermaster, who will be strictly governed by it. I had already been approached by all the consuls and half the people of Savannah on this cotton question, and my invariable answer was that all the cotton in Savannah was prize of war, belonged to the United States, and nobody should recover a bale of it with my consent. That, as cotton had been one of the chief causes of this war, it should help to pay its expenses. That all cotton became tainted with treason from the hour the first act of hostility was committed against the United States sometime in December 1860, and that no bill of sale subsequent to that date could convey title. My orders were that an officer of the Quartermaster's Department, United States Army, might furnish the holder, agent, or attorney a mere certificate of the fact of seizure, with description of the bale's marks, etc. The cotton then to be turned over to the agent of the Treasury Department, to be shipped to New York for sale. But since the receipt of your dispatch, I have ordered General Easton to make the shipment himself to the quartermaster at New York, where you can dispose of it at pleasure. I do not think the Treasury Department ought to bother itself with the prizes or captures of war. Mr. Barclay, former consul at New York, representing Mr. Molyneux, former consul here, but absent a long time, called on me with reference to cotton claimed by English subjects. He seemed amazed when I told him I should pay no respect to consular certificates, that in no event would I treat an English subject with more favor than one of our own deluded citizens, and that for my part, one was unwilling to fight for cotton for the benefit of Englishmen openly engaged in smuggling arms and instruments of war to kill us. That, on the contrary, it would afford me great satisfaction to conduct my army to Nassau and wipe out that nest of pirates. I explained to him, however, that I was not a diplomatic agent of the general government of the United States, but that my opinion, so frankly expressed, was that of a soldier, which it would be well for him to heed. It appeared also that he owned a plantation on the line of investment of Savannah, which, of course, was pillaged, and for which he expected me to give some certificate entitling him to indemnification, which I declined emphatically. I have adopted in Savannah rules concerning property severe, but just founded upon the laws of nations and the practice of civilized governments, and am clearly of opinion that we should claim all the belligerent rights over conquered countries, that the people may realize the truth that war is no child's play. I embrace in this a copy of a letter dated December 31, 1864, in answer to one from Solomon Cohen, a rich lawyer, to General Blair, his personal friend, as follows. Major General F.P. Blair, commanding 17th Army Corps. General, your note, enclosing Mr. Cohen's of this date, is received, and I answer frankly through you his inquiries. 1. No one can practice law as an attorney in the United States without acknowledging the supremacy of our government. If I am not in error, an attorney is as much an officer of the court as the clerk, and it would be a novel thing in a government to have a court to administer law which denied the supremacy of the government itself. 2. No one will be allowed the privileges of a merchant, or, rather, to trade is a privilege which no one should seek of the government without in like manner acknowledging its supremacy. 3. If Mr. Cohen remains in Savannah as a denizen, his property, real and personal, will not be disturbed unless its temporary use be necessary for the military authorities of the city. The title to property will not be disturbed in any event until adjudicated by the courts of the United States. 4. If Mr. Cohen leaves Savannah under my Special Order No. 148, it is a public acknowledgment that he adheres to the enemies of the United States, and all his property becomes forfeited to the United States. But, as a matter of favor, he will be allowed to carry with him clothing and furniture for the use of himself, his family, and servants, and will be transported within the enemy's lines, but not by way of Port Royal. These rules will apply to all parties, and from them no exception will be made. I have the honor to be, General, your obedient servant. W. T. Sherman, Major General. This letter was in answer to specific inquiries. It is clear and covers all the points, and, should I leave before my orders are executed, I will endeavor to impress upon my successor, General Foster, their wisdom and propriety. I hope the course I have taken in these matters will meet your approbation, and that the President will not refund to parties claiming cotton or other property, without the strongest evidence of loyalty and friendship on the part of the claimant, or unless some other positive end is to be gained. I am, with great respect, your obedient servant, W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Chapter 19. Capture of Atlanta. August and September, 1864. The month of August opened hot and sultry, but our position before Atlanta was healthy, with ample supply of wood, water, and provisions. The troops had become habituated to the slow and steady progress of the siege. The skirmish lines were held close up to the enemy, were covered by rifle trenches or logs, and kept up a continuous clatter of musketry. The main lines were held farther back, adapted to the shape of the ground, with muskets loaded and stacked for instant use. The field batteries were in select positions, covered by handsome parapets, and occasional shots from them gave life and animation to the scene. The men loitered about the trenches carelessly or busied themselves in constructing ingenious huts out of the abundant timber and seemed as snug, comfortable, and happy as though they were at home. General Schofield was still on the extreme left, Thomas in the center, and Howard on the right. 2 divisions of the 14th Corps, Baird's and Jeff. C. Davis's were detached to the right rear and held in reserve. I thus awaited the effect of the cavalry movement against the railroad about Jonesboro, and had heard from General Garrard that Stoneman had gone on to Mason. During that day, August 1st, Colonel Brownlow, of a Tennessee cavalry regiment, came in to Marietta from General McCook, and reported that McCook's whole division had been overwhelmed, defeated, and captured at Noonan. Of course, I was disturbed by this wild report, though I discredited it, but made all possible preparations to strengthen our guards along the railroad to the rear, on the theory that the force of cavalry which had defeated McCook would at once be on the railroad about Marietta. At the same time, Garrard was ordered to occupy the trenches on our left, while Schofield's whole army moved to the extreme right and extended the line toward East Point. Thomas was also ordered still further to thin out his lines, so as to set free the other division, Johnston's, of the 14th Corps, Palmer's, which was moved to the extreme right rear, and held in reserve ready to make a bold push from that flank to secure a footing on the Mason Railroad at or below East Point. These changes were effected during the 2D and 3D days of August, when General McCook came in and reported the actual results of his cavalry expedition. He had crossed the Chattahoochee River below Campbellton by his pontoon bridge, had then marched rapidly across to the Mason Railroad at Lovejoy's Station, where he had reason to expect General Stoneman. But not hearing of him, he set to work, tore up 2 miles of track, burned 2 trains of cars, and cut away 5 miles of telegraph wire. He also found the wagon train belonging to the rebel army in Atlanta, burned 500 wagons, killed 800 mules, and captured 72 officers and 350 men. Finding his progress eastward, toward McDonough, barred by a superior force, he turned back to Noonan, where he found himself completely surrounded by infantry and cavalry. He had to drop his prisoners and fight his way out, losing about 600 men in killed and captured, and then returned with the remainder to his position at Turner's Ferry. This was bad enough, but not so bad as had been reported by Colonel Brownlow. Meantime, rumors came that General Stoneman was down about Mason, on the east bank of the Ocmulgee. On the 4th of August, Colonel Adams got to Marietta with his small brigade of 900 men belonging to Stoneman's cavalry, reporting, as usual, all the rest lost. And this was partially confirmed by a report which came to me all the way round by General Grant's headquarters before Richmond. A few days afterward, Colonel Capron also got in, with another small brigade perfectly demoralized, and confirmed the report that General Stoneman had covered the escape of these 2 small brigades, himself standing with a reserve of 700 men, with which he surrendered to a Colonel Iverson. Thus another of my cavalry divisions was badly damaged, and out of the fragments we hastily reorganized 3 small divisions under Brigadier Generals Garrard, McCook, and Kilpatrick. Stoneman had not obeyed his orders to attack the railroad first before going to Macon and Andersonville, but had crossed the Ocmulgee River high up near Covington and had gone down that river on the east bank. He reached Clinton and sent out detachments which struck the railroad leading from Macon to Savannah at Griswold Station, where they found and destroyed 17 locomotives and over 100 cars, then went on and burned the bridge across the Oconee and reunited the division before Macon. Stoneman shelled the town across the river, but could not cross over by the bridge and returned to Clinton, where he found his retreat obstructed, as he supposed, by a superior force. There he became bewildered and sacrificed himself for the safety of his command. He occupied the attention of his enemy by a small force of 700 men, giving Colonels Adams and Capron leave, with their brigades, to cut their way back to me at Atlanta. The former reached us entire, but the latter was struck and scattered at some place farther north and came in by detachments. Stoneman surrendered and remained a prisoner until he was exchanged some time after, late in September, at Rough and Ready. I now became satisfied that cavalry could not, or would not, make a sufficient lodgment on the railroad below Atlanta, and that nothing would suffice but for us to reach it with the main army. Therefore the most urgent efforts to that end were made, and to Schofield, on the right, was committed the charge of this special object. He had his own corps, the 23rd, composed of 11,075 infantry and 885 artillery, with McCook's broken division of cavalry, 1,754 men and horses. For this purpose, I also placed the 14th Corps, Palmer, under his orders. This corps numbered at the time 17,288 infantry and 826 artillery, but General Palmer claimed to rank General Schofield in the date of his commission as Major General and denied the latter's right to exercise command over him. General Palmer was a man of ability, but was not enterprising. His 3 divisions were compact and strong, well commanded, admirable on the defensive, but slow to move or to act on the offensive. His corps, the 14th, had sustained, up to that time, fewer hard knocks than any other corps in the whole army, and I was anxious to give it a chance. I always expected to have a desperate fight to get possession of the Macon Road, which was then the vital objective of the campaign. Its possession by us would, in my judgment, result in the capture of Atlanta and give us the fruits of victory, although the destruction of Hood's army was the real object to be desired. Yet Atlanta was known as the Gate City of the South, was full of foundries, arsenals, and machine shops, and I knew that its capture would be the death knell of the Southern Confederacy. On the 4th of August, I ordered General Schofield to make a bold attack on the railroad, anywhere about East Point, and ordered General Palmer to report to him for duty. He at once denied General Schofield's right to command him, but after examining the dates of their respective commissions and hearing their arguments, I wrote to General Palmer. August 4th, 10:45 p.m. From the statements made by yourself and General Schofield today, my decision is that he ranks you as a Major General, being of the same date of present commission, by reason of his previous superior rank as Brigadier General. The movements of tomorrow are so important that the orders of the superior on that flank must be regarded as military orders, and not in the nature of cooperation. I did hope that there would be no necessity for my making this decision, but it is better for all parties interested that no question of rank should occur in actual battle. The Sandtown Road, and the railroad, if possible, must be gained tomorrow, if it costs half your command. I regard the loss of time this afternoon as equal to the loss of 2,000 men. I also communicated the substance of this to General Thomas, to whose army Palmer's corps belonged, who replied on the 5th. I regret to hear that Palmer has taken the course he has, and I know that he intends to offer his resignation as soon as he can properly do so. I recommend that his application be granted. And on the 5th I again wrote to General Palmer, arguing the point with him, advising him, as a friend, not to resign at that crisis lest his motives might be misconstrued, and because it might damage his future career in civil life. But at the same time, I felt it my duty to say to him that the operations on that flank, during the 4th and 5th, had not been satisfactory, not imputing to him, however, any want of energy or skill, but insisting that the events did not keep pace with my desires. General Schofield had reported to me that night. I am compelled to acknowledge that I have totally failed to make any aggressive movement with the 14th Corps. I have ordered General Johnston's division to replace General Haskell's this evening, and I propose tomorrow to take my own troops, 23rd Corps, to the right, and try to recover what has been lost by 2 days' delay. The force may likely be too small. I sanctioned the movement and ordered 2 of Palmer's divisions, Davis's and Baird's, to follow en echelon in support of Schofield, and summoned General Palmer to meet me in person. He came on the 6th to my headquarters and insisted on his resignation being accepted, for which formal Act 1 referred him to General Thomas. He then rode to General Thomas's camp, where he made a written resignation of his office as commander of the 14th Corps, and was granted the usual leave of absence to go to his home in Illinois, there to await further orders. General Thomas recommended that the resignation be accepted, that Johnston, the senior division commander of the Corps, should be ordered back to Nashville as Chief of Cavalry, and that Brigadier General Jefferson C. Davis, the next in order, should be promoted Major General and assigned to command the corps. These changes had to be referred to the President in Washington and were, in due time, approved and executed, and thenceforward I had no reason to complain of the slowness or inactivity of that splendid corps. It had been originally formed by General George H. Thomas, had been commanded by him in person, and had imbibed somewhat his personal character, viz. Steadiness, good order, and deliberation, nothing hasty or rash, but always safe, slow, and sure. On August 7th I telegraphed to General Halleck, "Have received today the dispatches of the Secretary of War and of General Grant, which are very satisfactory. We keep hammering away all the time, and there is no peace, inside or outside of Atlanta. Today General Schofield got round the line which was assaulted yesterday by General Riley's brigade, turned it and gained the ground where the assault had been made, and got possession of all our dead and wounded. He continued to press on that flank, and brought on a noisy but not a bloody battle. He drove the enemy behind his main breastworks, which cover the railroad from Atlanta to East Point, and captured a good many of the skirmishers, who are of his best troops, for the militia hugged the breastworks close. I do not deem it prudent to extend any more to the right, but will push forward daily by parallels, and make the inside of Atlanta too hot to be endured. I have sent back to Chattanooga for 2 30-pound Parrotts, with which we can pick out almost any house in town. I am too impatient for a siege, and don't know but this is as good a place to fight it out on as farther inland. One thing is certain, whether we get inside of Atlanta or not, it will be a used-up community when we are done with it." In Schofield's extension on the 5th, General Riley's brigade had struck an outwork, which he promptly attacked, but as usual got entangled in the trees and bushes which had been felled, and lost about 500 men in killed and wounded. But as above reported, this outwork was found abandoned the next day, and we could see from it that the rebels were extending their lines, parallel with the railroad, about as fast as we could add to our line of investment. On the 10th of August, the Parrott 30-pounders were received and placed in position. For a couple of days, we kept up a sharp fire from all our batteries converging on Atlanta, and at every available point, we advanced our infantry lines, thereby shortening and strengthening the investment. But I was not willing to order a direct assault, unless some accident or positive neglect on the part of our antagonist should reveal an opening. However, it was manifest that no such opening was intended by Hood, who felt secure behind his strong defenses. He had repelled our cavalry attacks on his railroad, and had damaged us seriously thereby, so I expected that he would attempt the same game against our rear. Therefore I made extraordinary exertions to recompose our cavalry divisions, which were so essential, both for defense and offense. Kilpatrick was given that on our right rear, in support of Schofield's exposed flank. Garrard retained that on our general left, and McCook's division was held somewhat in reserve, about Marietta and the railroad. On the 10th, having occasion to telegraph to General Grant, then in Washington, I used this language: "Since July 28th, Hood has not attempted to meet us outside his parapets. In order to possess and destroy effectually his communications, I may have to leave a corps at the railroad bridge, well entrenched, and cut loose with the balance to make a circle of desolation around Atlanta. I do not propose to assault the works, which are too strong, nor to proceed by regular approaches. I have lost a good many regiments, and will lose more by the expiration of service. And this is the only reason why I want reinforcements. We have killed, crippled, and captured more of the enemy than we have lost by his axe." On the 12th of August, I heard of the success of Admiral Farragut in entering Mobile Bay, which was regarded as a most valuable auxiliary to our operations at Atlanta, and learned that I had been commissioned a major general in the regular army, which was unexpected, and not desired until successful in the capture of Atlanta. These did not change the fact that we were held in check by the stubborn defense of the place, and a conviction was forced on my mind that our enemy would hold fast, even though every house in the town should be battered down by our artillery. It was evident that we must decoy him out to fight us on something like equal terms, or else, with the whole army, raise the siege and attack his communications. Accordingly, on the 13th of August, I gave general orders for the 20th Corps to draw back to the railroad bridge at the Chattahoochee, to protect our trains, hospitals, spare artillery, and the railroad depot, while the rest of the army should move bodily to some point on the Macon Railroad below East Point. Luckily, I learned just then that the enemy's cavalry, under General Wheeler, had made a wide circuit around our left flank, and had actually reached our railroad at Tilton Station, above Resaca, captured a drove of 1,000 of our beef cattle, and was strong enough to appear before Dalton and demand of its commander, Colonel Raum, the surrender of the place. General John E. Smith, who was at Kingston, collected together a couple of thousand men and proceeded in cars to the relief of Dalton when Wheeler retreated northward toward Cleveland. On the 16th, another detachment of the enemy's cavalry appeared in force about Allatoona and the Etowah Bridge, when I became fully convinced that Hood had sent all of his cavalry to raid upon our railroads. For some days, our communication with Nashville was interrupted by the destruction of the telegraph lines, as well as railroad. I at once ordered strong reconnaissances forward from our flanks on the left by Garrard and on the right by Kilpatrick. The former moved with so much caution that I was displeased, but Kilpatrick, on the contrary, displayed so much zeal and activity that I was attracted to him at once. He reached Fairburn Station, on the West Point Road, and tore it up, returning safely to his position on our right flank. I summoned him to me, and was so pleased with his spirit and confidence that I concluded to suspend the general movement of the main army, and to send him with his small division of cavalry to break up the Macon road about Jonesboro, in the hopes that it would force Hood to evacuate Atlanta, and that I should thereby not only secure possession of the city itself, but probably could catch Hood in the confusion of retreat, and, further, to increase the chances of success. I ordered General Thomas to detach 2 brigades of Garrard's division of cavalry from the left to the right rear to act as a reserve in support of General Kilpatrick. Meantime, also, the utmost activity was ordered along our whole front by the infantry and artillery. Kilpatrick got off during the night of the 18th and returned to us on the 22d, having made the complete circuit of Atlanta. He reported that he had destroyed 3 miles of the railroad about Jonesboro, which he reckoned would take 10 days to repair, that he had encountered a division of infantry and a brigade of cavalry Rosses, that he had captured a battery and destroyed 3 of its guns, bringing one in as a trophy, and he also brought in 3 battle flags and 70 prisoners. On the 23d, however, we saw trains coming into Atlanta from the south, when I became more than ever convinced that cavalry could not or would not work hard enough to disable a railroad properly, and therefore resolved at once to proceed to the execution of my original plan. Meantime, the damage done to our own railroad and telegraph by Wheeler about Resaca and Dalton had been repaired, and Wheeler himself was too far away to be of any service to his own army, and where he could not do us much harm, viz., up about the Hiawassee. On the 24th, I rode down to the Chattahoochee Bridge to see in person that it could be properly defended by the single corps proposed to be left there for that purpose, and found that the rebel works, which had been built by Johnston to resist us, could be easily utilized against themselves. And on returning to my camp, at that same evening, I telegraphed to General Halleck as follows: "Heavy fires in Atlanta all day, caused by our artillery. I will be all ready, and will commence the movement around Atlanta by the south tomorrow night, and for some time you will hear little of us. I will keep open a courier line back to the Chattahoochee Bridge by way of Sandtown. The 20th Corps will hold the railroad bridge, and I will move with the balance of the army, provisioned for 20 days. Meantime, General Dodge, commanding the 16th Corps, had been wounded in the forehead, had gone to the rear, and his 2 divisions were distributed to the 15th and 17th Corps. The real movement commenced on the 25th at night. The 20th Corps drew back and took post at the railroad bridge, and the 4th Corps, Stanley, moved to his right rear, closing up with the 14th Corps, Jeff. C. Davis near Udo Creek. At the same time, Garrard's cavalry, leaving their horses out of sight, occupied the vacant trenches, so that the enemy did not detect the change at all. The next night, 26th, the 15th and 17th Corps, composing the Army of the Tennessee, Howard, drew out of their trenches, made a wide circuit, and came up on the extreme right of the 4th and 14th Corps of the Army of the Cumberland, Thomas, along Udo Creek, facing south. The enemy seemed to suspect something that night, using his artillery pretty freely, but I think he supposed we were going to retreat altogether. An artillery shot, fired at random, killed one man and wounded another, and the next morning some of his infantry came out of Atlanta and found our camps abandoned. It was afterward related that there was great rejoicing in Atlanta, that the Yankees were gone. The fact was telegraphed all over the South, and several trains of cars, with ladies, came up from Macon to assist in the celebration of their grand victory. On the 28th, making a general left wheel, pivoting on Schofield, both Thomas and Howard reached the West Point Railroad, extending from East Point to Red Oak Station in Fairburn, where we spent the next day, 29th, in breaking it up thoroughly. The track was heaved up in sections the length of a regiment, then separated rail by rail. Bonfires were made of the ties and of fence rails on which the rails were heated, carried to trees or telegraph poles, wrapped around and left to cool. Such rails could not be used again, and to be still more certain, we filled up many deep cuts with trees, brush, and earth, and commingled with them loaded shells, so arranged that they would explode on an attempt to haul out the bushes. The explosion of one such shell would have demoralized a gang of Negroes, and thus would have prevented even the attempt to clear the road. Meantime, Schofield, with the 23rd Corps, presented a bold front toward East Point, daring and inviting the enemy to sally out to attack him in position. His first movement was on the 30th, to Mount Gilead Church, then to Morrow's Mills, facing Rough and Ready. Thomas was on his right, within easy support, moving by crossroads from Red Oak to the Fayetteville Road, extending from Couches to Renfrew's, and Howard was aiming for Jonesboro. I was with General Thomas that day, which was hot but otherwise very pleasant. We stopped for a short noon rest near a little church, marked on our maps as Shoal Creek Church, which stood back about 100 yards from the road in a grove of native oaks. The infantry column had halted in the road, stacked their arms, and the men were scattered about, some lying in the shade of the trees, and others were bringing cornstalks from a large cornfield across the road to feed our horses, while still others had arms full of the roasting ears, then in their prime. Hundreds of fires were soon started with the fence rails, and the men were busy roasting the ears. Thomas and I were walking up and down the road which led to the church, discussing the chances of the movement, which he thought were extra hazardous, and our path carried us by a fire at which a soldier was roasting his corn. The fire was built artistically. The man was stripping the ears of their husks, standing them in front of his fire, watching them carefully, and turning each ear little by little, so as to roast it nicely. He was down on his knees intent on his business, paying little heed to the stately and serious deliberations of his leaders. Thomas's mind was running on the fact that we had cut loose from our base of supplies, and that 70,000 men were then dependent for their food on the chance supplies of the country, already impoverished by the requisitions of the enemy, and on the contents of our wagons. Between Thomas and his men there existed a most kindly relation, and he frequently talked with them in the most familiar way. Pausing a while and watching the operations of this man roasting his corn, he said, "What are you doing?" The man looked up smilingly. "Why, General, I am laying in a supply of provisions." "That is right, my man, but don't waste your provisions." As we resumed our walk, the man remarked in a sort of musing way, but loud enough for me to hear, there goes the old man, economizing as usual. Economizing with corn, which cost only the labor of gathering and roasting. As we walked, we could hear General Howard's guns at intervals, away off to our right front, but an ominous silence continued toward our left, where I was expecting at each moment to hear the sound of battle. That night we reached Renfrew's, and had reports from left to right, from General Schofield about Morrow's Mills to General Howard within a couple of miles of Jonesboro. The next morning, August 31st, all moved straight for the railroad. Schofield reached it near Rough and Ready, and Thomas at 2 points between there and Jonesboro. Howard found an entrenched foe, Hardee's Corps, covering Jonesboro, and his men began at once to dig their accustomed rifle pits. Orders were sent to Generals Thomas and Schofield to turn straight for Jonesboro, tearing up the railroad track as they advanced. About 3 p.m., the enemy sallied from Jonesboro against the 15th Corps, but was easily repulsed and driven back within his lines. All hands were kept busy tearing up the railroad, and it was not until toward evening of the first day of September that the 14th Corps, Davis, closed down on the north front of Jonesboro, connecting on his right with Howard and his left reaching the railroad, along which General Stanley was moving, followed by Schofield. General Davis formed his divisions in line about 4 p.m., swept forward over some old cotton fields in full view, and went over the rebel parapet handsomely, capturing the whole of Gauvain's brigade with 2 field batteries of 10 guns. Being on the spot, I checked Davis's movement and ordered General Howard to send the 2 divisions of the 17th Corps, Blair, round by his right rear, to get below Jonesboro and to reach the railroad so as to cut off retreat in that direction. I also dispatched orders after orders to hurry forward Stanley, so as to lap around Jonesboro on the east, hoping thus to capture the whole of Hardee's corps. I sent first Captain Audenried, aide-de-camp, then Colonel Poe, of the Engineers, and lastly General Thomas himself, and that is the only time during the campaign I can recall seeing General Thomas urge his horse into a gallop. Night was approaching, and the country on the farther side of the railroad was densely wooded. General Stanley had come up on the left of Davis, and was deploying, though there could not have been on his front more than a skirmish line. Had he moved straight on by the flank, or by a slight circuit to his left, he would have enclosed the whole ground occupied by Hardee's corps, and that corps could not have escaped us. But night came on, and Hardee did escape. Meantime General Slocum had reached his corps, the 20th, stationed at the Chattahoochee Bridge, had relieved General A.S. Williams in command, and orders had been sent back to him to feel forward occasionally toward Atlanta, to observe the effect when we had reached the railroad. That night, I was so restless and impatient that I could not sleep, and about midnight there arose toward Atlanta sounds of shells exploding, and other sound like that of musketry. I walked to the house of a farmer close by my bivouac, called him out to listen to the reverberations which came from the direction of Atlanta, 20 miles to the north of us, and inquired of him if he had resided there long. He said he had, and that these sounds were just like those of a battle. An interval of quiet then ensued, when again, about 4 a.m., arose other similar explosions. But I still remained in doubt whether the enemy was engaged in blowing up his own magazines, or whether General Slocum had not felt forward and become engaged in a real battle. The next morning General Hardee was gone, and we all pushed forward along the railroad south, in close pursuit, till we ran up against his lines at a point just above Lovejoy's station. While bringing forward troops and feeling the new position of our adversary, rumors came from the rear that the enemy had evacuated Atlanta, and that General Slocum was in the city. Later in the day I received a note in Slocum's own handwriting, stating that he had heard during the night the very sounds that I have referred to, that he had moved rapidly up from the bridge about daylight, and had entered Atlanta unopposed. His letter was dated inside the city, so there was no doubt of the fact. General Thomas's bivouac was but a short distance from mine, and before giving notice to the army in general orders, I sent one of my staff officers to show him the note. In a few minutes the officer returned, soon followed by Thomas himself, who again examined the note, so as to be perfectly certain that it was genuine. The news seemed to him too good to be true. He snapped his fingers, whistled, and almost danced, and as the news spread to the army, the shouts that arose from our men, the wild hallooing and glorious laughter, were to us a full recompense for the labor and toils and hardships through which we had passed in the previous 3 months. A courier line was at once organized, messages were sent back and forth from our camp at Lovejoy's to Atlanta, and to our telegraph station at the Chattahoochee Bridge. Of course, the glad tidings flew on the wings of electricity to all parts of the North, where the people had patiently awaited news of their husbands, sons, and brothers, away down in Dixieland. And congratulations came pouring back full of goodwill and patriotism. This victory was most opportune. Mr. Lincoln himself told me afterward that even he had previously felt in doubt, for the summer was fast passing away, that General Grant seemed to be checkmated about Richmond and Petersburg, and my army seemed to have run up against an impassable barrier, when, suddenly and unexpectedly, came the news that Atlanta was ours, and fairly won. On this text many a fine speech was made, but none more eloquent than that by Edward Everett in Boston. A presidential election then agitated the North. Mr. Lincoln represented the national cause, and General McClellan had accepted the nomination of the Democratic Party, whose platform was that the war was a failure, and that it was better to allow the South to go free to establish a separate government, whose cornerstone should be slavery. Success to our arms at that instant was therefore a political necessity, and it was all important that something startling in our interest should occur before the election in November. The brilliant success at Atlanta filled that requirement and made the election of Mr. Lincoln certain. Among the many letters of congratulation received, those of Mr. Lincoln and General Grant seem most important. Executive Mansion, Washington, D.C., September 3, 1864. The national thanks are rendered by the President to Major General W. T. Sherman and the gallant officers and soldiers of his command before Atlanta for the distinguished ability and perseverance displayed in the campaign in Georgia, which, under divine favor, has resulted in the capture of Atlanta. The marches, battles, sieges, and other military operations that have signalized the campaign must render it famous in the annals of war, and have entitled those who have participated therein to the applause and thanks of the nation. Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States. City Point, Virginia, September 4, 1864, 9 p.m. Major General Sherman, I have just received your dispatch announcing the capture of Atlanta. In honor of your great victory, I have ordered a salute to be fired with shotted guns from every battery bearing upon the enemy. The salute will be fired within an hour, amid great rejoicing. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. These dispatches were communicated to the Army in general orders, and we all felt duly encouraged and elated by the praise of those competent to bestow it. The Army still remained where the news of success had first found us, viz., Lovejoy's, but after due reflection, I resolved not to attempt at that time a further pursuit of Hood's army, but slowly and deliberately to move back, occupy Atlanta, enjoy a short period of rest, and to think well over the next step required in the progress of events. Orders for this movement were made on the 5th September, and 3 days were given for each army to reach the place assigned it, viz. the Army of the Cumberland in and about Atlanta, the Army of the Tennessee at East Point, and the Army of the Ohio at Decatur. Personally, I rode back to Jonesboro on the 6th, and there inspected the rebel hospital, full of wounded officers and men left by Hardee in his retreat. The next night we stopped at Rough and Ready, and on the 8th of September we rode into Atlanta, then occupied by the 20th Corps, General Slocum. In the courthouse square was encamped a brigade, embracing the Massachusetts 2nd and 33rd Regiments, which had 2 of the finest bands of the Army, and their music was to us all a source of infinite pleasure during our sojourn in that city. I took up my headquarters in the house of Judge Leon, which stood opposite one corner of the courthouse square, and at once set about a measure already ordered, of which I had thought much and long, viz., to remove the entire civil population, and to deny to all civilians from the rear the expected profits of civil trade. Hundreds of sutlers and traders were waiting at Nashville and Chattanooga, greedy to reach Atlanta with their wares and goods, with which to drive a profitable trade with the inhabitants. I gave positive orders that none of these traders, except 3, one for each separate army, should be permitted to come nearer than Chattanooga. And moreover, I peremptorily required that all the citizens and families resident in Atlanta should go away, giving to each the option to go south or north, as their interests or feelings dictated. I was resolved to make Atlanta a pure military garrison or depot, with no civil population to influence military measures. I had seen Memphis, Vicksburg, Natchez, and New Orleans, all captured from the enemy, and each at once was garrisoned by a full division of troops, if not more. So that success was actually crippling our armies in the field by detachments to guard and protect the interests of a hostile population. I gave notice of this purpose as early as the 4th of September to General Halleck, in a letter concluding with these words: "If the people raise a howl against my barbarity and cruelty, I will answer that war is war and not popularity seeking. If they want peace, they and their relatives most stop the war." I knew, of course, that such a measure would be strongly criticized, but made up my mind to do it with the absolute certainty of its justness, and that time would sanction its wisdom. I knew that the people of the South would read in this measure 2 important conclusions: one, that we were in earnest, and the other, if they were sincere in their common and popular clamor to die in the last ditch, that the opportunity would soon come. Soon after our reaching Atlanta, General Hood had sent in by a flag of truce a proposition, offering a general exchange of prisoners, saying that he was authorized to make such an exchange by the Richmond authorities, out of the vast number of our men then held captive at Andersonville, the same whom General Stoneman had hoped to rescue at the time of his raid. Some of these prisoners had already escaped and got in, had described the pitiable condition of the remainder, and although I felt a sympathy for their hardships and sufferings as deeply as any man could, yet as nearly all the prisoners who had been captured by us during the campaign had been sent, as fast as taken, to the usual depots north, they were then beyond my control. There were still about 2,000, mostly captured at Jonesboro, who had been sent back by cars, but had not passed Chattanooga. These I ordered back, and offered General Hood to exchange them for Stoneman, Buell, and such of my own army as would make up the equivalent. But I would not exchange for his prisoners generally, because I knew these would have to be sent to their own regiments, away from my army, whereas all we could give him could at once be put to duty in his immediate army. Quite an angry correspondence grew up between us, which was published at the time in the newspapers, but it is not to be found in any book of which I have present knowledge, and therefore is given here, as illustrative of the events referred to, and of the feelings of the actors in the game of war at that particular crisis, together with certain other original letters of Generals Grant and Halleck, never hitherto published. Headquarters Armies of the United States, City Point, Virginia, September 12, 1864. Major General W. T. Sherman, commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, I send Lieutenant Colonel Horace Porter, of my staff, with this. Colonel Porter will explain to you the exact condition of affairs here, better than I can do in the limits of a letter. Although I feel myself strong enough now for offensive operations, I am holding on quietly to get advantage of recruits and convalescents who are coming forward very rapidly. My lines are necessarily very long, extending from Deep Bottom, north of the James, across the peninsula formed by the Appomattox and the James, and south of the Appomattox to the Weldon Road. This line is very strongly fortified and can be held with comparatively few men, but from its great length necessarily takes many in the aggregate. I propose, when I do move, to extend my left so as to control what is known as the South Side or Lynchburg and Petersburg Road, then, if possible, to keep the Danville Road out. At the same time this move is made, I want to send a force of from 6,000 to 10,000 men against Wilmington. The way I propose to do this is to land the men north of Fort Fisher and hold that point. At the same time, a large naval fleet will be assembled there, and the ironclads will run the batteries as they did at Mobile. This will give us the same control of the harbor of Wilmington that we now have of the harbor of Mobile. What you are to do with the forces at your command, I do not exactly see. The difficulties of supplying your army, except when they are constantly moving beyond where you are, I plainly see. If it had not been for Price's movement, Canby could have sent 12,000 more men to Mobile. From your command on the Mississippi, an equal number could have been taken. With these forces, my idea would have been to divide them, sending one half to Mobile and the other half to Savannah. You could then move as proposed in your telegram, so as to threaten Macon and Augusta equally. Whichever one should be abandoned by the enemy, you could take and open up a new base of supplies. My object now in sending a staff officer to you is not so much to suggest operations for you as to get your views, and to have plans matured by the time everything can be got ready. It would probably be the 5th of October before any of the plans here indicated will be executed. If you have any promotions to recommend, send the names forward, and I will approve them. In conclusion, it is hardly necessary for me to say that I feel you have accomplished the most gigantic undertaking given to any general in this war, and with a skill and ability that will be acknowledged in history as unsurpassed, if not unequaled. It gives me as much pleasure to record this in your favor as it whirled in favor of any living man, myself included. Truly yours. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field, Atlanta, Georgia, September 20, 1864. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, Commander-in-Chief, City Point, Virginia. General, I have the honor to acknowledge, at the hands of Lieutenant Colonel Porter, of your staff, your letter of September 12th, and accept with thanks the honorable and kindly mention of the services of this army in the great cause in which we are all engaged. I send by Colonel Porter all official reports which are completed, and will in a few days submit a list of names which are deemed worthy of promotion. I think we owe it to the President to save him the invidious task of selection among the vast number of worthy applicants, and have ordered my army commanders to prepare their lists with great care, and to express their preferences based upon claims of actual capacity and services rendered. These I will consolidate and submit in such a form that, if mistakes are made, they will at least be sanctioned by the best contemporaneous evidence of merit. For I know that vacancies do not exist equal in number to that of the officers who really deserve promotion. As to the future, I am pleased to know that your army is being steadily reinforced by a good class of men, and I hope it will go on until you have a force that is numerically double that of your antagonist, so that with one part you can watch him, and with the other push out boldly from your left flank, occupy the South Side Railroad, compel him to attack you in position, or accept battle on your own terms. We ought to ask our country for the largest possible armies that can be raised, as so important a thing as the self-existence of a great nation should not be left to the fickle chances of war. Now that Mobile is shut out to the commerce of our enemy, it calls for no further effort on our part, unless the capture of the city can be followed by the occupation of the Alabama River, and the railroad to Columbus, Georgia, when that place would be a magnificent auxiliary to my further progress into Georgia. But until General Canby is much reinforced, and until he can more thoroughly subdue the scattered armies west of the Mississippi, I suppose that much cannot be attempted by him against the Alabama River and Columbus, Georgia. The utter destruction of Wilmington, North Carolina, is of importance only in connection with the necessity of cutting off all foreign trade to our enemy, and if Admiral Farragut can get across the bar and move quickly, I suppose he will succeed. From my knowledge of the mouth of Cape Fear River, I anticipate more difficulty in getting the heavy ships across the bar than in reaching the town of Wilmington. But of course, the soundings of the channel are well known at Washington, as well as the draft of his ironclads, so that it must be demonstrated to be feasible, or else it would not be attempted. If successful, I suppose that Fort Caswell will be occupied, and the fleet at once sent to the Savannah River. Then the reduction of that city is the next question. It once in our possession, and the river open to us, I would not hesitate to cross the state of Georgia with 60,000 men, hauling some stores, and depending on the country for the balance. Where 1,000,000 of people find subsistence, my army won't starve. But, as you know, in a country like Georgia, with few roads and innumerable streams, an inferior force can so delay an army and harass it that it would not be a formidable object. But if the enemy knew that we had our boats in the Savannah River, I could rapidly move to Milledgeville, where there is abundance of corn and meat, and could so threaten Macon and Augusta that the enemy world doubtless give up Macon for Augusta. Then I would move so as to interpose between Augusta and Savannah and force him to give us Augusta, with the only powder mills and factories remaining in the South, or let us have the use of the Savannah River. Either horn of the dilemma will be worth a battle. I would prefer his holding Augusta, as the probabilities are, for then, with the Savannah River in our possession, the taking of Augusta would be a mere matter of time. This campaign can be made in the winter. But the more I study the game, the more am I convinced that it would be wrong for us to penetrate farther into Georgia without an objective beyond. It would not be productive of much good. I can start east and make a circuit south and back, doing vast damage to the state, but resulting in no permanent good. And by mere threatening to do so, I hold a rod over the Georgians, who are not over-loyal to the South. I will therefore give it as my opinion that your army and Canby's should be reinforced to the maximum, that, after you get Wilmington, you should strike for Savannah and its river, that General Canby should hold the Mississippi River, and send a force to take Columbus, Georgia, either by way of the Alabama or Apalachicola River, that I should keep Hood employed and put my army in fine order for a march on Augusta, Columbia, and Charleston, and start as soon as Wilmington is sealed to commerce, and the city of Savannah is in our possession. I think it will be found that the movements of Price and Shelby, west of the Mississippi, are mere diversions. They cannot hope to enter Missouri except as raiders, and the truth is that General Rosecrans should be ashamed to take my troops for such a purpose. If you will secure Wilmington and the city of Savannah from your center, and let General Canby leave command over the Mississippi River and country west of it, I will send a force to the Alabama and Apalachicola, provided you give me 100,000 of the drafted men to fill up my old regiments. And if you will fix a day to be in Savannah, I will ensure our possession of Macon and a point on the river below Augusta. The possession of the Savannah River is more than fatal to the possibility of Southern independence. They may stand the fall of Richmond, but not of all Georgia. I will have a long talk with Colonel Porter and tell him everything that may occur to me of interest to you. In the meantime, know that I admire your dogged perseverance and pluck more than ever. If you can whip Lee and I can march to the Atlantic, I think Uncle Abe will give us a 20 days leave of absence to see the young folks. Yours as ever, W. T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters of the Army, Washington, September 16, 1864. General W. T. Sherman, Atlanta, Georgia. My dear General, your very interesting letter of the 4th is just received. Its perusal has given me the greatest pleasure. I have not written before to congratulate you on the capture of Atlanta, the objective point of your brilliant campaign, for the reason that I have been suffering from my annual attack of coryza, or hay cold. It affects my eyes so much that I can scarcely see to write. As you suppose, I have watched your movements most attentively and critically, and I do not hesitate to say that your campaign has been the most brilliant of the war. Its results are less striking and less complete than those of General Grant at Vicksburg, but then you have had greater difficulties to encounter, a longer line of communications to keep up, and a longer and more continuous strain upon yourself and upon your army. You must have been very considerably annoyed by the state Negro recruiting agents. Your letter was a capital one and did much good. The law was a ridiculous one. It was opposed by the War Department, but passed through the influence of Eastern manufacturers who hoped to escape the draft in that way. They were making immense fortunes out of the war and could well afford to purchase Negro recruits and thus save their employees at home. I fully agree with you in regard to the policy of a stringent draft, but unfortunately, political influences are against us, and I fear it will not amount to much. Mr. Seward's speech at Auburn again prophesying, for the 20th time, that the rebellion would be crushed in a few months, and saying that there would be no draft, as we now had enough soldiers to end the war, etc., has done much harm in a military point of view. I have seen enough of politics here to last me for life. You are right in avoiding them. McClellan may possibly reach the White House, but he will lose the respect of all honest, high-minded patriots by his affiliation with such traitors and copperheads as B, V, W, S, and Co. He would not stand upon the traitorous Chicago platform, but he had not the manliness to oppose it. A Major General in the United States Army, and yet not one word to utter against rebels or the rebellion. I had much respect for McClellan before he became a politician, but very little after reading his letter, accepting the nomination. Hooker certainly made a mistake in leaving before the capture of Atlanta. I understand that, when here, he said that you would fail, your army was discouraged and dissatisfied, etc., etc. He is most unmeasured in his abuse of me. I enclose you a specimen of what he publishes in Northern papers, wherever he goes. They are dictated by himself and written by W.B. and such worthies. The funny part of the business is that I had nothing whatever to do with his being relieved on either occasion. Moreover, I have never said anything to the President or Secretary of War to injure him in the slightest degree, and he knows that perfectly well. His animosity arises from another source. He is aware that I know some things about his character and conduct in California, and, fearing that I may use that information against him, he seeks to ward off its effect by making it appear that I am his personal enemy, am jealous of him, etc. I know of no other reason for his hostility to me. He is welcome to abuse me as much as he pleases. I don't think it will do him much good or me much harm. I know very little of General Howard, but believe him to be a true, honorable man. Thomas is also a noble old war horse. It is true, as you say, that he is slow, but he is always sure. I have not seen General Grant since the fall of Atlanta, and do not know what instructions he has sent you. I fear that Canby has not the means to do much by way of Mobile. The military effects of Banks's disaster are now showing themselves, by the threatened operations of Price and Co. toward Missouri, thus keeping in check our armies west of the Mississippi. With many thanks for your kind letter and wishes for your future success, yours truly. H.W. Halleck, Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, Atlanta, Georgia, September 20, 1864. Major General Halleck, Chief of Staff, Washington, D.C. General, I have the honor herewith to submit copies of a correspondence between General Hood of the Confederate Army, the Mayor of Atlanta, and myself, touching the removal of the inhabitants of Atlanta. In explanation of the tone which marks some of these letters, I will only call your attention to the fact that, after I had announced my determination, General Hood took upon himself to question my motives. I could not tamely submit to such impertinence, and I have also seen that, in violation of all official usage, he has published in the Macon newspapers such parts of the correspondence as suited his purpose. This could have had no other object than to create a feeling on the part of the people, but if he expects to resort to such artifices, I think I can meet him there too. It is sufficient for my government to know that the removal of the inhabitants has been made with liberality and fairness, that it has been attended with no force, and that no women or children have suffered, unless for want of provisions by their natural protectors and friends. My real reasons for this step were: we want all the houses of Atlanta for military storage and occupation. We want to contract the lines of defense so as to diminish the garrison to the limit necessary to defend its narrow and vital parts, instead of embracing, as the lines now do, the vast suburbs. This contraction of the lines, with the necessary citadels and redoubts, will make it necessary to destroy the very houses used by families as residences. Atlanta is a fortified town, was stubbornly defended and fairly captured. As captors, we have a right to it. The residence here of a poor population would compel us, sooner or later, to feed them or to see them starve under our eyes. The residence here of the families of our enemies would be a temptation and a means to keep up a correspondence dangerous and hurtful to our cause. A civil population calls for provost guards and absorbs the attention of officers in listening to everlasting complaints and special grievances that are not military. These are my reasons, and, if satisfactory to the government of the United States, it makes no difference whether it pleases General Hood and his people or not. I am, with respect, your obedient servant. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field, Atlanta, Georgia, September 7, 1864. General Hood, Commanding Confederate Army. General, I have deemed it to the interest of the United States that the citizens now residing in Atlanta should remove, those who prefer it to go south, and the rest north. For the latter, I can provide food and transportation to points of their election in Tennessee, Kentucky, or farther north. For the former, I can provide transportation by cars as far as Rough and Ready, and also wagons. But that their removal may be made with as little discomfort as possible, it will be necessary for you to help the families from Rough and Ready to the care at Lovejoy's. If you consent, I will undertake to remove all the families in Atlanta who prefer to go south to Rough and Ready, with all their movable effects, viz., clothing, trunks, reasonable furniture, bedding, etc., with their servants, white and black, with the proviso that no force shall be used toward the blacks, one way or the other. If they want to go with their masters or mistresses, they may do so, otherwise they will be sent away, unless they be men, when they may be employed by our quartermaster. Atlanta is no place for families or noncombatants, and I have no desire to send them north if you will assist in conveying them south. If this proposition meets your views, I will consent to a truce in the neighborhood of Rough and Ready, stipulating that any wagons, horses, animals, or persons sent there for the purposes herein stated shall in no manner be harmed or molested. You in your turn agreeing that any wagons, or carriages, persons, or animals sent to the same point shall not be interfered with. Each of us might send a guard of, say, 100 men to maintain order and limit the truce to, say, 2 days after a certain time appointed. I have authorized the mayor to choose 2 citizens to convey to you this letter, with such documents as the mayor may forward in explanation, and shall await your reply. I have the honor to be your obedient servant. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Major General W.T. Sherman, commanding United States forces in Georgia. General, your letter of yesterday's date, borne by James M. Ball and James R. Crew, citizens of Atlanta, is received. You say therein, I deem it to be to the interest of the United States that the citizens now residing in Atlanta should remove, etc. I do not consider that I have any alternative in this matter. I therefore accept your proposition to declare a truce of 2 days, or such time as may be necessary to accomplish the purpose mentioned, and shall render all assistance in my power to expedite the transportation of citizens in this direction. I suggest that a staff officer be appointed by you to superintend the removal from the city to Rough and Ready, while I appoint a like officer to control their removal farther south. That a guard of 100 men be sent by either party as you propose, to maintain order at that place, and that the removal begin on Monday next. And now, sir, permit me to say that the unprecedented measure you propose transcends, in studied and ingenious cruelty, all acts ever before brought to my attention in the dark history of war. In the name of God and humanity, I protest, believing that you will find that you are expelling from their homes and firesides the wives and children of a brave people. I am, General, very respectfully, your obedient servant. J.B. Hood, General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field, Atlanta, Georgia, September 10, 1864. General J.B. Hood, Commanding Army of Tennessee, Confederate Army. General, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of this date at the hands of Messrs. Ball and Crew, consenting to the arrangements I had proposed to facilitate the removal south of the people of Atlanta who prefer to go in that direction. I enclose you a copy of my orders, which will, I am satisfied, accomplish my purpose perfectly. You style the measures proposed unprecedented, and appeal to the dark history of war for a parallel, as an act of studied and ingenious cruelty. It is not unprecedented, for General Johnston himself very wisely and properly removed the families all the way from Dalton down, and I see no reason why Atlanta should be excepted. Nor is it necessary to appeal to the dark history of war when recent and modern examples are so handy. You yourself burned dwelling houses along your parapet, and I have seen today 50 houses that you have rendered uninhabitable because they stood in the way of your forts and men. You defended Atlanta on a line so close to town that every cannon shot and many musket shots from our line of investment that overshot their mark went into the habitations of women and children. General Hardee did the same at Jonesboro, and General Johnston did the same, last summer, at Jackson, Mississippi. I have not accused you of heartless cruelty, but merely instanced these cases of very recent occurrence, and could go on and enumerate hundreds of others, and challenge any fair man to judge which of us has the heart of pity for the families of a brave people. I say that it is kindness to these families of Atlanta to remove them now, at once, from scenes that women and children should not be exposed to, and the brave people should scorn to commit their wives and children to the rude barbarians who thus, as you say, violate the laws of war, as illustrated in the pages of its dark history. In the name of common sense, I ask you not to appeal to a just God in such a sacrilegious manner. You who, in the midst of peace and prosperity, have plunged a nation into war-dark and cruel war, who dared and badgered us to battle, insulted our flag, seized our arsenals and forts that were left in the honorable custody of peaceful ordnance sergeants, seized and made prisoners of war, the very garrisons sent to protect your people against Negroes and Indians, long before any overt act was committed by the to you hated Lincoln government. Tried to force Kentucky and Missouri into rebellion, spite of themselves, falsified the vote of Louisiana, turned loose your privateers to plunder unarmed ships, expelled Union families by the thousands, burned their houses, and declared, by an act of your Congress, the confiscation of all debts due Northern men for goods had and received. Talk thus to the Marines, but not to me, who have seen these things, and who will this day make as much sacrifice for the peace and honor of the South as the best-born Southerner among you. If we must be enemies, let us be men, and fight it out as we propose to do, and not deal in arch-hypocritical appeals to God and humanity. God will judge us in due time, and he will pronounce whether it be more humane to fight with a town full of women, and the families of a brave people at our back, or to remove them in time to places of safety among their own friends and people. I am, very respectfully, your obedient servant. W.T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters Army of the Tennessee, September 12, 1864. Major General W.T. Sherman, Commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of the 9th inst., with its enclosure in reference to the women, children, and others whom you have thought proper to expel from their homes in the city of Atlanta. Had you seen proper to let the matter rest there, I would gladly have allowed your letter to close this correspondence, and, without your expressing it in words, would have been willing to believe that, while the interests of the United States, in your opinion, compelled you to an act of barbarous cruelty, you regretted the necessity, and we would have dropped the subject. But you have chosen to indulge in statements which I feel compelled to notice, at least so far as to signify my dissent, and not allow silence in regard to them to be construed as acquiescence. I see nothing in your communication which induces me to modify the language of condemnation with which I characterized your order. It but strengthens me in the opinion that it stands preeminent in the dark history of war for studied and ingenious cruelty. Your original order was stripped of all pretenses. You announced the edict for the sole reason that it was to the interest of the United States. This alone you offered to us and the civilized world as an all-sufficient reason for disregarding the laws of God and man. You say that General Johnston himself very wisely and properly removed the families all the way from Dalton down. It is due to that gallant soldier and gentleman to say that no act of his distinguished career gives the least color to your unfounded aspersions upon his conduct. He depopulated no villages, nor towns, nor cities, either friendly or hostile. He offered and extended friendly aid to his unfortunate fellow citizens who desired to flee from your fraternal embraces. You are equally unfortunate in your attempt to find a justification for this act of cruelty, either in the defense of Jonesboro by General Hardee or of Atlanta by myself. General Hardee defended his position in front of Jonesboro at the expense of injury to the houses, an ordinary, proper, and justifiable act of war. I defended Atlanta at the same risk and cost. If there was any fault in either case, it was your own, in not giving notice, especially in the case of Atlanta, of your purpose to shell the town, which is usual in war among civilized nations. No inhabitant was expelled from his home and fireside by the orders of General Hardee or myself, and therefore your recent order can find no support from the conduct of either of us. I feel no other emotion other than pain in reading that portion of your letter, which attempts to justify your shelling Atlanta without notice under pretense that I defended Atlanta upon a line so close to town that every cannon shot and many musket balls from your line of investment that overshot their mark went into the habitations of women and children. I made no complaint of your firing into Atlanta in any way you thought proper. I make none now, but there are 100,000 witnesses that you fired into the habitations of women and children for weeks, firing far above and miles beyond my line of defense. I have too good an opinion, founded both upon observation and experience, of the skill of your artillerists, to credit the insinuation that they for several weeks unintentionally fired too high for my modest field works, and slaughtered women and children by accident and want of skill. The residue of your letter is rather discussion. It opens a wide field for the discussion of questions which I do not feel are committed to me. I am only a general of one of the armies of the Confederate States, charged with military operations in the field, under the direction of my superior officers, and I am not called upon to discuss with you the causes of the present war or the political questions which led to or resulted from it. These grave and important questions have been committed to far abler hands than mine, and I shall only refer to them so far as to repel any unjust conclusion which might be drawn from my silence. You charge my country with daring and badgering you to battle. The truth is, we sent commissioners to you, respectfully offering a peaceful separation before the first gun was fired on either aid. You say we insulted your flag. The truth is, we fired upon it, and those who fought under it, when you came to our doors upon the mission of subjugation. You say we seized upon your forts and arsenals and made prisoners of the garrisons sent to protect us against Negroes and Indians. The truth is, we, by force of arms, drove out insolent intruders and took possession of our own forts and arsenals, to resist your claims to dominion over masters, slaves, and Indians, all of whom are to this day, with a unanimity unexampled in the history of the world, warring against your attempts to become their masters. You say that we tried to force Missouri and Kentucky into rebellion in spite of themselves. The truth is, my government, from the beginning of this struggle to this hour, has again and again offered before the whole world to leave it to the unbiased will of these states, and all others to determine for themselves whether they will cast their destiny with your government or ours. And your government has resisted this fundamental principle of free institutions with the bayonet, and labors daily, by force and fraud, to fasten its hateful tyranny upon the unfortunate freemen of these states. You say we falsified the vote of Louisiana. The truth is, Louisiana not only separated herself from your government by nearly a unanimous vote of her people, but has vindicated the act upon every battlefield from Gettysburg to the Sabine, and has exhibited an heroic devotion to her decision, which challenges the admiration and respect of every man capable of feeling sympathy for the oppressed or admiration for heroic valor. You say that we turned loose pirates to plunder your unarmed ships. The truth is, when you robbed us of our part of the Navy, we built and bought a few vessels, hoisted the flag of our country, and swept the seas, in defiance of your Navy, around the whole circumference of the globe. You say we have expelled Union families by thousands. The truth is, not a single family has been expelled from the Confederate States that I am aware of, but, on the contrary, the moderation of our government toward traitors has been a fruitful theme of denunciation by its enemies and well-meaning friends of our cause. You say my government, by acts of Congress, has confiscated all debts due Northern men for goods sold and delivered. The truth is, our Congress gave due and ample time to your merchants and traders to depart from our shores with their ships, goods, and effects, and only sequestrated the property of our enemies in retaliation for their acts declaring us traitors, and confiscating our property wherever their power extended, either in their country or our own. Such are your accusations, and such are the facts known of all men to be true. You order into exile the whole population of a city, drive men, women, and children from their homes at the point of the bayonet, under the plea that it is to the interest of your government, and on the claim that it is an act of kindness to these families of Atlanta. Butler only banished from New Orleans the registered enemies of his government, and acknowledged that he did it as a punishment. You issue a sweeping edict, covering all the inhabitants of a city, and add insult to the injury heaped upon the defenseless by assuming that you have done them a kindness. This you follow by the assertion that you will make as much sacrifice for the peace and honor of the South as the best-born Southerner. And because I characterize what you call as kindness as being real cruelty, you presume to sit in judgment between me and my God. And you decide that my earnest prayer to the Almighty Father to save our women and children from what you call kindness is a sacrilegious, hypocritical appeal. You came into our country with your army, avowedly for the purpose of subjugating free white men, women, and children, and not only intend to rule over them, but you make Negroes your allies and desire to place over us an inferior race, which we have raised from barbarism to its present position, which is the highest ever attained by that race, in any country, in all time. I must, therefore, decline to accept your statements in reference to your kindness toward the people of Atlanta, and your willingness to sacrifice everything for the peace and honor of the South, and refuse to be governed by your decision in regard to matters between myself, my country, and my God. You say, let us fight it out like men. To this my reply is for myself, and I believe for all the free men, I and women and children, in my country we will fight you to the death. Better die 1,000 deaths than submit to live under you or your government and your Negro allies. Having answered the points forced upon me by your letter of the 9th of September, I close this correspondence with you, and notwithstanding your comments upon my appeal to God in the cause of humanity, I again humbly and reverently invoke His almighty aid in defense of justice and right. Respectfully, your obedient servant. J. B. Hood, General. Atlanta, Georgia, September 11, 1864. Major General W. T. Sherman. Sir, we the undersigned, Mayor and 2 of the Council for the City of Atlanta, for the time being the only legal organ of the people of the said city, to express their wants and wishes, ask leave most earnestly, but respectfully to petition you to reconsider the order requiring them to leave Atlanta. At first view, it struck us that the measure would involve extraordinary hardship and loss, but since we have seen the practical execution of it so far as it has progressed, and the individual condition of the people, and heard their statements as to the inconveniences, loss, and suffering attending it, we are satisfied that the amount of it will involve in the aggregate consequences appalling and heartrending. Many poor women are in advanced state of pregnancy, others now having young children, and whose husbands for the greater part are either in the army, prisoners, or dead. Some say, "I have such a one sick at my house, who will wait on them when I am gone?" Others say, "What are we to do? We have no house to go to, and no means to buy, build, or rent any, no parents, relatives, or friends to go to." Another says, "I will try and take this or that article of property, but such and such things I must leave behind, though I need them much." We reply to them, "General Sherman will carry your property to Rough and Ready, and General Hood will take it thence on." And they will reply to that, "But I want to leave the railroad at such a place, and cannot get conveyance from there on." We only refer to a few facts, to try to illustrate in part how this measure will operate in practice. As you advanced, the people north of this fell back, and before your arrival here, a large portion of the people had retired south, so that the country south of this is already crowded, and without houses enough to accommodate the people, and we are informed that many are now staying in churches and other outbuildings. This being so, how is it possible for the people still here, mostly women and children, to find any shelter? And how can they live through the winter in the woods no shelter or subsistence, in the midst of strangers who know them not, and without the power to assist them much, if they were willing to do so? This is but a feeble picture of the consequences of this measure. You know the woe, the horrors, and the suffering cannot be described by words. Imagination can only conceive of it, and we ask you to take these things into consideration. We know your mind and time are constantly occupied with the duties of your command, which almost deters us from asking your attention to this matter, but thought it might be that you had not considered this subject in all of its awful consequences, and that on more reflection you, we hope, would not make this people an exception to all mankind. For we know of no such instance ever having occurred, surely never in the United States, and what has this helpless people done, that they should be driven from their homes, to wander strangers and outcasts and exiles, and to subsist on charity. We do not know as yet the number of people still here. Of those who are here, we are satisfied a respectable number, if allowed to remain at home, could subsist for several months without assistance, and a respectable number for a much longer time, and who might not need assistance at any time. In conclusion, we most earnestly and solemnly petition you to reconsider this order, or modify it, and suffer this unfortunate people to remain at home, and enjoy what little means they have. Respectfully submitted, James M. Calhoun, Mayor, E. Rawson, Councilman, S.C. Warnes, Councilman. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field, Atlanta, Georgia, September 12, 1864. James M. Calhoun, Mayor, E. Rawson and S.C. Wares, representing City Council of Atlanta. Gentlemen, I have your letter of the 11th, in the nature of a petition to revoke my orders removing all the inhabitants from Atlanta. I have read it carefully, and give full credit to your statements of the distress that will be occasioned, and yet shall not revoke my orders, because they were not designed to meet the humanities of the case, but to prepare for the future struggles in which millions of good people outside of Atlanta have a deep interest. We must have peace, not only at Atlanta, but in all America. To secure this, we must stop the war that now desolates our once happy and favored country. To stop war, we must defeat the rebel armies which are arrayed against the laws and constitution that all must respect and obey. To defeat those armies, we must prepare the way to reach them in their recesses, provided with the arms and instruments which enable us to accomplish our purpose. Now, I know the vindictive nature of our enemy, that we may have many years of military operations from this quarter, and therefore deem it wise and prudent to prepare in time. The use of Atlanta for warlike purposes is inconsistent with its character as a home for families. There will be no manufactures, commerce, or agriculture here, for the maintenance of families, and sooner or later want will compel the inhabitants to go. Why not go now, when all the arrangements are completed for the transfer instead of waiting till the plunging shot of contending armies will renew the scenes of the past months? Of course, I do not apprehend any such thing at this moment, but you do not suppose this army will be here until the war is over. I cannot discuss this subject with you fairly, because I cannot impart to you what we propose to do, but I assert that our military plans make it necessary for the inhabitants to go away, and I can only renew my offer of services to make their exodus in any direction as easy and comfortable as possible. You cannot qualify war in harsher terms than I will. War is cruelty, and you cannot refine it, and those who brought war into our country deserve all the curses and maledictions a people can pour out. I know I had no hand in making this war, and I know I will make more sacrifices today than any of you to secure peace, but you cannot have peace and a division of our country. If the United States submits to a division now, it will not stop, but will go on until we reap the fate of Mexico, which is eternal war. The United States does and must assert its authority, wherever it once had power. For, if it relaxes one bit to pressure, it is gone, and I believe that such is the national feeling. This feeling assumes various shapes, but always comes back to that of union. Once admit the union. Once more acknowledge the authority of the national government. And, instead of devoting your houses and streets and roads to the dread uses of war, I and this army become at once your protectors and supporters, shielding you from danger, let it come from what quarter it may. I know that a few individuals cannot resist a torrent of error and passion, such as swept the South into rebellion, but you can point out, so that we may know those who desire a government and those who insist on war and its desolation. You might as well appeal against the thunderstorm as against these terrible hardships of war. They are inevitable, and the only way the people of Atlanta can hope once more to live in peace and quiet at home is to stop the war, which can only be done by admitting that it began in error and is perpetuated in pride. We don't want your Negroes, or your horses, or your houses, or your lands, or anything you have, but we do want and will have a just obedience to the laws of the United States. That we will have, and if it involves the destruction of your improvements, we cannot help it. You have heretofore read public sentiment in your newspapers, that live by falsehood and excitement, and the quicker you seek for truth in other quarters, the better. I repeat then that, by the original compact of government, the United States had certain rights in Georgia, which have never been relinquished and never will be. That the South began war by seizing forts, arsenals, mints, custom houses, etc., long before Mr. Lincoln was installed, and before the South had one jot or tittle of provocation. I myself have seen in Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Mississippi hundreds and thousands of women and children fleeing from your armies and desperadoes, hungry and with bleeding feet. In Memphis, Vicksburg, and Mississippi, we fed thousands upon thousands of the families of rebel soldiers left on our hands, and whom we could not see starve. Now that war comes home to you, you feel very different. You deprecate its horrors, but did not feel them when you sent carloads of soldiers and ammunition, and molded shells and shot, to carry war into Kentucky and Tennessee, to desolate the homes of hundreds and thousands of good people who only asked to live in peace at their old homes, and under the government of their inheritance. But these comparisons are idle. I want peace, and believe it can only be reached through union and war, and I will ever conduct war with a view to perfect and early success. But my dear sirs, when peace does come, you may call on me for anything. Then will I share with you the last cracker, and watch with you to shield your homes and families against danger from every quarter. Now you must go, and take with you the old and feeble, feed and nurse them, and build for them, in more quiet places, proper habitations to shield them against the weather until the mad passions of men cool down, and allow the union and peace once more to settle over your old homes at Atlanta. Yours in haste. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field, Atlanta, Georgia, September 14, 1864. General J. B. Hood, Commanding Army of the Tennessee, Confederate Army. General, yours of September 12th is received and has been carefully perused. I agree with you that this discussion by two soldiers is out of place and profitless, but you must admit that you began the controversy by characterizing an official act of mine in unfair and improper terms. I reiterate my former answer, and to the only new matter contained in your rejoinder add, we have no Negro allies in this army. Not a single Negro soldier left Chattanooga with this army, or is with it now. There are a few guarding Chattanooga, which General Steedman sent at one time to drive Wheeler out of Dalton. I was not bound by the laws of war to give notice of the shelling of Atlanta, a fortified town with magazines, arsenals, foundries, and public stores. You were bound to take notice. See the books. This is the conclusion of our correspondence, which I did not begin and terminate with satisfaction. I am, with respect, your obedient servant. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters of the Army, Washington, September 28, 1864. Major General Sherman, Atlanta, Georgia. General, your communications of the 20th in regard to the removal of families from Atlanta and the exchange of prisoners, and also the official report of your campaign, are just received. I have not had time as yet to examine your report. The course which you have pursued in removing rebel families from Atlanta and in the exchange of prisoners is fully approved by the War Department. Not only are you justified by the laws and usages of war in removing these people, but I think it was your duty to your own army to do so. Moreover, I am fully of opinion that the nature of your position, the character of the war, the conduct of the enemy, and especially of non-combatants and women of the territory which we have heretofore conquered and occupied, will justify you in gathering up all the forage and provisions which your army may require, both for a siege of Atlanta and for your supply in your march farther into the enemy's country. Let the disloyal families of the country, thus stripped, go to their husbands, fathers, and natural protectors in the rebel ranks. We have tried 3 years of conciliation and kindness without any reciprocation. On the contrary, those thus treated have acted as spies and guerrillas in our rear and within our lines. The safety of our armies and a proper regard for the lives of our soldiers require that we apply to our inexorable foes the severe rules of war. We certainly are not required to treat the so-called non-combatant rebels better than they themselves treat each other. Even here in Virginia, within 50 miles of Washington, they strip their own families of provisions, leaving them, as our army advances, to be fed by us or to starve within our lines. We have fed this class of people long enough. Let them go with their husbands and fathers in the rebel ranks, and if they won't go, we must send them to their friends and natural protectors. I would destroy every mill and factory within reach which I did not want for my own use. This the rebels have done, not only in Maryland and Pennsylvania, but also in Virginia and other rebel states, when compelled to fall back before our armies. In many sections of the country, they have not left a mill to grind grain for their own suffering families, lest we might use them to supply our armies. We most do the same. I have endeavored to impress these views upon our commanders for the last 2 years. You are almost the only one who has properly applied them. I do not approve of General Hunter's course in burning private homes or uselessly destroying private property. That is barbarous. But I approve of taking or destroying whatever may serve as supplies to us or to the enemy's army. Very respectfully, your obedient servant. H. W. Halleck, Major General, Chief of Staff. In order to effect the exchange of prisoners, to facilitate the exodus of the people of Atlanta, and to keep open communication with the South, we established a neutral camp at and about the railroad station next south of Atlanta, known as Rough and Ready, to which point I dispatched Lieutenant Colonel Willard Warner, of my staff, with a guard of 100 men, and General Hood sent Colonel Clare, of his staff, with a similar guard. These officers and men harmonized perfectly, and parted good friends when their work was done. In the meantime, I also had reconnoitered the entire rebel lines about Atlanta, which were well built, but were entirely too extensive to be held by a single corps or division of troops, so I instructed Colonel Poe, United States Engineers, on my staff to lay off an inner and shorter line, susceptible of defense by a smaller garrison. By the middle of September, all these matters were in progress. The reports of the past campaign were written up and dispatched to Washington, and our thoughts began to turn toward the future. Admiral Farragut had boldly and successfully run the forts at the entrance to Mobile Bay, which resulted in the capture of Fort Morgan, so that General Canby was enabled to begin his regular operations against Mobile City, with a view to open the Alabama River to navigation. My first thoughts were to concert operations with him, either by way of Montgomery, Alabama, or by the Apalachicola. But so long a line, to be used as a base for further operations eastward, was not advisable, and I concluded to await the initiative of the enemy, supposing that he would be forced to resort to some desperate campaign by the clamor raised at the South on account of the great loss to them of the city of Atlanta. General Thomas occupied a house on Marietta Streets which had a veranda with high pillars. We were sitting there one evening, talking about things generally, when General Thomas asked leave to send his trains back to Chattanooga for the convenience and economy of forage. I inquired of him if he supposed we would be allowed much rest at Atlanta, and he said he thought we would, or that at all events it would not be prudent for us to go much farther into Georgia because of our already long line of communication, viz., 300 miles from Nashville. This was true, but there we were, and we could not afford to remain on the defensive, simply holding Atlanta and fighting for the safety of its railroad. I insisted on his retaining all trains and on keeping all his divisions ready to move at a moment's warning. All the army, officers and men, seemed to relax more or less and sink into a condition of idleness. General Schofield was permitted to go to Knoxville to look after matters in his department of the Ohio, and Generals Blair and Logan went home to look after politics. Many of the regiments were entitled to, and claimed, their discharge by reason of the expiration of their term of service, so that with victory and success came also many causes of disintegration. The rebel General Wheeler was still in Middle Tennessee, threatening our railroads, and rumors came that Forrest was on his way from Mississippi to the same theater, for the avowed purpose of breaking up our railroads and compelling us to fall back from our conquest. To prepare for this, or any other emergency, I ordered Newton's division of the 4th Corps back to Chattanooga and Corse's division of the 17th Corps to Rome, and instructed General Rousseau at Nashville, Granger at Decatur, and Stedman at Chattanooga to adopt the most active measures to protect and ensure the safety of our roads. Hood still remained about Lovejoy's Station, and up to the 15th of September had given no signs of his future plans. So that with this date I closed the campaign of Atlanta, with the following review of our relative losses during the months of August and September, with a summary of those for the whole campaign, beginning May 6 and ending September 15, 1864. The losses for August and September are added together, so as to include those about Jonesboro. Killed and missing, wounded total grand aggregate: 1,408,730,1,139. Hood's losses, as reported for the same period, page 577, Johnston's narrative. Killed wounded total, 223,705. To which should be added prisoners captured by us, 3,738. Giving his total loss, 7,440. On recapitulating the entire losses of each army during the entire campaign, from May to September, inclusive, we have in the Union Army, as per table appended: killed 423 wounded, 22,822 missing, 442 aggregate loss, 31,627. In the Southern Army, according to the reports of Surgeon Ford, pp. 576, 577, Johnston's narrative. Total killed, 3,044 total killed and wounded, 21,996 prisoners captured by us, 12,983. Aggregate loss to the Southern Army, 34,979. The foregoing figures are official and are very nearly correct. I see no room for error save in the cavalry, which was very much scattered, and whose reports are much less reliable than of the infantry and artillery. But as Surgeon Ford's tables do not embrace Wheeler's, Jackson's, and Martin's divisions of cavalry, I infer that the comparison, as to cavalry losses, is a standoff. I have no doubt that the Southern officers flattered themselves that they had filled and crippled of us 2, and even 6 to 1, as stated by Johnston. But they were simply mistaken, and I herewith submit official tabular statements made up from the archives of the War Department, in proof thereof. I have also had a careful tabular statement compiled from official records in the Adjutant General's office, giving the effective strength of the Army under my command for each of the months of May, June, July, August, and September, 1864, which enumerate every man, infantry, artillery, and cavalry, for duty. The recapitulation clearly exhibits the actual truth. We opened the campaign with 98,797 men. Blair's 2 divisions joined us early in June, giving 112,819, which number gradually became reduced to 106,070, 106,070 men, 91,675, 91,675, and 81,758, 81,758 at the end of the campaign. This gradual reduction was not altogether owing to death and wounds, but to the expiration of service or by detachments sent to points at the rear. Chapter 20. Atlanta and After Pursuit of Hood. September and October, 1864. By the middle of September, matters and things had settled down in Atlanta so that we felt perfectly at home. The telegraph and railroads were repaired, and we had uninterrupted communication to the rear. The trains arrived with regularity and dispatch and brought us ample supplies. General Wheeler had been driven out of Middle Tennessee, escaping south across the Tennessee River at Bainbridge, and things looked as though we were to have a period of repose. One day, 2 citizens, Messrs. Hill and Foster, came into our lines at Decatur and were sent to my headquarters. They represented themselves as former members of Congress and particular friends of my brother John Sherman, that Mr. Hill had a son killed in the rebel army as it fell back before us somewhere near Cassville, and they wanted to obtain the body, having learned from a comrade where it was buried. I gave them permission to go by rail to the rear, with a note to the commanding officer, General John E. Smith, at Cartersville, requiring him to furnish them an escort and an ambulance for the purpose. I invited them to take dinner with our mess, and we naturally ran into a general conversation about politics and the devastation and ruin caused by the war. They had seen a part of the country over which the army had passed, and could easily apply its measure of desolation to the remainder of the state, if necessity should compel us to go ahead. Mr. Hill resided at Madison, on the main road to Augusta, and seemed to realize fully the danger. Said that further resistance on the part of the South was madness, that he hoped Governor Brown of Georgia would so proclaim it, and withdraw his people from the rebellion in pursuance of what was known as the policy of separate state action. I told him, if he saw Governor Brown, to describe to him fully what he had seen, and to say that if he remained inert, I would be compelled to go ahead, devastating the state in its whole length and breadth, that there was no adequate force to stop us, etc. But if he would issue his proclamation withdrawing his state troops from the armies of the Confederacy, I would spare the state, and in our passage across it confine the troops to the main roads, and would, moreover, pay for all the corn and food we needed. I also told Mr. Hill that he might, in my name, invite Governor Brown to visit Atlanta, that I would give him a safeguard, and that if he wanted to make a speech, I would guarantee him as full and respectable an audience as any he had ever spoken to. I believe that Mr. Hill, after reaching his home at Madison, went to Milledgeville, the capital of the state, and delivered the message to Governor Brown. I had also sent similar messages by Judge Wright of Rome, Georgia, and by Mr. King of Marietta. On the 15th of September, I telegraphed to General Halleck as follows. My report is done and will be forwarded as soon as I get in a few more of the subordinate reports. I am awaiting a courier from General Grant. All well. The troops are in good, healthy camps, and supplies are coming forward finely. Governor Brown has disbanded his militia to gather the corn and sorghum of the state. I have reason to believe that he and Stevens want to visit me and have sent them hearty invitation. I will exchange 2,000 prisoners with Hood, but no more. Governor Brown's action at that time is fully explained by the following letter, since made public, which was then only known to us in part by hearsay. Executive Department, Milledgeville, Georgia, September 10, 1864. General J.B. Hood, commanding Army of Tennessee. General, as the militia of the state were called out for the defense of Atlanta during the campaign against it, which is terminated by the fall of the city into the hands of the enemy, and as many of these left their homes without preparation, expecting to be gone but a few weeks, who have remained in service over 3 months, most of the time in the trenches, justice requires that they be permitted, while the enemy are preparing for the winter campaign, to return to their homes, and look for a time after important interests, and prepare themselves for such service as may be required when another campaign commences against other important points in the state. I therefore hereby withdraw said organization from your command. Joseph C. Brown. This militia had composed a division under command of Major General Gustavus W. Smith, and were thus dispersed to their homes, to gather the corn and sorghum, then ripe and ready for the harvesters. On the 17th I received by telegraph from President Lincoln this dispatch. Washington, D.C., September 17, 1864. Major General Sherman, I feel great interest in the subjects of your dispatch, mentioning corn and sorghum and the contemplated visit to you. A. Lincoln, President of the United States. I replied at once. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field, Atlanta, Georgia, September 17, 1864. President Lincoln, Washington, D.C. I will keep the department fully advised of all developments connected with the subject in which you feel interested. Mr. Wright, former member of Congress from Rome, Georgia, and Mr. King of Marietta, are now going between Governor Brown and myself. I have said to them that some of the people of Georgia are engaged in rebellion, began in error and perpetuated in pride, but that Georgia can now save herself from the devastations of war preparing for her, only by withdrawing her quota out of the Confederate Army, and aiding me to expel Hood from the borders of the state. In which event, instead of desolating the land as we progress, I will keep our men to the highroads and commons, and pay for the corn and meat we need and take. I am fully conscious of the delicate nature of such assertions, but it would be a magnificent stroke of policy if we could, without surrendering principle or a foot of ground, arouse the latent enmity of Georgia against Davis. The people do not hesitate to say that Mr. Stevens was and is a Union man at heart, and they say that Davis will not trust him or let him have a share in his government. W. T. Sherman, Major General. I have not the least doubt that Governor Brown, at that time, seriously entertained the proposition, but he hardly felt ready to act and simply gave a furlough to the militia and called a special session of the legislature to meet at Milledgeville to take into consideration the critical condition of affairs in the state. On the 20th of September, Colonel Horace Porter arrived from General Grant at City Point, bringing me the letter of September 12th, asking my general views as to what should next be done. He stayed several days at Atlanta, and on his return carried back to Washington my full reports of the past campaign, and my letter of September 20th to General Grant in answer to his of the 12th. About this time we detected signs of activity on the part of the enemy. On the 21st, Hood shifted his army across from the Mason Road at Lovejoy's to the West Point Road at Palmetto Station, and his cavalry appeared on the west side of the Chattahoochee toward Powder Springs, thus, as it were, stepping aside and opening wide the door for us to enter central Georgia. I inferred, however, that his real purpose was to assume the offensive against our railroads, and on the 24th a heavy force of cavalry from Mississippi, under General Forrest, made its appearance at Athena, Alabama, and captured its garrison. General Newton's division of the 4th Corps and courses of the 17th were sent back by rail, the former to Chattanooga and the latter to Rome. On the 25th I telegraphed to General Halleck. Hood seems to be moving, as it were, to the Alabama line, leaving open the road to Mason as also to Augusta, but his cavalry is busy on all our roads. A force, number estimated as high as 8,000, are reported to have captured Athena, Alabama, and a regiment of 350 men sent to its relief. I have sent Newton's division up to Chattanooga in cars and will send another division to Rome. If I were sure that Savannah would soon be in our possession, I should be tempted to march for Milledgeville and Augusta, but I must first secure what I have, Jeff. Davis is at Macon. On the next day, I telegraphed further that Jeff Davis was with Hood at Palmetto Station. One of our spies was there at the time, who came in the next night, and reported to me the substance of his speech to the soldiers. It was a repetition of those he had made at Columbia, South Carolina, and Mason, Georgia, on his way out, which I had seen in the newspapers. Davis seemed to be perfectly upset by the fall of Atlanta and to have lost all sense and reason. He denounced General Johnston and Governor Brown as little better than traitors, attributed to them personally the many misfortunes which had befallen their cause, and informed the soldiers that now the tables were to be turned. That General Forrest was already on our roads in Middle Tennessee, and that Hood's army would soon be there. He asserted that the Yankee army would have to retreat or starve, and that the retreat would prove more disastrous than was that of Napoleon from Moscow. He promised his Tennessee and Kentucky soldiers that their feet should soon tread their native soil, etc., etc. He made no concealment of these vainglorious boasts, and thus gave us the full key to his future designs. To be forewarned was to be forearmed, and I think we took full advantage of the occasion. On the 26th, I received this dispatch. City Point, Virginia, September 261,864 10 a.m. Major General Sherman, Atlanta, it will be better to drive Forrest out of Middle Tennessee as a first step and do anything else you may feel your force sufficient for. When a movement is made on any part of the seacoast, I will advise you. If Hood goes to the Alabama line, will it not be impossible for him to subsist his army? U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Answer. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field, Atlanta, Georgia, September 26, 1864. General, I have your dispatch of today. I have already sent one division, Newton's, to Chattanooga, and another, Courses, to Rome. Our armies are much reduced, and if I send back any more, I will not be able to threaten Georgia much. There are men enough to the rear to whip Forrest, but they are necessarily scattered to defend the roads. Can you expedite the sending to Nashville of the recruits that are in Indiana and Ohio? They could occupy the forts. Hood is now on the West Point Road, 24 miles south of this, and draws his supplies by that road. Jefferson Davis is there today, and superhuman efforts will be made to break my road. Forrest is now Lieutenant General, and commands all the enemy's cavalry. W.T. Sherman, Major General. General Grant first thought I was in error in supposing that Jeff Davis was at Macon and Palmetto, but on the 27th I received a printed copy of his speech made at Macon on the 22d, which was so significant that I ordered it to be telegraphed entire as far as Louisville, to be sent thence by mail to Washington, and on the same day received this dispatch. Washington, D.C., September 27, 1864 9 a.m., Major General Sherman, Atlanta, you say Jeff Davis is on a visit to General Hood. I judge that Brown and Stevens are the objects of his visit. A. Lincoln, President of the United States. To which I replied, Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field, Atlanta, Georgia, September 28, 1864. President Lincoln, Washington, D.C. I have positive knowledge that Mr. Davis made a speech at Macon on the 22d, which I mailed to General Halleck yesterday. It was bitter against General Johnston and Governor Brown. The militia are on furlough. Brown is at Milledgeville, trying to get a legislature to meet next month, but he is afraid to act unless in concert with other governors. Judge Wright of Rome has been here, and Messrs. Hill and Nelson, former members of Congress, are here now, and will go to meet Wright at Rome, and then go back to Madison and Milledgeville. Great efforts are being made to reinforce Hood's army, and to break up my railroads, and I should have at once a good reserve force at Nashville. It would have a bad effect if I were forced to send back any considerable part of my army to guard roads, so as to weaken me to an extent that I could not act offensively if the occasion calls for it. W.T. Sherman, Major General. All this time Hood and I were carrying on the foregoing correspondence relating to the exchange of prisoners, the removal of the people from Atlanta, and the relief of our prisoners of war at Andersonville. Notwithstanding the severity of their imprisonment, some of these men escaped from Andersonville and got to me at Atlanta. They described their sad condition. more than 25,000 prisoners confined in a stockade designed for only 10,000. Debarred the privilege of gathering, wood out of which to make huts, deprived of sufficient healthy food, and the little stream that ran through their prison pen poisoned and polluted by the offal from their cooking and butchering houses above. On the 22nd of September, I wrote to General Hood, describing the condition of our men at Andersonville, purposely refraining from casting odium on him or his associates for the treatment of these men, but asking his consent for me to procure from our generous friends at the North the articles of clothing and comfort which they wanted, viz. Underclothing, soap, combs, scissors, etc. all needed to keep them in health, and to send these stores with a train and an officer to issue them. General Hood, on the 24th, promptly consented, and I telegraphed to my friend Mr. James E. Yeatman, Vice President of the Sanitary Commission at St. Louis, to send us all the underclothing and soap he could spare, specifying 1,200 fine-tooth combs and 400 pairs of shears to cut hair. These articles indicate the plague that most afflicted our prisoners at Andersonville. Mr. Yeatman promptly responded to my request, expressed the articles, but they did not reach Andersonville in time, for the prisoners were soon after removed. These supplies did, however, finally overtake them at Jacksonville, Florida, just before the war closed. On the 28th, I received from General Grant 2 dispatches. City Point, Virginia. September 27, 1864, 8:30 a.m. Major General Sherman, it is evident, from the tone of the Richmond press and from other sources of information, that the enemy intend making a desperate effort to drive you from where you are. I have directed all new troops from the west, and from the east too, if necessary, in case none are ready in the west, to be sent to you. If General Burbridge is not too far on his way to Abingdon, I think he had better be recalled and his surplus troops sent into Tennessee. U. S. Grant, Lieutenant General. City Point, Virginia. September 27, 1864, 10:30 a.m. Major General Sherman, I have directed all recruits and new troops from all the western states to be sent to Nashville to receive their further orders from you. I was mistaken about Jeff Davis being in Richmond on Thursday last. He was then on his way to Macon. U. S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Forrest having already made his appearance in Middle Tennessee, and Hood evidently edging off in that direction, satisfied me that the general movement against our roads had begun. I therefore determined to send General Thomas back to Chattanooga, with another division, Morgan's of the 14th Corps, to meet the danger in Tennessee. General Thomas went up on the 29th, and Morgan's division followed the same day, also by rail. And I telegraphed to General Halleck. I take it for granted that Forrest will cut our road, but think we can prevent him from making a serious lodgment. His cavalry will travel 100 miles where ours will 10. I have sent 2 divisions up to Chattanooga and 1 to Rome, and General Thomas started today to drive Forrest out of Tennessee. Our roads should be watched from the rear, and I am glad that General Grant has ordered reserves to Nashville. I prefer for the future to make the movement on Milledgeville, Malden, and Savannah. Hood now rests 24 miles south, on the Chattahoochee, with his right on the West Point Road. He is removing the iron of the Macon Road. I can whip his infantry, but his cavalry is to be feared. There was great difficulty in obtaining correct information about Hood's movements from Palmetto Station. I could not get spies to penetrate his camps, but on the 1st of October I was satisfied that the bulk of his infantry was at and across the Chattahoochee River near Camp Belton, and that his cavalry was on the west side at Powder Springs. On that day, I telegraphed to General Grant. Hood is evidently across the Chattahoochee, below Sweetwater. If he tries to get on our road, this side of the Etowah, I shall attack him. But if he goes to the Selma and Talladega Road, why will it not do to leave Tennessee to the forces which Thomas has, and the reserves soon to come to Nashville, and for me to destroy Atlanta and march across Georgia to Savannah or Charleston, breaking roads and doing irreparable damage? We cannot remain on the defensive. The Selma and Talladega Road herein referred to was an unfinished railroad from Selma, Alabama, through Talladega to Blue Mountain, a terminus 65 miles southwest of Rome and about 15 miles southeast of Gadsden, where the rebel army could be supplied from the direction of Montgomery and Mobile, and from which point Hood could easily threaten Middle Tennessee. My first impression was that Hood would make for that point. But by the 3D of October, the indications were that he would strike our railroad nearer us, viz., about Kingston or Marietta. Orders were at once made for the 20th Corps, Slocum's, to hold Atlanta and the bridges of the Chattahoochee, and the other corps were put in motion for Marietta. The Army had undergone many changes since the capture of Atlanta. General Schofield had gone to the rear, leaving General J.D. Cogg in command of the Army of the Ohio, 23rd Corps. General Thomas, also, had been dispatched to Chattanooga, with Newton's division of the 4th Corps and Morgan's of the 14th Corps, leaving General D.S. Stanley, the senior major general of the 2 corps of his Army of the Cumberland, remaining and available for this movement, viz., the 4th and 14th, commanded by himself and Major General Jeff C. Davis, and after General Dodge was wounded, his corps, the 16th, had been broken up, and its 2 divisions were added to the 15th and 17th Corps, constituting the Army of the Tennessee, commanded by Major General O. Howard. Generals Logan and Blair had gone home to assist in the political canvass, leaving their corps, viz., the 15th and 17th, under the command of Major Generals Osterhaus and T.E.G. Ransom. These 5 corps were very much reduced in strength, by detachments and by discharges, so that for the purpose of fighting Hood I had only about 60,000 infantry and artillery, with 2 small divisions of cavalry, Kilpatrick's and Garrard's. General Elliott was the chief of cavalry to the Army of the Cumberland, and was the senior officer of that arm of service present for duty with me. We had strong railroad guards at Marietta and Kennesaw, Allatoona, Etowah Bridge, Kingston, Rome, Resaca, Dalton, Ringgold, and Chattanooga. All the important bridges were likewise protected by good blockhouses, admirably constructed, and capable of a strong defense against cavalry or infantry, and at nearly all the regular railroad stations we had smaller detachments entrenched. I had little fear of the enemy's cavalry damaging our roads seriously, for they rarely made a break which could not be repaired in a few days. But it was absolutely necessary to keep General Hood's infantry off our main route of communication and supply. Forrest had with him in Middle Tennessee about 8,000 cavalry, and Hood's army was estimated at from 35 to 40,000 men. Infantry and artillery, including Wheeler's cavalry, then about 3,000 strong. We crossed the Chattahoochee River during the 3D and 4th of October, rendezvoused at the old battlefield of Smyrna Camp, and the next day reached Marietta and Kennesaw. The telegraph wires had been cut above Marietta, and learning that heavy masses of infantry, artillery, and cavalry had been seen from Kennesaw marching north, I inferred that Allatoona was their objective point. And on the 4th of October, I signaled from Mining Station to Kennesaw, and from Kennesaw to Allatoona, over the heads of the enemy, a message for General Corse, at Rome, to hurry back to the assistance of the garrison at Allatoona. Allatoona was held by a small brigade, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Tourtelot, my present aide-de-camp. He had 2 small redoubts on either side of the railroad, overlooking the village of Allatoona and the warehouses, in which were stored over 1 million rations of bread. Reaching Kennesaw Mountain about 8 a.m. of October 5th, a beautiful day, I had a superb view of the vast panorama to the north and west. To the southwest, about Dallas, could be seen the smoke of campfires, indicating the presence of a large force of the enemy, and the whole line of railroad from Big Shanty up to Allatoona, full 15 miles, was marked by the fires of the burning railroad. We could plainly see the smoke of battle about Allatoona and hear the faint reverberation of the cannon. From Kennesaw, I ordered the 23rd Corps, General Cox, to march due west on the Burnt Hickory Road and to burn houses or piles of brush as it progressed to indicate the head of column, hoping to interpose this corps between Hood's main army at Dallas and the detachment then assailing Allatoona. The rest of the army was directed straight for Allatoona, northwest, distant 18 miles. The signal officer on Kennesaw reported that since daylight he had failed to obtain any answer to his call for Allatoona, but while I was with him, he caught a faint glimpse of the telltale flag through an embrasure, and after much time he made out these letters C, R, S, E, H, E, R, and translated the message course is here. It was a source of great relief, for it gave me the first assurance that General Corse had received his orders and that the place was adequately garrisoned. I watched with painful suspense the indications of the battle raging there, and was dreadfully impatient at the slow progress of the relieving column, whose advance was marked by the smokes which were made according to orders. But about 2 p.m. I noticed with satisfaction that the smoke of battle about Allatoona grew less and less, and ceased altogether about 4 p.m. For a time I attributed this result to the effect of General Cog's march. But later in the afternoon, the signal flag announced the welcome tidings that the attack had been fairly repulsed, but that General Corse was wounded. The next day my aide, Colonel Dayton, received this characteristic dispatch. Allatoona, Georgia, October 6, 1884 2 p.m. Captain L. M. Dayton, aide-de-camp. I am short a cheekbone and an ear, but am able to whip all HL yet. My losses are very heavy. A force moving from Stilesboro to Kingston gives me some anxiety. Tell me where Sherman is, John M. Corse, Brigadier General. Inasmuch as the enemy had retreated southwest, and would probably next appear at Rome, I answered General Corse with orders to get back to Rome with his troops as quickly as possible. General Corse's report of this fight at Allatoona is very full and graphic. It is dated Rome, October 27, 1864. Recites the fact that he received his orders by signal to go to the assistance of Allatoona on the 4th, when he telegraphed to Kingston for cars, and a train of 30 empty cars was started for him, but about 10 of them got off the track and caused delay. By 7 p.m. he had at Rome a train of 20 cars, which he loaded up with Colonel Rowett's brigade and part of the 12th Illinois Infantry, started at 8 p.m. Reached Allatoona, distant 35 miles, at 1 a.m. of the 5th and sent the train back for more men, but the road was in bad order and no more men came in time. He found Colonel Tourtelat's garrison composed of 890 men. His reinforcement was 1,054. Total for the defense, 1,944. The outposts were already engaged, and as soon as daylight came, he drew back the men from the village to the ridge on which the redoubts were built. The enemy was composed of French's division of 3 brigades, variously reported from 4 to 5,000 strong. This force gradually surrounded the place by 8 a.m., when General French sent in by flag of truce this note. Around Allatoona, October 5, 1884. Commanding Officer, United States Forces, Allatoona. I have placed the forces under my command in such positions that you are surrounded, and to avoid a needless effusion of blood I call on you to surrender your forces at once, and unconditionally. 5 minutes will be allowed you to decide. Should you accede to this, you will be treated in the most honorable manner as prisoners of war. I have the honor to be, very respectfully yours, S.G. French, Major General Commanding Forces, Confederate States. General Corse answered immediately. Headquarters 4th Division, 15th Corps, Allatoona, Georgia, October 5, 1864. Major General S.G. French, Confederate States, etc. Your communication demanding surrender of my command I acknowledge receipt of, and respectfully reply that we are prepared for the needless effusion of blood, whenever it is agreeable to you. I am, very respectfully, your obedient servant, John M. Corse, Brigadier General Commanding Forces, United States. Of course, the attack began at once, coming from front, flank, and rear. There were 2 small redoubts, with slight parapets and ditches, one on each side of the deep railroad cut. These redoubts had been located by Colonel Poe, United States Engineers, at the time of our advance on Kennesaw, the previous June. Each redoubt overlooked the storehouses close by the railroad, and each could aid the other defensively by catching and flank the attacking force of the other. Our troops at first endeavored to hold some ground outside the redoubts, but were soon driven inside, when the enemy made repeated assaults but were always driven back. About 11 a.m., Colonel Redfield of the 39th Iowa was killed, and Colonel Rowett was wounded, but never ceased to fight and encourage his men. Colonel Tourtelat was shot through the hips, but continued to command. General Corse was, at 1 p.m., shot across the face, the ball cutting his ear, which stunned him, but he continued to encourage his men and to give orders. The enemy, about 1:30 p.m., made a last and desperate effort to carry one of the redoubts, but was badly cut to pieces by the artillery and infantry fire from the other, when he began to draw off, leaving his dead and wounded on the ground. Before finally withdrawing, General French converged a heavy fire of his cannon on the blockhouse at Allatoona Creek, about 2 miles from the depot, set it on fire, and captured its garrison, consisting of 4 officers and 85 men. By 4 p.m., he was in full retreat south, on the Dallas Road, and got by before the head of General Cox's column had reached it. Still, several ambulances and stragglers were picked up by this command on that road. General Corse reported 231 rebel dead, 411 prisoners, 3 regimental colors, and 800 muskets captured. Among the prisoners was a Brigadier General Young, who thought that French's aggregate loss would reach 2,000. Colonel Tourtelot says that, for days after General Corse had returned to Rome, his men found and buried at least 100 more dead rebels, who had doubtless been wounded and died in the woods near Allatoona. I know that when I reached Allatoona on the 9th, I saw a good many dead men, which had been collected for burial. Corse's entire loss, officially reported, was killed, wounded, missing, total. I esteemed this defense of Allatoona so handsome and important that I made it the subject of a general order, viz. Number 86 of October 7, 1864. The general commanding avails himself of the opportunity, in the handsome defense made of Allatoona, to illustrate the most important principle in war, that fortified posts should be defended to the last, regardless of the relative numbers of the party attacking and attacked. The thanks of this army are due and are hereby accorded to General Corse, Colonel Tourtelot, Colonel Rowett, officers and men, for their determined and gallant defense of Allatoona, and it is made an example to illustrate the importance of preparing in time and meeting the danger, when present, boldly, manfully, and well. Commanders and garrisons of the posts along our railroad are hereby instructed that they must hold their posts to the last minute, sure that the time gained is valuable and necessary to their comrades at the front. By order of Major General W.T. Sherman, L.M., Dayton, aide-de-camp. The rebels had struck our railroad a heavy blow, burning every tie, bending the rails for 8 miles, from Big Shanty to above Ackworth, so that the estimate for repairs called for 35,000 new ties and 6 miles of iron. 10,000 men were distributed along the break to replace the ties and to prepare the roadbed, while the regular repair party, under Colonel W.W. Wright, came down from Chattanooga with iron, spikes, etc., and in about 7 days the road was all right again. It was by such acts of extraordinary energy that we discouraged our adversaries, for the rebel soldiers felt that it was a waste of labor for them to march hurriedly, on wide circuits, day and night, to burn a bridge and tear up a mile or so of track, when they knew that we could lay it back so quickly. They supposed that we had men and money without limit, and that we always kept on hand, distributed along the road, duplicates of every bridge and culvert of any importance. A good story is told of one who was on Kennesaw Mountain during our advance in the previous June or July. A group of rebels lay in the shade of a tree, one hot day, overlooking our camps about Big Shanty. One soldier remarked to his fellows, "Well, the Yanks will have to get up and get now, for I heard General Johnston himself say that General Wheeler had blown up the tunnel near Dalton, and that the Yanks would have to retreat, because they could get no more rations." "Oh, hell," said a listener, "don't you know that old Sherman carries a duplicate tunnel along?"